Alright. Check that out. Check all that beauty out. Isn't it beautiful? Let's get stimulated here. We got some stuff to talk about here, don't we? Yeah. Let's see here. Let's get a little bit of organization. All right. Now, we shall continue where we left off. It's gonna get so much more fun. Let me tell you. All that excitement, that interest, that questions that you have. You don't know the answers to yet, but they're gonna be answered one by one. To a certain extent, you know. The mysteries will be endless questions, like this amazing forever bliss that awaits us. In that bliss, we shall prosper forever. No need to forget again, because now we pay attention. We pay attention what's going on now, right? When you, for example, let's say you were watching one of my videos, you're like, oh, what did this guy say? Let me go back 15 seconds before, or I missed it. What did he say a minute ago? You go back there, but at that, as soon as you go back there, right? Let's say you just like have a question in that second, and you just start the video, boom, that question is answered right there. Like you going back there at that exact spot, you opening the book, that exact phrase that helped you, that like all these, interventions as known, but these are all synchronicities. These are all, it's always there in every single millisecond. We were just too distracted to see it. It was always in every single millisecond of the millisecond. Every single millisecond, deep thousands of lessons waiting for you to see what they are trying to tell you, to understand, to overcome, to become your full, aligned, embodied self. Now I feel more like that. Especially I realize, like, when you start your mission, right? Especially like this channel that I did right here. Especially now, I've been doing this for a long time, but especially like just debating, online debates, 20 years. But the thing is that, and research obviously, as it's apparent probably, as you see. But the thing is that all those times, now I can say finally it's worth it. Finally, that whole, chasing the rabbit, everything was worth it. Because now, every single millisecond is, as long as you pay attention, as long as you seek that higher frequencies, those higher frequencies are like, you better, your intuition kind of gets higher, and then you pick it up, you see it, you go back on the 2 minutes ago, and then you're still speaking with me from where we left off. You go back to my video from the other day, while you pause this video, and boom, I continue my conversation from there with you, answering the questions that you have in that moment of the now. Whatever the moment of the now you need, that's the moment of the now you're gonna see, attract. You know what I mean? You don't have to become that frequency. It's not about just deserving. You learn that, these are the motivations. These are, this is me paying it forward for thousands of things I've seen. That, all these last 20 years, and especially these last 6 months, all these tarot readers, channelers, and all this other stuff that I was like questioning way before. Like I was just like, these guys are, what are they doing? Scammers? What? And then now I realize, no. So last year, it's like, another, because of my negativity, all these assumptions that we have. These assumptions, that hellish matrix, in the amnesia realm. Done. Assumed and gone. Get loop-de-doo, you know? Then you are in that Luna Park. Keep turning in that caravel. You are never, you know, stepping outside of it to realize, wait a minute, I don't have to sit and wait for Jesus to come and save me. I don't need to sit and wait for ascension, all these new age positivity stuff that was going to be talked about. Oh, it's gonna be boom, reset, ascension, everyone is saved, this, and that. Nah, that's not the name of the game, my friend. You gotta save yourself. You gotta ascend yourself. That was the name of the game. That's why it was all metaphorical and figurative speech in all these religions. Just like the old times when people were speaking, as I mentioned in the last video. You know? You are the Jesus who needs to be reborn. And then, just like Neo, outside of the Matrix, now come back to the Matrix to help out, to change the world, to make it the world we want to live in, right? That's the world we will create together. We are the leaders, this first wave of awakeners, you know, chosen ones, right? Choose it. Choose it to become your best version. One step at a time. It's easy. In that mountain, you know, you start here, right? As I mentioned, like you just, until you get here, you can't get here, right? No. Or you're just gonna forever wait in that simulation, you know? It's just waiting for you to unlock that next 26th level warrior achievement task. You gotta go, what is that task is telling me? Oh, okay, I'm leaking energy to these people. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should recall my energy back. Maybe. Not only that, but I'm not gonna deal with those people anymore. What a massive shit would that bring, right? What a massive shift would that bring? Because let me tell you, it brought to me all these massive shifts, you know? Now I live in synchronicities. Now I live in every single millisecond. To me is a magic maze, big show. Everywhere, whatever I open, it's like Sherlock Holmes perspective. When I unlock that, you know, it's almost like a fun button I press. Do I want to be, you know, believe in this old character and kind of live through? It's a fun, which is part of the fun, of course. But then there's the third perspective you can always step into. When I'm in a, again, social situation, like I can always pull aside and all of a sudden activate it and just, okay, let me pay attention to every single sound that's coming out, every single thing that people's body language is speaking about. I mean, I'm automatically like that 724 anyway, but you can't do that too, is what I'm saying. Like, activate that third perspective. And then you will pick up way more intuition. That gorilla in that basketball viral video, that most people didn't see the gorilla while, you know, you were getting distracted a little bit, but it was always in the massive portion of the video. You missed it. You've been missing it. Now, no more. Now, this tribe, you know, this collective consciousness, this powerful raising collective consciousness that's going around, especially in the beginning of this year, you know, especially the one we're going to create in this, you know, channel, especially now with these face-to-camera videos. It's gonna be epic as we create this new world, as other people are waking up to see that they don't need to play that old, shy, that old, you know, weak version of themselves, that were putting themselves to those weak, you know, lower timelines. But as soon as you do a one single small step, you take that step, again, that merciful, real awareness will take 10 steps towards you. That's your highest self. Others call it God, others call it that, others call it this. Whatever illusion you bought into, call that. Whatever works for you, my friend. You know this. You know these things, my friend, right? So. You, now, as you continue to, understand that yes, every single millisecond, that, but again, when you engage with the negative content, you gotta really focus to pick up that what is that thing is trying to tell you, but it can come from body language, it can come from many, many different things. So, ultimately, you choose, my friend. Does life happen to you or for you? Did it happen to you? All these things happen to you? Or did it happen for you to make you become who you are right now? So that when you completed this hero's journey, when you are Neo, now you completed, you are now Kung Fu Master, you're now, ninja. Then you come back to the Matrix. You got your downloads, this is part of the downloads. This is also magic. You learn, you improve yourself. All these things are magic, powerful magic. So don't buy into, other things that you put higher above you. You see as high, but it's you. It's coming within you. So unlock that, my friend. So you can, you can flow however you want to flow. You don't think about now, oh, what is that person gonna think about? No shit. Oh no, what is that person gonna think about? Who cares? They know not what they do. If they, if they don't know, you can only judge so much. I mean, judgment, there's layers to that, just like higher ego, lower ego, higher pride, lower pride. You can assess a situation and try to help out in the best way, because you know that that person is within you, part of you, another version of you, another archetype within you. And all of us together, us, waking each other up to these higher realities at play, these two worlds that was always going, together at the same time. Now, they are emerging, my friends. Now you'll be able to see both worlds. You'll be the best detective in the world. You'll solve the case in a second. You will know. You'll get the sign somewhere. Or just like these videos, tarot videos, all of a sudden they will tell you, yeah, that family member, that friend, that coworker, that's the one that's been backstabbing you. That's the one that's been jealous, envious. That's the one that never wanted your, future to be good, my friend. They just wanted to siphon that energy in you. That's powerful energy, that chosen energy, that picked this timeline to be in the first wave. That's the first ranked type of chosen. The best rank. In that wave, you gotta really know how to use your powers, or where that energy goes. You gotta really pay attention, my friend. You can't just give your energy to everyone willy-nilly. Whoever demands your energy and attention, you just give it away. Nah. You're gonna be like, nah, my friend. I'm good, my friend. Oh, in fact, I'm great, my friend. How are you doing, my friend? So, it is all about, understanding, understanding, overstanding, corner standing, everything standing, my friend. But the best place to stand is stand together with your spirit, unlocked, that aligned, embodied, that was trying to come through you, you know? Where do you think your thoughts come from, my friend? Everything is channeled here. You know, even the dark entities are serving the overall outcome. Everything, you know, evil can only destroy themselves, my friend. Every movie's ending is a good ending, my friend. Remember, most movies in here, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why there's deep wisdom in them, you know? There's a reason why when people love what they create, like music, they really love creating movies, TV shows, my friend, video games, anime. They are tapping in to higher channels. They channel through much higher hierarchy level, you know, information, and bring it to earth for humanity to advance, evolve beyond to the levels of, you know, Lumerians, Atlantis, Mercury, whatever. The thing is that we will too, you know. We are being helped, you know. It just goes from one person to the next, like spreads very fast. Even at one continent people are aware at something, boom, the other continent, you know. We are in a different place, my friend, now. It's Ethernet. You know? So, what you gonna do, my friend? Are you gonna be free now, my friend? My friend, my friend, my friend, my friend, my friend. Are you gonna wake up now? Are you gonna wake up now? Are you gonna see this now? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You already seeing it now. You're gonna see it now. So, yes, everything. Mirror. 3D world is a mirror. I am a mirror to you. Your spirit is speaking to you right now by using my vessel. Somehow, at that perfect time that you chose, you know, you chose to click on this video, you chose to watch this at this specific time, when you were aligned in this specific time, and you chose to still watch it after 17 minutes. You didn't cringed out, you know, you didn't get like these higher, you know, I don't want to say higher, but these type of frequencies that, you know, come from straight up from the source, basically, that the higher wisdom that tells you it's all good, which should be the case, you know, from the higher wisdom, not like, oh, torture, hell, nah, that's not what your highest self wants, for you to get tortured here every day. No, wake up and smell the salt is what the spirit wants. To realize, to not react ever again, to understand every single circumstance, every single millisecond you are somehow there because you chose some sort of stuff. You made your money move to this direction. You said something. Your facial reaction was still at that frequency. Your shoulders were still not relaxed, my friend. You know, like everything is affected by everything. So, are you ready to be the butterfly, my friend? Are you ready to fly? Because you will. Yeah. You're gonna fly. No more caterpillar. No more, you know, dragging yourself on the road only to be stepped on. You're gonna fly, my friend. When you land anywhere in this world, any, you know, tree you land, you know that if that thing that you land on, if it breaks, my friend, did you trust that thing that you landed on, or did you trust your wings, my friend? You trusted your wings. The bird trusts their wings, my friend. So, why? Because they know they can fly at any time. Doesn't matter, they're not gonna fall and break their neck, right? And that's why once you are the butterfly, once you are the bird, once you are flying in your dreams and in this dream, this awakening dream that's called Earth, you know, in this universe, like metaverse, like universe, you know. And welcome to my Neoverse, where we are all realizing we are all Neo in this Neoverse, in this matrix, in this mother womb. We woke up to with these VR glasses, and we thought that this was all it. We thought that we were just humans. We thought that, you know, all these things like evolution, Big Bang, or when it comes to different things, beliefs, you know, so many different pathways to pick from, choose from, my friend. But all of that leads right here to the moment of the now. You will always come to the moment of the now, and then see, and then continue, because again, it's not about deserving, it's about, you know, claiming it. It's about getting rid of those old versions of yourself so that you can get rid of those old timelines, because now in the new timeline, right now, you're gonna say, nah, I ain't doing that, I ain't going where. You know, you're gonna be like, okay, I can do 5 different things, like I explained in my first video. You can do 5 different things, but which one do you want to do the most right now? Because that's the best path that leads to your higher self. If you give out of 10 points to, okay, I'm gonna go outside to this ground, I'm gonna go to sauna, no, I'm gonna go to a cold shower, no, I'm gonna do a breath work meditation, Wim Hof, no, I'm gonna go watch a movie, for example, there are 5 options, and then you give 10 points to each. And then if you say, let's say you want to go to the movies, 9.5 out of 10, and then everything else is less than that, 9.4, 9.3, you go to the movies, my friend, and then you meet or you see that movie that's going to speak to your soul, because at that perfect time you need to see that, you need to hear that to understand, you know, everything else that was happening around that day, around that timeline, that was trying to speak to you, my friend. Everything, every single millisecond is trying to communicate. You don't have to communicate it. You can again unlock it or just continue as a normal. Don't mind it. Just watch and never not pay attention to it, or unlock and pay attention, and then eventually both of them merges together. You know, it's like once you see, you can't unsee. Once you know, you cannot know. Once you flow, you cannot flow, my friend. So. Now, how we doing? Right? Now, once you truly, you know, do the work, pass the trials and tribulations, beat those demons and non-higher demons, and then you are better equipped with also this understanding that all that stuff was leveling you up in a big way, so that you are in this moment of the now, and also you are conquering the moment of the now. You are not failing those old tests, those old lessons. You don't need to learn it again, my friend. You don't need to touch the teapot again, my friend. You don't need to burn your hand again, my friend. Once you burn it enough, then you become the fire, my friend. After you become the fire, nothing can hurt you, my friend. So, become the fire. Become the cup. So. All right. Now, what should we talk about? Because I just flow in here. I have a lot of notes. We can now cover our notes. Today, we came to you a little bit early, around probably 8. Let me see, 24 minutes minus that. That's going to give us like 8:40. Look at that. Nice. Now it's 9:08 p.m. Now not 8 p.m. So let's see. I'm really glad, you know, I have this chance now to finally, you know, be that example, because, you know, I really like I understand how I've been training for this for 20 years. All these like online, especially like writing stuff, because when you write, you know, that's the best thing to kind of raise your pattern recognition skills, right? You know, multiple different thought points, you try to make it together, and then you try to generate a big article or a big book. All those things help me immensely. All those debates and communications, like everything kind of has been perfect, literally, because that's the name of the game, to realize everything has been perfect in a way. You know, I understand all these, you know, when it comes to this type of a world, you know, to say anything related to even to mention the word perfect, what the fuck are you talking about, right? But eventually, again, to call such a place fair, right? Like, you would go insane, crazy in the head, but it's basically like the end levels is to understand that it is fair somehow. That it is just somehow. I understand, again, all kinds of negative information come to your mind just like me, but we don't know the deeper layers of it, my friend. And we shall learn, you know, all those things that people overcome, and then they help people out with those things, all those stories, because stories is where it's at, my friend. That's why all these religions, everything is all about stories, because that's the one that people can remember the most for a longer time. It just can't be just like a random information, my friend. It has to be a story. Click in their brain, make their right brain and left brain connect together to, you know, that go to those above antakarana levels, to connect to through the soul to the spirit, to create a better memory. Just like, you know, when you see other humans do something similar that you do, you remember that. Or you do, you know, I do something weird, for example, here, you remember that, right? Same thing everywhere. You know, you all these, like, wow, there's something else to do, there's some other energy out there, some other perspective to look at life from. All these books, you know, what is that about? You learn the life to look at life from a different perspective. This is what it is, you know. All these videos, all these people now, they are all about, you know, telling the truth from their own perspective. But at the same time, on deeper layers, there's always like everything. Even I'm saying it right now, I'm saying I don't probably, who knows, in much deeper layers, I probably not even understanding what's really going on, you know, when it comes to deeper layer of it. But right now, in this place, this is good enough, more than good enough, when it comes to just seeing that, oh, it's always now. Until I move and do the next thing I need to do, it's always now. And you do that thing, and then you start to step a journey of, you know, 10,000 kilometers. Again, stop with that first step. Doesn't matter. You gotta do, you know, and then you get to the top. Eventually we all get to the top, my friend. But some of us has chosen to, you know, and has done the work to kind of be in this first wave, and also be in the, you know, be leaders, thus leaders of the new world, you know, basically, like I'll help create a better world, you know. Just that's just what it is. You're just gonna have a better world to live in. That's what it's all about, you know. And then we're gonna have way better leaders, because now we realize that, oh, okay, there's some universal laws, you know, karma, neutral, and all these things, all these seeds that you can put out there that's gonna grow into whichever direction according to your most updated now reaction, you know. Did you learn your lesson? Right. So, having said that, let's see what kind of notes do we have here, right? So one thing first, you gotta really realize the concept that you're gonna see a lot of people in these type of videos, tarot videos, channeling videos, or this type of talking to camera videos, to kind of channel their higher spirit, basically, like higher self. Free flow talking. They will tell you that this is not random, especially in the very beginning of the video, right? They are like, my friend, you know, all those things that you've done today, my friend. I mean, I wish they explained it like me, but all those things you've done, my friend, today, that led you to that food, that person, that thing, and then that led you to that laptop, that led you to those videos. Eventually on the side I appeared, and then you clicked on me, my friend, you know, or somehow you got to this video, to this second. Do you think that's random, my friend? Especially in this type of a world where everything, you know, is crazy, synchronistic, weird shit going on everywhere. Wherever you look, it's trying to speak to you, to say there's a clown show going on, there's something that you're not yet understanding is going on. But once you do, you don't let it bother you ever again. You understand the deeper jokes, even beyond them, and start even laughing towards some of them at some point, and then you are like, wow. At some point I used to get infurious, you know, I used to get so pissed off, and now I understand that even those people are basically generating a karmic field for a lot of these people to play in. Like when these random videos go viral, all of a sudden there's millions of people commenting with each other. But even if that video wasn't a good example for the whole world, or even if that exchange in that interview in that news wasn't a good thing for the whole world, but that created a karmic path field, you know, for a lot of people to kind of exchange their soul contract, karmic bonds from before, to do whatever they need to do to advance, right? It gets deep, my friends. And finally, you know, luckily again, with those writings, I became really good at pattern recognition, and with that came everything else, because pattern recognition kind of made me realize right away in Turkey, you know, as soon as I had the YouTube, boom, right away, subliminal messages, Illuminati, and all these things like also came from that type of a, you know, perspective, that type of a looking into it with, you know, a deeper desire to understand, to overcome. What are these things, you know? And then I'm starting to debate with people. I'm starting to understand the idea first so that I can debate and argue and all this stuff. But now, you know, now I understand why that was always the case. And eventually with the pattern recognition skills, I was able to pick up on those subliminal messages of music, whatever, you know, everywhere I was seeing everywhere. And then eventually I had to write about it. I had to show it to others, and, you know, and it just kept growing. That desire, that, because the more I chased, the more it chased me. The more it was like winking back at me. I was like, I see you. Now others need to see you. You know? So thus, here I am. And I want to use my powers, my extreme ADHD, my superpower, you know, this pattern recognition skills, you know. There isn't a pattern recognition question I cannot, you know, answer. Basically, that's why this IQ kind of is BS IQ tests, because it's kind of all pattern recognition. After you understand what patterns do, you know, how those patterns work, after you know, kind of master them, you understand them, then you cannot get any of them wrong. It's all about timing then. It's all about 145 plus IQ points. But guess what, my friend? It's not about that, is it? What is more important than IQ? What is more important than that? Of course, EQ, that emotional IQ, right? That's now you're going above the rays, you know, those 7 rays. There's ray 1 to 7. All those things that within us at certain levels, like 10% unlocked, ray 1. Maybe you have 30% unlocked on ray 3. You know, maybe you are born ray. I'm ray 5. But many other people, like, that's my deepest, and then there's many ray 1 and ray 3, and there's so many mixtures. But for me, it's almost like, again, I'm trying to get 99% on all the rays. The ray 7 is basically, I'm halfway there. But basically, you know, once you learn all these things, like, okay, what is that good side of the ray 1 represents, and the bad side of the ray 1 represents, there's like 30 different things, right? You try to eliminate them, you improve on those things that are good, and, you know, get rid of the bad things. You will start to see better. That's when you earn, and then that's when you deserve. That's how you deserve it. You beat your achievements levels. You get to the next monster, you get to the next level, and then you get that next level information, my friend. And then all of a sudden someone like me comes in here, you know, in this, you know, high IQ, high EQ club, like we are right now, this type of collective who would watch this to this type of levels, especially. I'm sure you're, you know, you got, you know your shit, let's just say. So, but what's more important than EQ, my friend? Huh? There's one more thing. There's always one more thing. SQ, the spiritual IQ. And that comes better with enlightenment, awakening. What is that? Mirror. 3D world, as you see, is a mirror. Right now you are looking at a mirror, and mirror is speaking to you. Who is that mirror? Your spirit, your higher self. You know, finally we are talking. Finally, right? That's kind of like it. When you watch these other videos, same thing's gonna happen. You're gonna be like, is this guy, is this girl in my head? You know, you're like, yes, I am, my friend. But the thing is that, like, you really feel like that. You're like, what? Like, answer my questions. I go back forward, I answer my questions. It's in my head, or whatever the circumstances, whatever I'm feeling at that exact moment of the exact now. The deeper you focus on it, the deeper you see. Then, you know, you understand deeper. Then you see, truly see, unlike that third eye vision, to understand the 3D world always has been a mirror, my friend, waiting for you to get out of that moment of the now, to understand it is always happening in the now, that past and future is interconnected, my friend. With that moment of the now, you can change your past, my friend. You can change yourself, which will change everything else. That timeline, all of a sudden you will have to mourn, especially in these full moon times. Today was one of those days, full moon in Sagittarius. And then I was like, what is this energy I have? Some sort of like something, anger, something. This technology is acting up. Bufferings, all these things, that the most annoying shit, basically. And all of a sudden, you know, let's alchemize this. You know, let me start this video. Let's use this power, you know. Because moon is some sort of a superpower with me as well. Everyone's, you know, got different, but because of it's in my name, some part of my name, you know, has moon in it even. But the thing is that these things are permission slips. Use the power of the moon or sun or whatever, Saturn, or consider them as the most negative thing ever in the world, and then, you know, just dismiss, just put yourself in these loops, my friend. That in those moments of that nows, you know, in those dark night of the soul, dark night of the ego, moments of that now, that present tense, in those times suck, my friend. I've been there 20 years, not good. Get out of there. It's not fun. You don't need to be like, no, but this. No, I wanna. That's who is that? That's the person who don't want to die. That's your older self. That's your current self is mourning, my friend. At the same time celebrating that finally I have the truth. Finally I have a layer of this truth that finally that I can test and observe and see in real time, over and over again, thousands of times in a row, prove it to myself. So that's what you need to do. Once you know your faith will grow, as it happens more and more and more, then it's undeniable. Then you realize, why am I arguing anyway? Let me actually learn. Let me actually test. maybe this guy got something right. I mean, didn't he write the first ever deep dive on that topic, on that thing that I believe in right now, matrix, reincarnation, soul trap topic? And now I'm saying these things, even though before I was saying 99% of the whole soul trap community was doomed, and I don't even think they escaped because of still them believing in all kinds of weird shit, but illogical stuff. But now I understand why I said 99%, because most of us were stuck, my friend, stuck in that loop. Yes, there is the dark side, there is the light side, but there is another way of seeing it. Once you see it with the mirror, once you also recognize that there's also things that you need to do to unlock your higher self, but not in the afterlife, in here right now. You think it was about coming here and doing all this bullshit and then dying here and then what? No. You came to this type of understanding, this type of video, only to nothing happens. It's the harvest season, my friend. Everything that you've been sowing, you will reap. You will get your gifts, my friend, your powers, the information that will align you to your higher and higher and higher self until you get to your highest self. And that information, my friend, can you really put a price on it? When I say loot launch, before those higher loot launches, the biggest one will be the information to learn the mirror. They realize it. Everything is a mirror. Some is black mirrors, some is light mirrors, some is smoking mirrors, but everything is a mirror. So once you have that, then all of a sudden, my friend, music, the movies, anime, TV show, video games, everything will speak to you. Everything you will want to re-experience, because then you will see, oh, this song was all about this archetype, this topic, and this other thing was about this. Now I experience it from multiple different understanding, multiple different feelings. It was talking to me about not just a girl, not just a boy, but for my relationship to my spirit, that divine masculinity and divine femininity within me. So let's see. And once you awake those, demons, not really. Don't be afraid right away. Face your fears, my friend. But once you awaken those, because anything you can say, demon, angel, doesn't matter. It all works for the same thing. It's all part of the game, my friend. It's all show. And whoever does whatever gets taught whatever exactly however they deserve, So whichever way you see this, just realize that you reap what you sow, my friend. And you seeing this video means that is also, you understand that's also true for you. You gotta do what you need to do in order to be who you need to be, my friend, so that you can live your life the way you want to live, while being a best example to others, to show that yes, there's another way to do this. There's another way to be that walking karma to others. Create that test field for others, and then be a good judge. You don't not necessarily judge, but again, you just provide the help when needed, when it comes to whatever your heart says, that inner child, you understand from the science, you hear, you see, everything. If it's in front of your screen, there's a reason for it. But if someone, like, let's say, normally comes to you, ask money or whatever, right? That's not necessarily, that's like a big energy test. You just give it away, and then boom, you've given your energy basically freely. You're still saying that, oh, like, I look at this in a different way. But if someone is sitting there, right? Like there was in India, a lot of these beggars, for example, they were just running to people. Eventually, only the people who gave money to the people who were sitting down, and eventually everyone had to learn to sit down to get the coin, right? Same thing. There will be a lot of, a lot of scammers, deceivers, deception and distraction is a lot in this place, as you knew. So your discernment will be tested over and over again, but once you are silent in that moment of the now, you don't have to say anything, any word. Fifth amendment, kind of thing. Like, then the truth is always exposed anyway in that moment of the now. In the silence, they shall expose themselves, a universal law basically, because of the misaligned frequencies. That's what it is. So let's see what else to talk about. There's keep videos coming and distracting me. I should have turned off this notification. But anyway, and what I realized also, man, another interesting thing, men's and women's, ladies and gentlemen, is that in that first video I did, it was all about kind of trying to trick myself, almost even like to put myself out there. Let me get my education, as I mentioned, and then let's just make a video. I'm not gonna post it probably. Let's just make it, and then eventually, no, let's post this. Even though, it's that way, this way. Nah, let's post this. Just like every other example I've seen, people just, they feel encouraged. They feel like their spirit needs to, make that video. No makeup, no whatever. Boom, they do that video. And then that, because they made it at that time, boom, that other person that needed to watch that video watches and their whole life changes. Type of deal. That's been happening. So yeah. And then the second video, after the 1/3 of it, I came online. I was like, yeah, now I can be fully myself, because it's weird to talk to camera. In the first video I was like, no, I'm not gonna even look at the camera. I'm like, I'm just gonna look at myself. And then in the second one, recording a little bit earlier, a little bit more energy, and the first one was like 1 a.m. or so, I don't remember. But basically, now, even earlier. But the thing is that only in that second video, after like 15 minutes or whatever, I felt like, boom, now I'm being myself. I can feel it, and you unlock, you beat your fears, by facing them, my friends. So why not beat all your, fears? Beat them up, right? And you got many more tools. You don't have to just, sometimes you gotta like an elbow, right? It's like a knife, cuts deep. You gotta cut deep sometimes in people's minds for them to break their minds, so that the spirit can get out of it. That's what I'm all about, my friend. I'm about trying to make all of it make sense as easy as possible. I want to create, the deepest shit. I like to invent stuff, innovation. So I need people like that. And I will see people like that more and more as, this journey continues. Those frequencies, eventually, those seeds will eventually prosper. And then you will have to merge and realize, that it was meant to be whatever that's going on at that time. Then you either alchemize that situation like right now I'm doing, instead of, be angry like, all these technologies, situations, and then an iPhone microphone. I'm trying to order these issues, all this tech. I'm like, God damn it. You know what? I have a good idea. Today is moon in Sagittarius, right? Yeah. That means, just like I said in my previous video, in those times especially, my friend, you siphon the energies and then take it and, use it into your own creations, you send it out there so that others, their soul, their spirit, when they see it on a different level. There's downloads happening on the background. There's a lot of stuff going on the background. And you're basically in that background jumping timelines, my friend, billions of them. You're changing, you're saying like, wow, if he can do it, if she can do it, why can't I? What is wrong with me? Why can't I do it? Because if I don't do that act won't be acting out. So why am I the one who is choosing it to act out? Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should give it a breather for a day to see what's gonna happen. After one day, let me give one more day breather. And then all of a sudden, things get exposed. That person, all of a sudden, like once you're not giving them that thing that they need, they can expose to you their real face, their real self in that moment of the now, because they are at that level, they know not what they do. So don't judge them. Understand that they are at that level, they're at that path right now. Doesn't mean they will be there. The clues and everyone else's higher frequencies, even without talking to them, even without touching them, will change that person, because everything else will change, my friend. And there are on the background again all kinds of worlds that are taking place, different things that we will wake up to and enjoy. Forever bliss. Finally, no more soul trap contracts, and no more of these things that seem like soul trap until you wake up and smell the salt and realize, oh, forever bliss, but now I deserve it because I earned it, because I did what I'm supposed to do, which was my mission. But I understand. Oh, what about the people who didn't learn their vision and use music expensive? What about this, what about that? We can do what abouts in all kinds of ways. I can ask those thousands of questions to my friend. I already did. That's why I created that ebook, my friend, and dive deep into all kinds of perspectives that most people in the soul trap community didn't consider to begin with. I was diving deep, my friend, because I'm a nerd, my friend, when it comes to research and understanding truth and spreading it. So because this is my passion, because this is what I do in my free time and in every time I want to do this, so my arguments has to be airtight, my friend. I know your arguments, and in the future we can debate them too. Doesn't matter. But the thing is that, can you first, because there are many things I agree with still in many different perspectives, it's important things to not have blind faith, but there's different trust and faith, of seeing it in action and proving it to yourself and to your spirit and to, and then seeing it in astral plane, doing it in physical, seeing it over and over again thousands of times, understanding, remembering. There's that pathway, and then also considering these other theories, and then just considering those theories, and then getting occupied by them. Thousands of videos. Everything you do is about that. Everything you say to other people is about that. It gets exhausting, my friends. Can you imagine, all these boyfriends, girlfriends, all of a sudden, all they do is engage with dark conspiracies? Fuck. That's gonna get tiring, right? You already know this, my friend. So, this is why we need to wake up and smell the salt. We need to wake up and see we are the Neo that need to wake up and chase that rabbit and get out of the matrix and come back to the matrix to help out others. We need to realize that you are a wizard, Harry Potter. You are the wizard. You are the wizard. The wizard. So why don't you cast the right spells, use your wand in the way you want it. Don't feed bad faith and negativity into the outcomes that you don't want. If you do, that means you believe in your characters. That means you have regretful of the past, worried about the future, still believing in the character that you are seeing, still believing in the my illusions. But you live in the moment of the now. Then what happens, my friend? Then you see, what you need to see. Because realize, my friends. And once you activate those realize, then you will for sure realize that there are a lot of real lies going out there. We already knew this, that there's a lot of lies that are going out there at all times. But now with your realize, you shall realize what the fuck is going on, my friend. Right? Then you play your role consciously. Now you're a conscious role player, my friend. Now you do. Now you act how you want to act, my friend. Whatever, whenever, however. Just chill. Easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Whenever you want, it's always there. Easy peasy. You can do it too, my friend. Yes, I know. You may see like, this is what is going on here. Well, again, this right here is a powerful magic spell I'm throwing out there, a powerful portal I'm opening for people. That help that I was seeking for 20 years, like I was trying to reach for 20 years. What is the truth? Let's get the truth. I think I got it. People, this is the truth. Yes, no, let's go get the truth again. I'm basically helping my other selves in this awakened shared dream. My previous selves, from my old timelines that I'm mourning right now because I killed them off. Because my old Neo, the vegan skeptic, would have, been telling you right now all kinds of, guys, there's so many layers to this, guys. I don't think anyone, guys, all kinds of bullshit. Because I was, in that dark night of the soul still. I didn't realize I was still in that dark night of the ego phase. I thought I was out of it. I thought, everything, there's a lot of liberating thoughts, of course, like the inner powers are amazing. Non-attachment is very important. Sovereignty, freedom, self-authority, and all these other things are important. But then there's the layers that we didn't see, my friends, because of our assumptions, my friends. Just because we assumed that must mean evil, the evilest shit that we can conjure up with our minds, instead of trying to see why every movie basically have a happy ending, why every, life seems like a movie, why all these movies that come from books, and kind of like basically every book I'm reading, it's kind of, different perspective that's speaking about the same thing. Always, it's about the hero's journey. Always, my friend. And you shall overcome. You already did. It's in the now. It's already happened. You just gotta, get to the same frequency of that version of you that does those things, that have that aura, kind of like, that imagine in your head like a celebrity and that you like, and that kind of carries himself or herself in a proper way, doesn't just give away their energy freely, right? You gotta be like that, my friend. You're not just gonna, whoever begs, whoever demands, whoever asks, you're right there jumping, doing jumping jacks. Nah, you get out of there. However you want to do. I mean, of course, compassionate ways is the way to go, but some people, some karmics, they push too much, then you really speak from the heart, and you're like, let's say you're speaking, boom, interruptions. That person was interrupting everyone and just interrupted you, and you're like, you can act however, like I can be in that moment, I can even do like this, oops, excuse you, I was just speaking, right? Like not necessarily that type of a huge negative type of a bubble thrown out there, but some people deserve it, my friend. Some people need to see that way, to understand that, never to repeat that mistake again. Kind of like kids, sometimes you gotta really stand on business for that mistake to never happen again, because those mistakes can lead to much bigger, worse outcomes. So sometimes you need to be that way. Excuse me, yeah, please don't interrupt me again, like maybe in the beginning that please, but again, however you want to be. But I mean, here in Canada, most people just say sorry, but they don't mean sorry. In here, I remember my mixed martial art coach was telling me, Canadian guy with like a 3-time world record. Anyway, really great fighter and a teacher now. He was saying that, yeah, like in Canada we say sorry, but most people don't understand. We are not saying sorry. It's actually our way of saying excuse me. We just got used to saying excuse me in that way, by saying sorry. But the thing is that, all of a sudden they do it again. You can be like, yeah, you just, anyway, or you can just interrupt them back. Oh, anyway, as I was saying, so I'm going to say this interruption. What's going on, man? Why are you interrupting me still? Is it like you think like you're the god here? Like only your opinions are higher than us and we can just not talk about it? We are just kids here or something? What's going on? We are adults, right? Are you an adult? Why are you interrupting me every 5 seconds then? Right? So anyway, before I was so rudely interrupted, let me continue. As I was saying, another interruption? Psh, you must be crazy. You really want to see my dark angel side? I don't recommend it, my friends. But, don't bring down the ascended master, the stronger soldier of God. Don't bring that out of me. You gotta be like that, because it can activate, my friends. So, what a life, huh? But once you really don't give away that energy, you don't leave that moment, live in your head, because you acted. You realize that you were acting, but you now acted your highest self's role, position, what your highest self would say in that situation, right? To unlock the higher self and highest self eventually of that other person as well. Because some people need to hear it. Or else the loop, you're in that loop, you're just giving power away, power away, power away. When are you gonna say no? When you're gonna say, you know what, nah, to that coworker, to that family member, relative, friend, stranger? No. That's it. No. No explanation required. Whatever you want to do, my friends, You play your role however you want to play your role, right? Because now, you know, right? Now you know. Now you know that everything is speaking to you, every single music. Again, just random music, open right now. Go, pause this video, open a random music video right now. Write music on YouTube and Spotify. Really pay attention to the lyrics. What is that lyrics trying to tell you? Random, just open, try tarot video. Listen that first suggestion. You know. Listen to that channeled message, listen to that whatever. Fortune telling video, the oracle video, all kinds of. Within oracle there's tarot and there's other things too. So many different readings you can get, and it's all free, my friend. Can you imagine? I just basically giving you a free coupon of, guys, some tarot readers are like charge $200, $500 or whatever, $50 per reading or per question. They ask $20. Now you guys have free, completely free access to all the tarot videos in the world, to all the best tarot videos in the world that are trying to speak to you using that ancient thing to channel, and you don't have to fear it like, oh no, Ouija board, it's like a Ouija board, it's like channeling. Well, again, depending on where you're at, with your frequency, or that reader is at, above Antakarana, above that middle chakra, higher levels, then you can tap into your higher self and higher, more future versions of yourself in a way, So that's what you gotta do, my friend. And then once you check that out, check that video out, what are they talking about? Let me guess. Let me just guess it right here. They're talking about you, my friend. Where you're at, what you're thinking about that moment, what you have done that day, maybe what you've been going through, what's the next level, what's the next lesson, what's the next thing you need to look out for, what's the that, you know what I mean? Everything, my friend. So you just gotta wake up to see that this whole thing has been a show, my friends. And now you can participate in the show, in this clown show that we will turn into the best utopia ever in this type of a clown show. We shall now understand that every single moment, every single millisecond, every single circumstance behind that, there was a deeper layer that was trying to speak to us about something that we needed to see, learn, look into, feel again, my friends. You know how good it feels to be finally, like acting the way I want to act like. That's why I was saying, like, when those people love what they do, they are really tapping into that higher source. That's why they're able to bring that higher wisdom out, right? Also, if you are able to create the best movies, best those type of people are even in the highest hierarchy, where they already know they are basically angels acting like demons, or acting like however they want to play their role. But the thing is that, my friend, choose to be chosen. Like, Jim Carrey writing himself the check of that $1 million or whatever, right? Before, and then boom, all those journalings that all of these celebrities also do. Tarot, even there was recently one celebrity did a tarot video. There was another one also, can't remember, Emma Watson, I think, and what was the other one? The new one, Keisha or something. Anyway, they know. Now you know. And there's a lot more to know. But now, it doesn't have to be hell. It doesn't have to be torture. It doesn't have to be like, oh my God, I gotta learn this, I gotta learn that, I gotta now. You just gotta see what that moment is doing, because in that moment of now, you are already protected. You are divinely protected. And in every single path you are at, you are always protected. Imagine, like, can you again really put a price on this information? Would you want $1 billion, or would you want this information? Would you want to be a cipher in that amazing movie Cypher? Do a deal to go back to the Matrix just to be rich, but forget all the memories, and then repeat until you learn your lessons again, to wake up out of that state? Or, you know, right now, do you want the truth, or do you want the $1 billion? Because that $1 billion, that $1 million, that whatever, that's not timely. If it's not timely, if you can't handle it, that's gonna ruin you. You give that kid $1 million, that kid is dead. You know, like, there's so many things that can happen. You gotta really first pass through the trials and tribulations, this Harry Potter school, this Hogwarts that we've been going through, to come to this moment of the now, to realize what's going on. Now we realize nothing was wasted, my friend. Nothing. Everything you learned, everything you had to overcome, it made you who you are right now. That's opened this video, that's came to 111. Confirmation, right? So why don't you choose positivity over negativity? Why don't you choose these positive emotions over negative emotions? When you have these negative emotions, why don't you choose to take a breath, deep one, from first feeling the stomach. First I let go of all the air, and then feel the stomach, and then feel the chest, and then chest up, shoulders down, head, up. You're focusing on the third eye, and all of a sudden you're like buzzing. You're like, oh, nice. Whoa, what was that? God damn. Every 5 seconds you can basically kind of get to that with that breath work, doctor. Get doctor meditation, Joy Dispenza guy, doctor, meditation teaching, breath works and stuff. But yeah, this type of breath works, you do that, all of a sudden you are like aligned. This is why in a lot of these sessions that I went to, a lot of these Zoom meetings, in the very beginning, they usually always do, okay, now take a deep breath, like a ground, and then slowly, and then again, and then while you do you actually do Om, or you do, a Kankara group would do Hu, Hu. So many different versions. Hu being the ancient name of God. Again, this is just unconditional love. Don't get triggered. That's your highest self. That's your highest self, my friend. And man, if you knew the amount of time I got triggered by these tarot videos, and I'm like, they're saying like, this is this way, this is that way, this is why it's fair, this is why it's that, and I'm like, you know nothing, Jon Snow. And then they're like, you know nothing, Jon Snow. You just said that to me, right? Well, guess what, my friend? Do you see it now? And then I'm like, all right, I'm listening, all right? Calm down. So yeah, you just gotta have faith, the trust in that power, in that heart. You gotta trust your instincts, my friends, your intuition. That was always right, that you always figured out at the afterwards. Now you're gonna learn to do it in the very moment of that millisecond of that now. So those pathways to lead to those older timelines, you will prevent them right away. And then you will start to pay attention to the signs, to see where the signs are leading you. And you follow, you get to that higher self, and higher and higher, and until, to the moment of that highest self. In that moment, you see that, everything happened for a reason. Nothing was a coincidence, nothing was random. Not a one single, not a fucking nothing. Not a 1 millisecond was random coincidence. Nope. Every single cracking noise, every single that comes from anywhere, any type of body reactions from anywhere, light reactions, light flickers, any type of anything that was, recognized by your 5 senses, which those senses will increase and increase, and you activate your 6th sense to trust your instinct and, that spider senses, right? Spidey senses. And then you start to realize all these heroes, like Spider-Man, are representing, again, archetype within you. Are you worthy enough to carry that hammer and become Thor, my friend? And smack Zeus out of your life. So, what we gonna do now? Let's see, what else we got? Yeah, Severance. The one we love, right? And thank you for all the comments, by the way. All that support. Thank you. We shall create the biggest, the best, the most powerful tribe out here, which already exists within all of us and already exists within multiple different communities, like one community being our everyday lives. That guy is another OP commander, overpowered commander. But there's so many light warriors, so many amazing, powerful people who overcome so much bad shit that now they can be the best examples to the rest of the world, to the new generation. And now in these times, with the new tech, with the new spiritual, with the new activations and everything, you can live much longer anyway if you want to. There are some people saying, oh, yeah, if you live in these times again, you can live much longer. It's not about living longer anyway, it's about seeing it. It's always now. Pick your favorite illusions, my friend. Which illusion you want? Do you want this illusion, my friend? You want this illusion, my friend? Maybe you like your vodka and you like this illusion, my friend. Don't drink that vodka, my friend, don't. Don't make yourself possessed by these negative, energetic, quote-unquote entities. Bring about your best version. What about your, your best version that needs to be activated without this lowering shit? Sometimes they get you through shit. But once you activate that inner DMT, that inner drug, that inner understanding, then you don't need anything else, because every single millisecond is always, again, talking with you, where you can tap in, meditate, daydream, astral project, lucid dream, get into just our visuals, get lost in the void, see what's the next thing is, what's that trying to tell you. Like you can get, just again, like let's say you know how to freestyle, all of a sudden you start freestyling to a beat, and then you see what's the channeled messages are about, and then pay attention what those messages are saying, my friend. Understand, like you shouldn't, doesn't matter if you don't have access to these tarot videos or any of these things. You can ask questions, also hear sounds and establish a communication, just like that recent movie that came out about communicating with that alien, trying to create a language between this human and alien to understand each other, right? Same thing, you're in that situation right now. Communicate with the alien, this system, this higher self trying to speak to you and through you. So when I did my first video, I was like, again, not being myself. I got through it. I wasn't even planning on uploading it. And then second video, eventually I came online after like 15 to 30 minutes. I'm not feeling myself. Now these videos are right away, yourself, right? Or a few minutes, boom, activation. But guess what? The ones who know Severance, the innies and outies, you know, in that show where when people work in this company, they go through this elevator, right? As soon as they get to their floor of that work, boom, basically in that process of going up the escalator, they get mind wiped, and then they forget all their memories. They only remain the memories that they need, you know, as babies or as whatever, to survive, right? Kinda, they are trying to, so they become the innies. But from the innies perspective, and things are different. Same thing from Audi's perspective, because the Audi decided to have this job because in that town, that job kinda overtook every other job, that small town, and then he had to kind of work basically. Then plus he really liked the idea, but except the implant brain chip, Neuralink type of stuff, where once you pass through that elevator, you won't remember what's going on at that work. But it's a credible company that you should trust, apparently, right? Like all these things relates to Neuralink, kind of. Then all of a sudden, they, you know, they go through the elevator, they wake up, and then now it's a new world. Now we come to this earth, basically. Like, we don't know what's going on. But when we sleep, lucid dream, we astral project, we are tapping into, you're seeing that third eye instead of these eyes. Then you are, you know, to realize the real lies, my friend. And then you start seeing. You start seeing with that eye. And then you're seeing with your Audi's eye. Now you're out there, outside of that layer of that onion. Then, in that show, Innies and Oudies, the Audi, of course, is like comfy, because okay, it's not like I am working. I don't remember working. Just when I get outside of the work, all of a sudden I reactivate. I come down that elevator, and then I feel tired. But you know, that's it. That's about it. I go home, I chill. So basically, my thing is all about going to work, and all I remember is just getting up the escalator, because as soon as I get up, I get down to the escalator. And so from the spirit's perspective, it's all happening in the now anyway. Also, like, it's like there's no time, and once there's, you know, that's why they can a video from 2 years ago, 10 years ago, can speak to you literally in that moment of now. That's why I was trying to tell you previously, when I like really tapped in, did meditate, and then watched the channeled video where it was fully channeled from beginning to end. This person was channeling their high self, that's zero, or you know, 0 point as well, like my name, right? Neo verse, but I wrote Neo with Ni zero, right? That zero state. Are you always seeing the zeros and ones? You know, it's all about seeing those zeros and ones, but you've been always seeing those ones, right? 1111. It's time to be that zero state, right? To understand that what's going on in that deep, that layer. And so in that channeled video, I really paid attention, meditate, and then all of a sudden in my head I'm asking questions. And then as soon as I ask specific questions about like even soul trap and stuff, and then the answers I'm getting from this person's in this video that was uploaded like 2 days ago, she's saying like, oh my god, you humans are think like that, but it's like this way. And then I'm like, but wait a minute, what about this, what about, and then not only that, all of a sudden 11-minute like long conversation. And then I listen the video back and I'm like, what? That's straight up my conversation. Like, anybody watches that video, they just learn the private conversation. But I then realize, I look at the comments of that video, see others, you know, and some people, again, many people, depends on how focused that moment of the now you tapped in. Because in that moment of the now, everything that you say is always being answered. We just don't see it. Everything, you know, is basically manifesting on the background, but for it to come to us, you gotta really earn it, deserve it, by earning it, by doing the work, by passing through these levels, and then seeing the rewards. And then it's just very motivating, because more information, more rewards, more help comes, and you help out, and then it's all like amazing circle of creating a new world, spreading joy, happiness, laughter around, being yourself where the magic is created, where those magical, circumstances happen that will make the video go viral, because the person was being himself, loud, and these other people around that person loving that person, and everything, happening in that love, in that moment of the now. That's when the magic is created. That's when all these mistakes happen that lead to those other mistakes. And then as it turns out, that created that viral moment, that created that magical moment. So, or right away, because that's where the magic is happening. That's the biggest magic, to really be you, to do what you love doing, really. And then time flies by. That's another clue, right? Time flies by in those times. That's why, my friend, because you are now tapping in to your higher state where time does not exist. And in that time, in that space, in that illusion of Maya, you find yourself, my friend. You can find yourself too. You just need to see, observe, and ask the question, what is this moment is trying to tell me right now? Right now. Yeah. What is it? You really gotta ask. And then you follow the formula. You do what you love. In that moment, you give 9.5 points to seeing a movie. You see the movie. You take that as far as you can go. And then you wanna go read the book. You read as far as you read until you don't love it anymore. You wanna do something else more? You do that now more. But you don't expect. You don't like, oh, it's gonna happen, this gonna happen, oh no, this gonna happen, oh no, this. Then you give all kinds of insane amount of powerful faith and magic into the outcomes that you don't want. Break those conflicts. Just feed love. Just choose now. Just choose you. And the rest will fix itself, my friend. Rest will tell you, this is next now. Yes, you did it. This is next now. Congratulations. And those congratulations will come over and over again, because every single level unlocked is a congratulations. It's a big reward. It's a big achievement, because instead of now in that moment of the now you are in this moment of the now, which helped the collective consciousness to be in this moment of the now, So, and then that one step ahead guys help the two step behind guys, and then every guys and gals helping each other, raise each other up to these important, crucial, must learn, must know information that finally makes you go, finally, you can fly, my friend. You will fly wherever you want to, my friend, because now you realize whatever you really love doing, there's a reason why you love doing that, because you are part of the puzzle. The unique thing in you is trying to express through you. It's just trying to really make you see that yes, every single millisecond is speaking to you, to tell you that there's some deep thing going on, that there's harmony going on in the background with everyone. And the ones who focus, they see that awareness where a lot of people feel lonely, but that place right now, we are not lonely online. We are still existing, in my room, in your room right now. We are in the same room basically. Just like these psychic readings, when people tap into this spirit, they are in both rooms. They are in, everywhere. It's like these illusions, my friend. So you just can't see behind the wall, the being watched by everyone. You could say, again, whatever, pick your favorite poison, favorite illusion. Don't just too blind faith into it, but you could say ancestors, spirit guides, guardian angels, gods, goddesses, superheroes, right? Spider-Man, whatever, Thor, whatever the illusion you picked that kind of speaks to you, there's a reason behind it, because maybe that type of a role is your role as well in the thing that you love doing. And once you start doing the thing that you love, the whole universe will start helping you. All of a sudden, everyone, your frequency will change. You will see the right person. You will get attracted to the right outcome, right discount, right thing that will get you to that next spot, that will get you to that next phase. That will be the phase where you see, you wake up, you wake up from the dream. That's when and where you will wake up to see this was a dream, that even this was a dream, right? This is a waking dream. Most people, 47% of the time, according to Harvard study, they are not focusing on the moment of the now, so they don't see it as a dream. Well, now you are focusing way more than them, way more, right? And because of that, now you'll see whatever you want: music, video game, movie, TV show, anime, out there walking, birds. All of a sudden you pay attention, you hear the harmony everywhere. Like you become an expert in let's say biology. You study it for like 30 years with the plants, everything. Well, that person, when they are walking through the nature, right, they are observing and they are paying attention to so many things. They know every single flower, every single, let's say, leaf, what they, every single thing is speaking to them in a different way. So now they can use that skill to communicate with however they want to communicate with their high self. Same thing, we all have the different thing you can use, but there's so many things you can unlock. You can unlock that ability, this ability, the other person's ability. If it's in some other person, it can be in you too. It's all in Akashic Records. It's all in, You can reactivate too, my friends. Kind of like remote viewing, channeling that information out of you with your antenna, with your high-tech, super high-tech body, vessel, And these vessels are used where our spirits are constantly astral projecting here right now through this vessel, right, when we are awake here. And then we sleep and then we wake up in the other world, basically, in a way, but that's the spirit world. That's where we are not really, we are only, seeing certain extents, and we are still doing a lot of work there, but divine work too, in deeper layers. But in this insane maze, all these parallel universes, all these timelines, all these things that you can activate, unlock, this butterfly effect movie, you can choose to act a certain way, to choose to be a certain one, and live that certain one's life, basically. And this will only grow more and more and more as we learn more and more. It spreads more, the higher version of it spreads, all of a sudden, like, the person who watches this is like, oh, okay, there's that version too, there's that, perspective too. And again, I don't, after like so many videos, and those little clues, I don't like little clues. I want to combine all the clues, make it a huge clue, combine all the huge clues, make it a huge clue in this one video, make it a huge thing that will change everyone's mind if they choose to interact with the frequency for, depending on how long. Again, I have spoken to thousands of people on virtual reality, teaching them lucid dreaming, astral projection, and spirituality. And when it comes to spiritual topics, so many debates with atheists and whatever, but depends. Some people 5 minutes, some people 10 minutes, some people 20 minutes. They can only serve my energy so long until I let them know, yo, everything, you know, I wrote about, and then everything, all these arguments, you know. For example, just to give an example, all of a sudden I'm like, yo, so wait a minute, did you know that, you know, that there's actually a university like University of Virginia, this reincarnation department, you know, for decades, I think since 1967 or something, studying these things, tens of thousands of kids, 2 to 7 years old, you know, or 2 to 5 years old, like making extraordinary claims, proving with extraordinary evidence. Not only that, you say that it's all happening in my head, this astral projection is happening in my head, this psychedelic experience is happening in my head, or these near-death experiences happening in these people's heads. But what about these shared astral projection experiences, like Tom Campbell, for example, with his My Big Toe books series, My Big Theory of Everything, where he, I believe, like, don't quote me on this, but he was, you know, he read the books of Robert Monroe, 3 books of Robert Monroe, right? And who is the father of astral projection, known as. And Tom Campbell was basically like, you know, they want to study together, to learn it, and then to do a double-blind study on it. And Tom Campbell being a NASA scientist, by the way, and not that means, you know, whatever. But in that thing, after, long story short, they did the experiment with the double-blind whatever, and boom, the 2 different people having a astral projection experiences, meeting in the astral, communicating, coming back to say the same things, and then third parties confirm via recordings that yes, they match. But of course, you could always say, I can always say, they are lying, they are doing this, they are doing that, let's test the study many times, this and that. You can go into so many different things, but there's so many anecdotal evidence on YouTube that people talk about when it comes to meeting in the astral, coming back to talk about it. For example, I know of, like, let's go even deeper. I know of Facebook groups, right, whom at nights, like, they did say, okay, now let's meet at this, like, Paris of astral, or let's meet this version, this place. They go there, they meet at night, they come back on Facebook, they write to each other, all of them. They're like, oh yeah, we did this, they confirm. There are these type of groups going on in this world right now, doing this. Yes, everything is possible, my friend. It's a dream. You just haven't woken up to it yet fully, my friends. Some of you, obviously. But there's always a deeper layer of the dream that we can all wake up to, is what I'm saying too. Or I'm waking up. It's always waking up. And that's a bliss, that eternal bliss that we can finally taste because of being so powerful that we mind wipes out us from, you know, remembering anything. And now slowly and slowly we remember how powerful we are. We remember what this place is about. We remember that now comes the eternal bliss part. Now comes the, you know, no more shackles. No more bonds, no more contracts. Nothing. Now you do you, you be you. You live you. So then living the live, anagram of live, evil, that's not gonna be evil anymore. It's gonna be the opposite. You're actually gonna live, you know, YOLO. You only live once type of living. That was the reason why even that saying YOLO became viral, right? Because after all, if you know all of these things and then you realize this is now the timeline you're in and you woke up to these things, now what you gonna do, right? Because yeah, now you're in this timeline and you never want to be in this timeline again. You never want to be a human. And now after all these, let's say, past life timelines, Egypt, this and this, all this stuff, and then now we are in this modern time with this internet and everything. We can learn everything, you know. We can really advance very fast. Exponential growth, butterfly effect. You just do one single smallest thing that changes the whole world. It creates a big reaction. That big reaction creates a bigger reaction, and that bigger reaction changes the whole world. One person at a time, one smile at a time. It's easy. It's gonna happen. You'll see. You'll see in this next 7-year period. Already happening. I've seen it so many, like, people going on Joe Rogan talking about this stuff. People going, and then they're making on their own channels, millions of subscribers. There's all these already, my friend. People are waking up to this exact thing. They're not explaining it right like that right now because, again, not everyone has the vessel of being a super nerd 20 years, 24 looking into this type of stuff. But you know, that's why I'm doing this. So again, everyone is gonna raise each other up, and then we're gonna get to that new world much faster, my friend. And within this next 7-year period, I believe, by the time 2033 comes, 33 being really important to this simulation, right? I even in my ebook from 4 years ago, I gave like 100 different examples of that number 33, because it comes up everywhere. Like Jesus at the age of 33 dying and performing 33 miracles. It's even me at the end of age 33 I am right now. But again, when I was still at the age of 33, you know, many months ago, 8 months, whatever, I was like, you know, I start to see, I start to understand. And then my old self, you know, had to die. Ego death, character death of my previous self. Then I was reborn as Neo reborn, as Neoverse, as the vegan skeptic. And now, me, myself and I are working together to raise other me, myself and I's out of the slumber, the deep slumber that they've been in. Deep slumber, my friends. Let's raise each other up, man. Let's raise that up too, my friend. So yeah, you're just seeing my nose. I was just looking like this, my friend. And then you're gonna wake up, my friend. And then my friend. You just see my eyes. Now you can see my eyes finally, huh? All right. You know, when you flow, you flow. And it's all about flowing. You can keep on flowing. See, I don't need like 1 hour and 41 minutes, it tells me. What? More like 14 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you will feel. You love what you do, you know? Time flies by. We already know, you know, we already spoke about this, my friends. So let's speak about something else. May as well. Let's go back to that Severance show. Why did I mention to you about that Severance show? Because that's very deep, right? Innies and outies right now. Our outies are talking as well. Your outie is talking with you, the innie. Same thing. Many other, for me, when I watch those videos, my outie is speaking. Even like now, the next things I need to learn, even higher, even better wisdom that I can't wait to, you know, I cannot wait to spread and help out and share out here, you know. And for me, I will probably do more videos so that, you know, more people benefit from it, because I can really get lost in comments. Like if I read a comment, I have to respond, and then they respond, I have to respond, and then I get lost. That's what I did last like 7 years in Discord, Reddit, just like response, tens of thousands of response. What did they get me? You know what I mean? How did that help? Like if I were to in that time keep creating these videos, whew. And now, but again, that wasn't the time. I would have been creating all kinds of bullshit videos that my spirit would hate to see. So now it happened perfectly. Always happens perfectly when you are ready. When you are here, that thing has to happen so that you get here. You know, if you keep skipping it, rock bottom you may hit. The level is gonna get harder that you will face. So you just need that spaceship to fly out of there, out of the situation, so that you never face that again, my friend. And then you come to these realms. All of a sudden, you see the beauty. You see what these things are saying. You start to see the sky all of a sudden, right? In these stones. All of a sudden, you see all these possibilities out there, my friend. You can now go to the multiverse, to the point of it that you can go, my friend. And let me show you his brother. Look Look at that. Such a beauty. Right. I love these stones. But anyway, pick your favorite illusion, my friends. Pick your favorite illusion. Your favorite placebo effect. Your favorite thing that actually really works. That unlocks that tiger, my friends. You know what I mean? That tiger eye. And then you shall see that Markava, that deeper wisdom that Ellen Watts was speaking about. Terence McKenna, all these philosophers that, was carrying the flag. That flag, now you see, is the best flag. Thus, I'm carrying that flag too. Thank you, Ellen Watts, like that guy, like he's like a prophet basically, like once you tap in, you become the prophet. Then Source speaks through you. That's what the job of the chosen ones, basically, the first wave, to really help out, to really show that example, that shine, that God knows, that your spirit, your high self knows, it needs to be out there, seen, right? You know this now because of this video, right? Do you benefit from this? Hopefully. Can you admit that? Right? But, and I know sometimes I will trigger you again. Oh, if you knew how many triggering stuff happened. Let me tell you, my friend. All of a sudden, boom, you see this? I can show you some holes. In some walls, my friend. In some doors, my friend. It's not easy to me as well. This life, triggering. Again, you're like, triggered. But, goddamn, calm down. Alright. But, now, instead of doing that, you're like, oh, no. Come here, Depends. If you want to react like that, there's a reason. If you need to cry, that's good actually. Cry. Let those, let everything come out. All that toxins, that older version of yourself. And then, that was you mourning your older version that died, that's now was like that kid, no, don't leave me here, like, I thought this is it, I was grabbing the soul trap. The soul trap is my identity, or this is my thing. This is the Matrix. This is a hellish realm. This is all these conspiracies. Evil does control. Everything is evil. Yeah? You're really sure of yourself, huh? What if you being sure of yourself, all your assumptions being really true? What if you put yourself into the biggest box there is? That box that you were trying to get out of. Can you get out of it now? So, doesn't matter if you feel a certain way about it anyway. Doesn't matter how you feel when you watch this video, because I know I felt those feelings too, my friend. So you feel however you feel. I understand. That they know what they know not what they do, my friend. They know not what they do. I didn't know what I was doing because I wasn't fully being myself, because I didn't have this information. And once I got this information, then of course, why would I be a dummy to repeat the same thing and then go back and say, no, it's all this, it's all the bad one, the bad perspective. Let's not it like that. You gotta look it from the bad perspective. You gotta look it from the negative perspective. What? You feeling good? You chakra? You meditate? No. You gotta close those chakras, my friend. Yeah. How much money? $222. I'll close all your chakras, my friend. Easy, my friend. And you gotta repeat every month. I gotta close your chakras, my friend. Yeah. What? I was warning you guys against these hustlers long time ago. If you see from my ebook, when I was mentioning these people, hustlers. And I'm not talking about the good ones that don't do that. They actually provide service, that their information, that knowledge. Then, however they price that, it's exactly what they deserve. That's how much their time, that's what the people are paying for, because that's the amount of knowledge that person has. That's how much work they have done in order to get there. Now that's worth a lot, but turning off your chakras, you're supposed to unlock your chakras. You're supposed to advance, not go backwards, not fear like a kid, not assume everything is fucking bad, right? Unfortunately, they know not what they do, so they have to do it. And you gotta go through those mistakes to realize sometimes, to come out of the other side. You gotta see the hell, the fires, get burned over and over and over again until you become the fire. Then nothing again can burn you, my friend. Nothing. Who cares what they say? They're at that level. Now you see, now you have that daily glasses. Now you see, okay, he's a 36 level warrior and 23 level mage who thinks he's fucking 300 level mage. That's fine. That's fine. You do that. But let me tell you something, but guy, you gotta focus on, and then he's interrupting you. No, I know it. It's all evil. It's all, no, you are in it. You are Illuminati. You are this and that. Okay, my friend. I understand. Why? Because I understand that that's your spirit. That's what you need at that time. To face, to see, to learn what you need to learn to get to those levels eventually. So I can't prevent that. I can forcefully wake you up, because now I see, I understand. I understand that your spirit is talking to me and saying that no, I'm not ready yet. I need that depression. I need that anxiety right now. I need that stress right now. That's helping me. In some way helping me. Some shape or form. That's creating that butterfly effect. That making me go from this to this to there. That's making those little changes that made the whole big change. As I mentioned, that video commercial. That when one person does something good, that spreads all around. We just can't see it from that higher perspective to realize that that's what's going on in real life too. Just like in that commercial. But because we didn't see, because every single person we have ever touched, we have ever did something not only positive, but we were in their life as an example. We were so many things. There's so many different versions of you people know out there. Millions of different versions of you. That person that met you in that elevator that knows a different version of you because never spoke to you, assumes in their head, Agent Smith, right? We thought, oh, NPC, it must be. Nah, they're at different levels, my friend. Of course, there's many different things going on here, but in most cases, it's just people are different levels, and you are the first wave. Now you are the leader of this new world. You will be a better example to them, to show them what's possible, what's out there, and this deeper perspective, deeper wisdom that every single philosophy teacher, every single, again, religion, every single Eastern, Western, philosophies and everything, esoteric school, magical schools, doesn't matter. Harry Potter, you are the wizard, Harry. So it's just up to you to see that, right? Up to you to see that, my friend. So let me get some sip, my friend. Let's get some sip, my friend. Because I'm fasting, I haven't eaten yet, my friends. 11 p.m. almost, 22 minutes to 11 p.m. 11:22. Master numbers, both of them combined. You gotta see, you gotta know. You can pick up different things with different type of intuition, my friend. You look at it and you see right away. Kind of like, that math, that verbal, that math I just did. 22 minutes until it becomes 11 o'clock. Oops, why did I say that? Oh, I realized. 11, 22, all these numbers I was, paying attention to synchronicities, which eventually turn into hundreds more and boom, 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 after the 1,000 synchronicity, and all of a sudden more synchronicities within the same day, and then every single millisecond is a synchronicity, my friend. Now we are in that synchronicity, we are living in it. We are speaking with each other right now. Whenever you open this video at this time, you are speaking to your higher self, basically, your higher self, whatever, right? Not highest self, obviously. Yeah, we got a lot to learn, my friends. But we're gonna learn fun, have fun. It's not nice, it's okay. Whatever that bad circumstance you're in right now, forget it, you are still again in that circumstance. You are right now here in that circumstance, but that circumstance you have to pass. Everyone will have to pass those things. Those clues, those helps, these type of videos will come when you're at the rock bottom or when you need it, right? If, like, this is a fast forward video, like basically, like, this is, you're gonna cover 3 months work of, like, because of like thousands of videos I watched around these topics, and again 20 years worth of research on around these topics. Again, I like, again, combining and making it easy. All of these things, there's little clues people throw out there, right? Let's combine all of them. That's where my notes will come in. That's where, you know, we're gonna, all these rest of the videos I will make will come in to really create this powerful magic, super powerful magic that, again, you can only get exposed to that same frequencies for so long until, you know, there's some sort of a alignment is gonna happen, my friends, and then we're gonna flow, right? Then it's all fun afterwards. Then you don't assume bad shit. You're not like, fucking, you know, all this jealous embassy, all this jealousy embassy. How you doing on the embassy? But yeah, so we're gonna get rid of those things. We're gonna practice better stuff. We're gonna practice better thoughts. You know, we're gonna practice loving. We're gonna embracing love. We will practice showing love to others. Laughter. Again, just like I mentioned in the previous video, when someone hugs you, you know, you're like this, okay, or you're like this, you know, like you really embrace it, like you really like embrace that, you know, make the other person feel. That's how you hug someone, and that feels 1,000 times more powerful than just a fake, you know, micro hug. Just like those annoying, you know, micro handshakes that those chess players do. And I understand why they're like quick, but nah, do it like a, you know, like a human. Make that moment human, my friend. Make that moment real, my friend. And once you make the moment real, once you act real, then that's where magic is created. You know? So, in that magic, my friend, in that magic, you will keep seeing more magic, more, 1,000 times in a row, until you cannot say anymore, these are all coincidences, all these synchronicities, all these things that, you know, the vegan skeptic Neoverse told me. Now they increased, but maybe he's wrong, so maybe so you will go through, okay, go through that, man. It's okay, I went through all that stuff. All these community posts I wrote, start from the beginning to the end, if you don't see this right now. But I know you see it. Your soul and spirit definitely recognizes it. Maybe you were feeling inner outer goosebumps throughout some of my videos, including this one, where you feel those, you know, those goosebumps, whether it's, again, outer or within. Because as within, so without, my friends, as above, so below. So, are you ready to be the most powerful wizard you have ever been? Because you are the wizard, Harry. You are a wizard. Harry Potter, you know. Once you once you master your energy, once you master your frequencies, your vibrations, once you're able to mentally manipulate yourself to raise your consciousness, that is the definition of magic, my friend. That is the definition of magic, my friends. Right? That's the definition. And once you know how to cast spells, my friend, once you know to follow your heart, to follow the signs, to see where they lead you, to see how you're always, divinely protected, guided. Just relax. Divine protection, my friend, yes. Just ask the question, what is this moment trying to teach me? Don't say yes to the stuff you don't want to say yes to or no to. Be the yes man, just like that Jim Carrey movie, when you need to be. When the life is trying to put you through those, detours. You are like late to somewhere, and then you went to other place, and then eventually you are late to that place, but in that detour, life has shown you something. Or after the detour, once you are late to that place, you will realize that you weren't late. You actually came at the perfect time to exactly see what you needed to see. So, are you seeing it, my friends? You are. I am. Because it's all me, myself, and I. It's all of us. All of us trying to, align to our highest self, so that where we are all, having parties, having just eternal bliss, advancing, next levels. But now we realize that those devils is gonna be just like a clown. It's like a part of the show, like we know, like, oh yeah, you chose to be that, you're just okay. That's your character you want to play. That's type of you can shapeshift into anything in astral plane, right? You can be like a Krishna, again, blue body, or you can just, I'm gonna be orange body now, whatever. So yeah, this is why you gotta seek understanding, my friends. You gotta seek deeper understanding, my friends. Because once you seek deep understanding, that's when you understand deeper, right? What is the deeper answer to this question would be? That question is going to already get you to a deeper perspective. But you got to seek understanding before judgment, my friends. You can't just judge, assume. Oh, it has to be this way. No, because I know this other thing. It says, no, empty your cup. Empty your cup already. You still want to buy into stories, illusions, whatever. Come on, mate. Distraction, deception. You don't want to buy into that, right? So don't seek judgment. Don't just practice assumptions and practice all this, worse version of yourself. Older timelines. Practice the higher timeline so you can reach them and never go back again. Right? So, One second. Alright. You gotta stretch a little bit. Now let me actually go back here a little bit. Alright. So what should we talk about more? Let's see. You know, what should we talk about in this existence with a lot of smoke and mirrors? Just like that Avatar, you know, Avatar, the airbender. In that anime, that cartoon, that thing, there was this smoke, right? Where people, once you get into that smoke, which is, you could say, let me see in English, what does it mean? Let's see here. It's in my language. It means cis. Cis means not like sister, but let me see. Turkish to English. God damn, just give me the fucking. Yeah, mist, fog, right? So we are in that fog right now, in that cartoon. You know, when the Avatar, the airbender, was born, and then he only knew how to bend air, right? Air kinesis, like you can bend fire, air, so many things even in this place. This is a dream, my friends. There are videos of natives, even other people are basically like burning things and bending water and all kinds of stuff. You can do just like that, water bending videos of frequencies, you know, changing the direction of the water, making it act and, you know, do whatever in a very magical way, my friends, depending on the different frequencies, how the dust, you know, makes different symbols, all this sand basically. And so in this life, once you are awakened to that type of stuff, you gotta really learn to see, okay, right now I am, let's say, ray 5, air is, in my case for example, so much air, but there's also so much fire as well. Like, you know, the astrology, you know, all these things. I am like, I think, was it Virgo, something, Virgo rising, moon Aquarius, something like that on my case. But anyway, I don't know much about astrology on my end, but I know one thing. When I look into those things like 16personalities.com, this astrology stuff, or these, like, I'm Leo, right? And Leo, what is it, speaks to, and this Virgo rising, moon Aquarius, and all this stuff, like moon on Aquarius, whatever. What does that mean? And then they literally describe me. Oh, that's that person, and that person is literally me. That's the vessel I'm in right now, but many others are in similar vessels right now, especially in this collective, in these videos. And as time goes by, that illusion goes by, that we advance in that moment of the now, further and further, to see it, to experience it, to really experience that now, and then see what's the next to do, and then do it, and then level up and see the new devils, and then eventually again they stop being devils and stop being, in a way, friends, or in a way, you know, just like nothing, because you are more powerful. Not only that, from that perspective you are way more powerful, you could see, but from another perspective, all these things are archetypes, illusions. They were trying to get you from a certain, you know, level, certain path to a certain, the highest path. It's all about getting you to your highest path, my friends. So will you choose to go to your higher self, highest self path, right? Your train is taking off. Are you going to hop on the train to go to the Hogwarts school of wizardry? Because now you realize you are a wizard. You know you're a wizard now, Harry. So will you do, you know, what you really want to do? That's what it's all about. What you really want to do, my friends. Because, let me tell you, man, let me get back. That's good. close and personal now. So, now, you like my mega mind? Yeah. Now, you know, once you really tune yourself, your frequencies, your vibrations, your energy to that higher timeline via understanding higher wisdom and acting out that higher wisdom, and you know, and then jumping to that timeline now, and then you know, keep going and going and going, right? And then the gift comes with this via information, via motivation, via the loot lounge I mentioned, right? All of a sudden you see the magic, right? All of a sudden you see all these you know, clues that leading you to the loot lounge, where you always advance in your higher understanding, keep understanding more and more and more, and then the magic happens. Because now you know your mission, because now you know that yes, this is a game. It's like a video game, it's like a shared dream, it's like a simulation, it's like a very orchestrated, very carefully designed field where a lot of, you know, karmic exchange going on in a way, right? A lot of these fields are created for us to experience, but for you to eventually get to your highest self, slowly but surely, the guide, the help will be there, but it's usually, there's, you know, unearned wisdom. This video is usually more aligned with the people who are like really done with it. You know, my intention was while creating these videos was like, you know, like let it really like reach these people, like kind of like myself before, whom, you know, like done with it, like they are basically like making plans, almost like, you know, they are like really done with it, and you know, and don't want to like all these like back and forth, all kinds of trials and tribulations and stuff. But again, you will have to face it, like because you gotta really earn it to get to those levels. Even when I'm saying some stuff, like you're gonna listen to this video from a few months from now, you're gonna hear way deeper, way different messages. That's how it happens. Just like same here, by the way, with me too. Same videos, I'm watching tarot video, I watch it 1 month afterwards, it comes to me again, but now it speaks to a different situation because of that, or it speaks from a different perspective, and totally different meanings come out of it, totally different wisdom, understanding comes out of it, that levels me up, and thus it levels others up, because we help each other grow, my friends. This is now the new family. This is the kind of family you're in. So many millions waking up every month. From now on, this next 7 years especially, exponential growth. This love, this laughter, butterfly effect, pay it forward effect, they will all spread. It's a fine-tuned reality we are living in, where quantum entanglements and double-slit experiments are making people's minds blow up. All these 80s scientists, they were like, what? The things that we considered before. Also, there's some quantum aspect going on, some quantum chaos. There's order to this chaos, though. What the? How come there's order to this chaos, my friends? So, what to say? You gotta know that past is a memory. Past is a memory of the future, right? Nope. Past is a memory of the present. Who you are right now, who you show up as, the frequency right now, that's the one that determines what's next. You can be forever waiting period in that level, and you're just gonna struggle and struggle and struggle until you get more help, more whatever, more different harder circumstances to kind of understand. Okay, all of it is energetic, all of it about these frequencies, vibrations, and energies. All of it is about those littlest things that you do, littlest things that you didn't improve, littlest things like your shoulders, like every single thing, every single your body tells the other person, okay, he's again 22 level mage, 13 level rogue, 5 level priest, and 15 level warrior. Now you know how to level with that person to help out. So let's open the lights. But yeah, this metaphysical reality appears now because you choose it, my friends. You choose, and then you see. You ask, and the answers come. Ask, and you shall receive. And yeah, on my end, from this vessel's perspective, I'd rather help out with these videos where it can reach more people, more help, instead of just keep writing, keep responding to every comment. So I'll probably put hearts on the comments more and more going forward, so that I can create more and more, and then respond to basically those ideas and comments in these videos to help out more people. That's the way. That is the way. Or else you'd get lost in the sauce, my friends, in that negativity that's trying to distract you, get your energy. No, you only give your energy when it's aligned to the right person, to the right outcome, to the one or to the thing, to the situation you want to live, experience. But for me, it's all about kind of, as fast as get this understanding, these higher and higher and higher, keep going higher and higher, help each other go higher until really like it's undeniable. And it's such an exponential growth from everywhere that now we live in a different world. Now nobody really pays attention to, again, news or it's like that famous Chinese quote, like, I'm surprised in your country, America, you guys are still actually paying attention to the news and taking it seriously, because in China, it's all bullshit type of thing. Now, once you know the Jamaat numerology, or once you know everything behind these news and all these scripted situations that create these karmic fields for people to play in, to be tested in. And, once all that is happening, you see that you know more, then you don't engage with more, right? With more of that BS, right? Then you choose to watch differently, because if you didn't choose to open this video, this wouldn't exist in your reality right now. You chose it. It exists right now. I exist in your reality because you chose to open this video and watch it after 2 hours and 18 minutes still. You're listening, right? Watching. Well, thank you, because you, through me, help humanity in a huge way, and then you help pay it forward. And again, it's amazing. So many different people did the same to me. So many. I can't wait to pay it forward in an even bigger way for them, get even tarot readings with them, and just donate whatever. I don't care about money in this place, but at the same time I realize now money is a energy. It's a different thing, like a currency, right? That currents in that sea, you gotta know where those winds is going, and then in your boat with the you gotta adjust your boat's you know, yelken, we say in Turkey, but whatever it's called in Turkey, in English. You gotta adjust your boat's direction accordingly with the wind. Same thing, money is just an energy. It's just an energy exchange. Now, once you realize that, you know that, yeah, like there's so many people. All of a sudden, the universe helps these people with tarot, readers from these like richer people, for example, whom all of a sudden, you know, they want to pay. They want to dig deeper because, again, with their assets they earned, now they are using it for a better purpose. Now that's gonna make them grow even bigger in a spiritual sense, because that's just an energy investment. Invest in yourself, my friend. That's the most important investment you can ever make in this upcoming and, you know, ongoing AI world where everything is fake. People need real now. People need real type of reactions like that, you know, nostrils like that type of seeing real stuff that you and me have in common with, you know. That's where the magic is at. Magic is in stories that touch our hearts, especially. That's how, especially if you use your own stories, which I'll do in the future too, examples from my own. That's what gives the better, right? Because you've seen it. Like I've seen again thousands of times over and over again in real life. So many magical stuff happened. That made me go, what the fuck? No way. Finally? You know? That's what it's all about, my friend. So let me see. Is there another notes? I'm looking at the notes sometimes to see. So yeah. Your personality is what creates your reality, my friend. All those little things that you do, as mentioned before, that's what attracts you to that situation, to that archetype, to that person that you need to say no to jump to the next timeline, where you don't say yes to the bullshit. You say no to the bullshit, yes to the ball that will hit you so hard that you'll be on top of the moon, my friend. They'll knock you out to wake you up in this new life. In this new life where you are now reborn into the same vessel. But now your vessel basically will not age again. Like the celebrities kind of don't age. Not talking about the Botox type of stuff, but once you know how those people in 1 year they can age 10 years because of how much stress they were in, their hair is white. Same thing, like I lost so much hair. I grew white hair. Like looking into this shit, 20 years, dark night of the soul, day in, day out, conspiracies day in, day out. Spread it out there, learn what's going on, help. The help arrived. The help arrived because I was helping others. Once you are worthy, once you are, you know, doing the right thing, but especially, you know, once you are guided or pay attention to look into the moment of the now, to see it's always speaking to you, that's it. Then you are unstoppable, my friend, because then lessons unlimited, forever beliefs unlimited. Everything is now up to you, your reaction. You choose to react that way, that's your choice. You still need that depression, stress, that's your choice. You are in a magical realm. Everything you do is observed. Gods are watching you. How you want to act? Do you want to cry? Do you want to do this? That's actually a good thing, but you know, do you want to, what I mean by crying is that, do you want to just cry and never do? Like, no, it's not like that. It's not like that. No, I didn't do all this. No. Everything that happened in my life, it wasn't my doing, no. Right? If you are in that frequency, yeah, you think it was easy for me to admit that exact circumstance I find myself in is my own doing? I'm not talking about the external world. Come on now. We are in higher levels now. Stop with the bullshit. So, yeah. Now, in those moments, right? In those moments, we understand, you know, we are really seeing it now, you know. So going back to the Severance show, innies and outies, once the Audi goes through that elevator to the job, boom, innie is activated. Innie doesn't remember what's going on in Audi's life, what's going on outside, doesn't know. It's all hell. 7/24, he's in the job. He always wakes up in the job. He just goes to the elevator, comes out of the elevator, job again. For the other guy, he goes out the elevator, comes out of the elevator, goes back to the job. I mean, the life, his own life. But he's tired, but now he's, you know. So in that show, there was even a very good scene, right, later on. This is like a little bit of spoiler alert, but it's a really interesting part where when the person is getting through a different stage, right? Let's say when they open the exit door of that building, they go outside, boom, their chip is now turns off and their real self is activated, Audi, the highest self, let's say. But the high self doesn't remember what went. Like, why am I outside now all of a sudden? I gotta go back to job. Boom, goes back to job, and then the innie is like in terror. Oh my god, the Audi still put me in job again in this hellhole. In this matrix amnesialish realm. Matrix unconscious soul theory, you know, all this stuff. All this stuff that I wasted all kinds of stuff to, but I never wasted it because it built me, it made me who I am right now, to provide this type of a, you know, help, this outlet, this community creation where people, souls, you know, will heal each other, will be a good, safe ground, you know, sanctuary where, you know, people like us, you know, that high IQ, high EQ, high SQ generation, that leaders of the first wave, the 144,000 light warriors that are helping out, right? Why? Well, because that's what you want to do. Like when you think about, no, I don't want to do that. I want to play games. I don't want to play it. I want to do this. You know, if you want to do it, there's a reason behind it. But once you realize, you know, once you take those lessons and then level up and then kill that older version, that time, and then thus kill the older timeline, thus you are in this new timeline that you jumped into, thus you'll have now different circumstances because now you play the game how it's meant to be played. You are now advancing through the levels, understanding they are the levels, understanding what you need to do, asking the questions. What's going on? What is this moment trying to tell me now? What is this next thing trying to tell me now? Can I do some Sherlock Holmes fucking work? Ask, what is the deeper thing in this thing? What's the deepest thing? Well, how did that relate to this? To what's going on with me right now? And then, my friend, then you're really awakened. Then you know what people speak of when they mean enlightenment, awakening, right? So, happy birthday, my friends. Happy birthday. This is the zero state. This is the first day of your next life. The next chapter, the third act begins. You can now explore any book you want. So many, every single music video on YouTube, movie, TV show, anime. You know, everything in between, my friend. Whatever you enjoy, now you can see from the different perspective, the real perspective, the real wisdomful perspective, where there's always deeper layers to things, deeper meanings, and it's always speaking to you. Then you hear it, you see it, you listen it, you understand it, you apply it, you overcome it, you be an example to others, and you watch the world change in front of your eyes every single millisecond. Now, my friends, that's quite powerful. Why? That's where it says. That's why. Because that's what our soul is seeking. When you advance these levels, you see these new achievements, you see these new gifts, you see this new knowledge, what does that does to you. And then you realize, oh, yeah, this is why I was doing this all my life. I was trying to do this, like I was trying to spread the truth in my case, for example, trying to spread this truth, trying to learn, I was preparing for this. Same thing in your situation. I was doing this because I was preparing for this to do this other thing. Whatever it is for you, right? And eventually, it's about coming back to the matrix to help out. To, all these souls that were, why do you think I was last like 7 months, all these community posts, I was trying to help out all these soul trap people. Like I was like, oh my God, like I feel so much more happier now because now I finally have some portion of the truth, something that I can test and observe and see. And actually it makes sense with these synchronicities, everything else, what's going on. Now finally it's starting to make sense, my friends. So now what? Now I need to send out help, lifeguards, to the people who are drowning, lost in the sauce. I'm like, do I have to be me? Does it have to be me? Why is other people are not doing it the way I would do? Fuck. All these examples keep put in front of me to show me. No. Everyone is unique. You have to do your own portion. There's a reason behind everything you did, everything you learned, everything you were trained to, trials and tribulations, all of it that you passed. It was leading you to somewhere, my friend. And don't just you don't have to be like, oh shit, I gotta be like you, nah, my friend. You're looking at a nerd, my friend. Again, 20 years, 7 to 24 research, and also ethical vegan of 15 years, and very health conscious, doing martial arts all my life. Like I train my body, my soul, my everything. So it's a different, don't just think, oh no, it's not too much, no. No, this is God showing you, your highest self, showing you that this exists too, that you can actually, yes, advance and come to and pass beyond and experience and whatever. These are all examples, my friends. Beautiful examples to show you everywhere around the world. All these people that you are interested in, attracted to. There's a thing that you like about them because those people are being themselves, especially the parts that you love. When they are when they are weird, right? When they got their own thing. That's not monotone, that doesn't make them a robot. Then you see, inside, understand, corner stand, understand, whatever the fuck stand. Then you see that there's something else going on here. Yeah, there is. There was always the observer being observed. Double slit experiment where when you look at it, different type of ways. When you don't look at it, different types. When quantum entanglement tells us every single thing that's even one thing that's further away in the universe, and then the other side of the universe, they are still interconnected. There's still a communication. There's still something going on, my friend. Because it's all there for a reason. Nothing is random. Nothing is a coincidence. Never, not 1 millisecond. And once you realize that, once you see it, once you live it, once you see it in that moment of now, everywhere you see, you go around the world, you see an argument, you see discussions, what the body language is saying, what are they saying, and how is that also applied to your life? If you heard it from your ears, if you see it in your own screen, where you never move physically, where you're just basically watching this movie all the time, writing your own movie, your own book, then there's a reason why you heard that, see that, experience that too. It's trying to tell you something, but all of a sudden you see even others oh, okay, so that person is basically this archetype to this other person, and they're at this level, that level, and then they will, hopefully pass through all those things smoothly. But in this type of a more advanced world, it's becoming much more easier. Now, after everyone is trying to basically speaking this, just like that new TV show, Pluribus, from the director of the amazing TV show Breaking Bad. If you watch that TV show, you will see how all of a sudden people are really the ones that are aligned with their selves, you know, fully aligned and embodied version, and the rest of them, they are trying to wake up the rest of the world so that they are not tortured again, they are not suffering again. You know, they think that it's real, they think that this character is real, that they are, and they think that the past is you know, real, and they are full of regrets with it, and the future, they are very worried about it. They really buy into their characters. They think that their life sucks. They say, oh, this, everything is horrible, not realizing it. But once you have this information, then you have already $1 billion, more than $1 billion, that's worth. Because now this information comes with your soul, basically. Now the soul that you sold in a way, now you regain it back, earning it back. But afterwards is eternal bliss. Now, starting from now, choose it to be eternal bliss. Choose now. Realize everything is now, that you are here in the now, and then you're going to be here in this now, but then you're going to be here in this now, and then eventually you're going to be in this here now. Then you're going to come back down. Then you're going to be that better example. Then you're going to see that, you know, higher levels, higher wisdom. And that will change. Now you're gonna, even when you go back to the same music, same video game, same movie, same anime, same TV show, same YouTube video, now they are saying something else to you. Different perspective, right? So I'm gonna keep going and going. Now we started early. We can make this however long we want, because my energy never runs out, especially now that I start early talking about these things. Oh no, my friends, no. This is what I'm all about, my friend. Now let me put you here, actually. All right, that's better. Now, so let's see what else we got here. Anything else? Oh yeah, severance. Why did I talk about that severance? That scene when you went outside of that work building, exit door, and then boom, you connect your Audi, like your astral project, and all of a sudden you sleep, you go astral project. Now you connect your Audi, your higher self spirit, right? Then you know, in that show there was a scene, the amazing scene later on, where the guy had to record a video on his phone, basically, so that when he went outside, the outside guy can see that video. But now this other version of himself, using the same vessel, speaking, saying that, no, get me out of here, this is hell, actually, they are torturing us here, you know, this and that, seeing it from that perspective. And then Audi is like saying, no, like I need money, I need to work, I need that lesson, I need something is needed there, I chose that for a reason, there's a reason behind it, right? So then in that scene, the guy, like when first time he was watching his video, right, he's like, you know, wow, you know, like now my vessel is speaking, but it's the outside me that I thought that guy was asshole for sending me here, I thought that guy was the worst guy, my enemy, but I can't just kill myself because I would kill him, and then all this other stuff, paradoxes. So then the guy also records the video, right? And then the Audi watches that video. They are trying to convince each other for something, right? This is all, you watch the show, you'll see. Well, that happened to me in real life. How? As mentioned, when I made that first video, right? I'm like getting through it, let me create this, let's see. This is my mission, I understand. And right now I'm not in the best mental state I'm in, but let's just do it. And then after, like, it went, you know, smooth, at least, like, I was able to do it, right? Facing the fears and stuff, courageous, important, as I mentioned in that first video, in the best way I could at the time. But then I'm like, okay, let's post this. And then the second video, again, after the 1/3 of it, at least, at most, I came online. I'm like, now I'm fully being myself, you know, anything I want to be, my friend, right? then that video, especially with putting the music on, because I know how it activates, especially like the music, that's things you love, dancing, these are the things that the crippled man, the spirit that controls the body, that's the crippled man. All these emotions are done by the spirit basically, and this is mind kind of speaking, but now in a higher perspective. Now, so this is why, my friends, this is why when I was also watching it, I came online with the music on the background, and now I'm more vibing it. Now there's like, I can be fully myself. Now I get used to looking at the cameras, instead of looking at myself. But when I watched that video, my friends, I felt like my Audi, not the car Audi, but my Audi was talking to me. I'm like, whoa. Like, even like me watching it, my own video, you could get like, oh, like even a deeper aspect, deeper perspective. Okay, this now applies to me in a different way. But just like in that show Severance, that scene, that amazing scene where the Audi and Ini is talking with each other through recording each other with this video camera. And when I did the same, I'm talking to this camera, but I'm creating something eternal. Again, a version of me that will work forever now in this helping out these people. Now this is the third version of me I'm creating. It's going to help out. And again, 10,000s of different versions of me I'm going to create. They will help out all the people in different stages or whatever. However I can do, I don't know. There's so many possibilities right now. That's the best. Once you're awakening more skills and more, not more skills, but I mean, in a way, because I kind of unlocked that freestyle thing. Like, I always was amazed by how do these people freestyle. I mean, when I'm talking, I do speak fast, and in a way I'm freestyling. But all those people, I was amazed to make it make sense and freestyle, and then all of a sudden in these beats, I'm trying to again, I was trying to do it, and boom, I'm like, everything I've been done, like I'm like really flowing, right? Especially in my mother tongue, Turkish at the time. Then I was like, what? It's unlocked. All of a sudden the skill unlocked. Like a video game challenge. Challenge has been beaten. I tried it, now, boom, done. And then all of a sudden I realized, oh, I'm just saying those things. All of a sudden I'm just paying attention to the words that's come out. It's speaking, like spirit speaking to me. To my certain, that situation, that I'm in or whatever. Then I realized, whoa, Zam, where are these thoughts coming from, my friend? What if all your thoughts, my friend, come from your spirit? The bad, the good, the ugly, the beauty. There's a reason behind it all. And then you see it, you know it, you'll repeat it, and you overcome. So, let's see. That's why I want to mention that, because once you also choose to do this type of stuff to help out people, it will be in the beginning. You gotta get through it. Just trick yourself as well, right? You can always trick yourself. Say, I'm not gonna upload it. Say, let's just do it. Let's see what happens. If you take that one magical step, that first magical step, my friends, every time you see the magic. Once I decided to not turn this day into a waste, moon in Sagittarius, peace in me, they will go off. Technology, all these things going bad. My microphone is not, all these issues. Now I have to come close to you to talk to the microphone again, my friend, which is okay. But once you pass through these things, once you take that first magical step, my friend, the real awareness is that merciful to take, not take. take 10 steps towards you to help you out. And in that step that you took that was courageous, that you didn't want to take, that you weren't taking, that you just, in that pyramid, you were just getting stuck in that. Same now, that you weren't paying attention to change that now. Now you do pay attention to it. Now you do change it. Now you do see what's really going on then. Because that's what's next. Once you see, you cannot unsee. So let's see what else we got, because we can keep going and going and going. Let's see what else is there. So we talked about that. Yes. No. Yes, all of it. Yep. Yes. Okay, let me see what else is there. We can cover. All right. Oh yes, that's the one too. All right. So far so good. So far so good. Because we may as well pass this notepad into the next notepad if we covered everything. Yeah, we talked about that, Basically, like when you change the past, because it all happens in the now, right? It's a static. It's like waiting. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna move? Once you do that, then your past old timeline, you're gonna have to, be different, gonna have to change to make you come to that new one that you deserve to get, because you earned it, because you did taking those steps. You didn't make yourself stuck in all these past nefarious theories that has to be true. For some reason assume that everything has to be evil. Why are we so kid-like? Oh, it has to be. Yeah, of course, we are so powerful, but we are getting tortured and forever tortured. It has to be the case. We gotta have to talk. What? No, it doesn't fucking have to be. It's not the case. It was never the case. We just didn't see that it wasn't the case before, because we weren't paying attention, were we? We were paying our valuable energy, our attention, that energy, that emotions, that we were putting into that situation, that energy is in emotion, right? That energy, that inner chi, that we were wasting away, where our responsibility were horrible. We weren't doing what we were responsible from our spirit to do, what we needed to do. Our ability were horrible. We weren't responding to the now that was speaking to us in every single millisecond. Everywhere it's helping, trying to help. Everywhere, from every which way you see, everywhere you hear, see, listen, hear, whatever. Then, once you see, you will never be able to unsee. Once you take that red pill, my friend, there's no going back. Now you have that daily glasses. Now you see all these karmic, all these situations that people are in, why they are in, what they are doing to make them be in that situation. Are they still choosing to be with that person? Are they still choosing to be going to that job? Are they still choosing to do that? And when they stop, all of a sudden magical shit happens. Their spirit, all of a sudden the whole world helps them out somehow. right? Of course, you gotta do it smart, in a smart way. You gotta pass your levels. You're not gonna like months worth of wisdom I'm trying to give you here in a split second. But again, who knows, my friend? If you understand, if you understand, if you understand, if you understand, if you whatever the fuck stand, my friend, maybe then. But you really gotta action. No earning it, no deserving it. Action, my friends. Action. So let's see. Anything else here that we haven't covered, my friends? But yeah, once you are, deciding to move through that static where you are at in that pyramid, and then you start to see the next levels, and you start to change the past, because you changed now, and then you change your future. You change everything. Now you realize it's how interconnected, because you changing your now, that's going to change your future, that's going to change your future past, which has already changed the past, which, now all your past experiences kind of applies to that now, which is going to give you the new future. It's going to be all kinds of shit going on, my friends. Deep. We're going to cover everything. But the thing is that it's all interconnected. Past, present, future. It's all interconnected, my friends. Remember this, fella? Yeah, let's not use that much to generate unnecessary noise. So you gotta realize how time is an illusion. So does space. It's all just screens. You're just watching a movie. You're buying into the character you're in right now. That character's relationship with the other characters. But once you're fully you, then you can give the best help to you and to others, but not this time overkilling it yourself. Only when that situation shows itself to you in that sign, in that way, in that, and whatever your heart says at that time. There's a reason why randomly in that train station or whatever, you met that person, you see that again, or it's trying to tell you something, show you 100 different things I can say right now. But yeah, like show you what you overcome, show you, where they are at, where you're at, your different version of yourself. Maybe you were with those friends doing all those same things, and then you now see them again, they are still doing the same thing, but that was you before. Now you are not in that timeline with them, dragging yourself down to those timelines. Now you chose to not be, and you pick different friends, soulmates, twin flame, the real ones that once you get to those highest frequencies that you see, the new community that was always, trying to speak to you, trying to tell you, don't fucking go with those backstabbers. They are trying to siphon your energy. They are energy vampires, sociopaths, psychopaths. Now we can tell you about them, what they've been doing, what they are planning behind your back. Now, finally, we know. We can know more, learn more, realize more. And with that comes, with power comes responsibility, with knowledge comes, responsibility. And then you use your responsibility, that ability to respond. And then know that you have the now responsibility to also pay it forward. If you do, that will help you, because the best way to learn is to teach as well. And that's what you want to do deep down. Your spirit wants to help out. That wants to connect with others. That connections, communications. I know, like, we demonize all these people, everyone, NPCs, everyone. Negative has to be assumptions, but it's a different world we'll have to wake up to. All these people, they are doing their best with what they got. We can't just judge them too harshly, or period, judge them. We can't just judge them, period. Or gossip and all these negative emotions. No, stop. You want to go back to those loops? No, now you're looking, seeing, thinking from a different perspective, deeper layers. in that deeper layer, my friend, you shall see what your higher self trying to show you from everything, everyone. Because then everything, everyone will speak to you. And the more you raise your frequency vibration, the more clearly you will hear them. Because then all of a sudden, that tarot video that applied to you, only 10% of it that applied to you, all of a sudden the 20%, 30, 180%, then it becomes 100%, my friend. Then everything they say, you're not like, okay, and then your girlfriend did this, but I don't have a girlfriend, but I have a divine feminine. But you know, like you are looking at it from a different perspective. All of a sudden you're entertaining different perspectives and seeing that, yeah, even that thing that they say may be true in the future version of the now. It's just that you didn't align with that version of yourself. But because these videos are timeless, because basically everyone is through the same hero's journey in different pathways, again, that 5 different paths of the Bhagavad Gita kind of, if you have family, if you have kids, if you have this and that, it's all different stimulations, all the different situations, different outcomes, different pathways. So, will you choose now? Will you choose now? Will you choose now? Will you also choose to live in now, to see in now, to be in now, to focus so hard that you are speaking with that now, you are working with that now? The others don't see it, but you are using the waves to guide the whole boat to go to better directions when you show up in that place. Like when I show up anywhere, I can feel how everything changes. And then, you know, you will too. But the thing is that our energy, your frequency, you know, that's going to change. The places you touch, that energy that's going to be left there forever, that's going to change that place. That's how powerful you are. That our energy is. Because this was all planned, meant to be, this whole show. This is the third act. Now in this third act, we now be a conscious observer. And thus observe what we need to and what we want to observe. Because what we want to do, really, that's your highest desire. And as you learn more and more, that's when you realize, oh, again, as I said before, oh, yeah, now I'm doing this. And I love doing this. And that's what my highest desire was. Like, again, me, like speaking to myself right now, basically, right? So, that constant communication we are in with our spirit, that's always happening. That is what's happening. Will you see it? Right? Because if you see, once you see the magic, my friend, you won't want to unsee anyway. Because this is that type of magic. This is that powerful. This is that. Now you don't have to, any type of hellish, any type of situation you're in, like, you're in the situation I'm in right now, like, however worse it is or it can get, to me, it doesn't matter. To me, I realize, you know, help will come to me. I realize, like, that will come by me earning it, by me changing my timeline via changing myself to doing that thing that will unlock that next, you know, thing that I needed, that will help me, put me to that path that will get me there. That's how you gotta think. Not only that, that's what's going on. Let me be the example to you in the future and now and in any point. You shall see, my friend. Because this is what it is. Once you build your army, like as I said, this is the third version of myself I'm putting out here. And I will create 10,000 more of me. Then the world shall change, because in my hero's journey, in my now, as soon as I move through those levels, that's the world I will see. I will be shown to. That's the timeline I will live. And then those other people, the information spreading butterfly magically they're in their dreams, they downloads, you know, raising the collective consciousness. You can, we can, especially in this collective conscience in this channel, but doesn't matter. I've seen so many other great, very smart people with great communities, but I just, I'm trying to create this general community, not just like tarot, just talking about tarot or pulling tarot cards or just this and that. It's gonna have to be more natural. I just like this, like right now we are in this room, basically you're in my room and we are having a conversation. We are just like a natural, it's fun. This creation that I'm creating here right now, that's gonna speak to and help to people 5, 10, 20 years from now. That's the type of magic you can create too. Powerful magic, right? That paid forward magic. That's gonna pay you forward, that's gonna pay the whole world forward, that's gonna change the whole world. And thus, by being the example you want to see, then, only then, you see the world that you wanted to live in. And then you shall live in it and prosper and thrive. That's what it's all about, my friend. Right? So, do we have anything else left here, my friends? Let's see. 3-hour mark. Nice. All right. Let's see. Where did we live? Yeah. And yeah, once you know your mission, things get way better. Just like, because then you know what you really want to do, and you do it, and you prove it to yourself that yes, it is actually, you enjoy yourself doing it. Like I'm proving to myself right now here, right? Doing this, what I love, and time flying by, and like I'm excited to cover all these topics. There's just so many topics, thousands of deep, huge wisdom awaits that will just keep making your life better and better and better. Be yourself, your best self. That's gonna shine that light, that inner light. Be that example that's the other people's souls and spirit will recognize, and eventually that time buffer will complete and their mind will recognize too, and will want to be around and will want to act like and be like. Sometimes it comes with practice, again, like imposter syndrome that we feel when we shouldn't feel it. So spread that unique thing, my friend. That unique thing that you got, my friend. That very unique thing that you have, that's dying to be explored by the other souls, so that they can also see that next level. Like, think like this. Imagine as if instead of 8 billion people, let's say if that's true, there's 8 people where 8 people used us. We went into the simulation. Only 8 of us is real. Let's say. I used to, like, again, all kinds of paranoid, schizophrenic, all kinds of weird stuff. Again, I don't want to even label it as that, because these type of deeper ponderings are important as long as one doesn't fall into the paranoid, full delusions of like acting all negative towards everyone else, assuming that whatever they believe is right, and then never entertaining other scenarios, and thus never learning this type of stuff and actually saying like, finally, right? So yeah. So once you do all that, that's when you see, you really were preparing for this. This was what you were preparing for, the eternal bliss, being that powerful to create and agree to be in such this timeline where technology grows from 0 to 0, the opposite, 0 to hero. And then because of that, the internet, you learn this type of stuff that leads you to learn these other things, and then eventually everything leads you to now. And in that now, that you really focus on that, from then on, everything you will see is now. Everything you know is now. The past and future is now, because it's up to you to become who you want to become. It's just that you gotta do the work, earning. But it was said to be easy. How? By just asking yourself, what is this moment trying to teach me? Understand, boom, next reward, next level. That easy. You just gotta learn, really understand it. Sometimes, like, in your head, you're like, okay, that's why, and that's why I'm not gonna go there. And then boom, all of a sudden, the person who's speaking that Torah video will say, that's it, you did it. Now we can move on to the next level, even though it's happening in the same video when you're at the 30 minute mark, let's say, and the video is 40 minutes long, and now in that time they said it. Same thing that happened to me when I was like going into the sleep with my sleeping mask, and I was hearing it basically, and all of a sudden, like, my thoughts were shifting into like a worse type of those external nefarious type of thoughts, right? They were coming in almost, and then while I'm sleeping and those introducing thoughts come in, right? Introducing thoughts, what was it called anyway? Then all of a sudden the reader was saying like, oh, now you're saying that, now you're believing in that, now you're and then I was like, whoa, what? I'm not doing that. And then I woke up, and then because in my head I remember what I was thinking, and then I go back to listen. Oh yeah, like that's what the Torah reader was talking about. So again, it's all in the millisecond, every single millisecond. You can get the information you get from anyone you want in that moment of the now, but you gotta be really wanting to click and then do this, that, and then you all of a sudden see it, right? So yeah, you just gotta do the easiest job in the world. See, observe. Everything we see in this, filtered through, flipped from the eyes, and then you see this, watch this movie theater show. You're just watching a movie anyway. It's not like you are moving. And eventually, once you align with your higher self, highest self, whatever, on that path to align with your highest self, we keep aligning with your higher and higher selves. Explain it in a better way. Then in that path, you will see so many evidence to show you are at that. You're not going crazy. Yes, yes, we are talking to you. Yes, you are right now in the moment of now. We are having a conversation. Yes, like that type of stuff. Basically, they are like, yeah, you passed it, my friend. Move on to the next level, my friend. Now, open YouTube, refresh it. What is that in the For You section? When you open a YouTuber, what is that For You section of that YouTuber's page suggest you? When the notification comes, in the important section of the notification section at the very top, those 2 videos that suggested to you. Especially, like, I would highly recommend you to create a new YouTube channel where you only subscribe to basically tarot videos and channelers and psychics and inspirational, motivational, all kinds of philosophy, Ellen Watts videos, Terence McKenna, all kinds of stuff. Because that's what I did in the beginning. I'm like, subscribe to 201, and eventually notifications come, eventually random recommendations on the side, eventually, it's just much easier in that way, because then I extended my basically pathways for the spirit to reach me at. Now every single 5 minutes I'm seeing basically a notification on my screen from YouTube. Someone new made a video, and in their title of the video I'm like reading it, and then gives me a new idea, right, as well. So yeah, I'm all about right now trying to connect all these different wisdom in the same video together to make it so that it's going to be undeniable for the person. Like, I'm going to make it so fucking logical, so make sense that it's going to be undeniable. Like, they would have to be, again, either not watching the videos, not listening, or not in the timeline, to understand what I'm really saying with their frequency, current frequency. But once they apply, and then once they test it, they observe it, they see it themselves as well, then guess what? your faith and belief towards these things will grow and grow and grow in a big way. And once you see it 100 times, 1,000 times, I mean, can you really say coincidence after that? Of course it had to be something like this, my friends. Of course this fucking bullshit word had to be something like this at the end, right? All these nefarious evil, all these theories about Matrix, all these, you know, dark stuff. Would they make sense? I don't think so. Now I'm like, why did I even? Like, yes, 20 plus things that I looked into when it comes to afterlife, reincarnation, near-death experiences, remote viewing, psychedelic experiences, you know, all kinds of stuff. Again, I mentioned on the previous video as well. All those 20 plus different things showing me deception, distraction, evil, basically. At the time I thought, but that's the evidence. But now looking at it from a different lens, different perspective, I see why those things happen the way they do, right? Why it wasn't their time yet, why they, you know, chose it, or they, you know, they didn't do the things they really wanted to do in their spirit, in their high self. They really don't want to say yes or no to that, but they kept saying it. And then they blame it to the system. They say, no, it's the fucking Satan, it's the system, it's this and that. But no, my friend, if you are in that situation right now, you find yourself in, unfortunately, that's it. You are there because of you, because you could have chosen tiniest different thing that could have put you to a different type of timeline, butterfly effect. But again, now you can do the same. Now you can say no. Now you don't have to do things. You realize that you are immortal. You realize that you are a powerful eternal being. That this is just basically a video game test, whatever. This is nothing. This is once you get out of it, just like in near-death experiences, people have a relief, right? They say, you know, I mentioned in the previous video, they say, oh wow, I can't believe I had that much stress, that much worries about it, that much anxiety, when it was a dream. And once you realize this is a dream too, once you become lucid in this dream, this awakening dream, that's when, my friend, that is when you be a lucid dreamer and choose which part of the dream you want to explore, which version of yourself you want to become, which timeline do you want to go to. Are you willing to do the work and necessarily face that situation to advance, to say no to that person? After all, who cares, man? Gods are watching. Like, imagine this. Imagine, you know, like 10 years, whatever from now, like 50 years from now, the new other timelines, whatever. Once everyone is awakened to this, maybe in 7 years from now, 2033, exponential growth, everyone is awakened to this. And then we talk back, and then you ask yourself, you know, they ask, okay, so what did you do? Because in 2012, you know, we all woke up and then we were always having live ever after. What about you? And then you're like, well, in 2026, I was still in, you know, I believed in the hell, and then I still lived through hell until 2036, and then, you know, like, do you want to be one of those people that say, yeah, I never did my mission. I really wanted to spread the pictures I was doing. I really want to spread everything that I love. I didn't want to do what I love, and I didn't. I stayed in that situation that was bothering me. I still tried to get with those people that didn't appreciate me. You know, those energies that I was giving freely, you know. The best treatment that you can give to people is the silent treatment. In that silent treatment, they realize what they need to realize. Why? Because God, your high self, the observers that observe the observers, that system that sees everything, that knows what that person is thinking, that other person is thinking, what that other person is going to do in that time, in that other time, because of the level they're at, mage 22 level, warrior this, rogue this, priest that level. They know exactly specifically where they're at, how their facial structure and muscles are acting because of the stress and because of everything that they believe in. From the spirit perspective, they all know what's going on, and they accordingly help accordingly. But you just gotta trust in your spirit too. It's that spirit that was trying to speak to you, my friend. So, my friend, let's see Let's explore more, shall we? Let's see what else these notes say, my friends. So, we talked about, it's all about that consciousness evolution. You're gonna carry yourself to those higher levels, my friend. Advance your warrior, mage, priest, and rogue. Advance your, skills, those inner things that are trying to come out of you, that want to come out of you, the things that you love doing. All right. So, it's all about that, self-improvement, self-mastery. Not about waiting to be saved, no. You save yourself, my friend. You gotta save yourself, right? You gotta save yourself, my friend. Yeah. So then you have to realize that self-improvement, self-mastery comes with controlling your emotions. So I ask you, are you in control of your emotions, my friend? Are you outbursting everywhere like a kiddo, my friend? When that person that triggers you, why does he trigger you, my friend? Why does she trigger you? Maybe there's a reason why you get triggered to that noise, to that sound, to that thing. There's a past life connection. There's a past, something that you need to learn, is what I'm saying. That you didn't realize in your past that was in the now, affected with the now. And once that now changes, that past changes because of that future changes, my friend. So, how we doing? Huh? Are we healing? How is my old past lives powerful Egyptian healer, teacher self is doing in this life? Because this is my last time teaching and healing, my friends. I'm done. But I shall help be one of the leaders to change the world into seeing not just the 3D, but 4D, 5D and beyond, 5D plus. Then, once we live in that new currency, that is authenticity, that is synchronicity, that's when it's worth way more than billions of dollars, worth more than gold, my friend. This information worth more, but not just that. That highest frequency that you will reach, they will affect wherever you go, wherever you face. Those people will expose themselves to you if they are in the lower frequency right away. You will never engage with them because they will expose right away because of the misalignment, and you will really not go most of the places you will go anyway. Like, you will attract more anyway of those higher frequencies, as long as you choose and do the practices to be at higher and higher levels. You start your day right. You start that shit right. Not just coffee and all this fucking toxic shit. Eat correctly. Fruits more. And we are frugivores in our physiology in reality, if you look at it. I have the video on my channel back in the day, years ago, the healthiest diet in the world. In that video, in the description of it, 50 different health articles I wrote throughout the years. Go into the one that says omnivores, see if you're an omnivore, and then go into the one that about coffee addiction, and see why you're addicted. But I don't need coffee, my friends. I don't need any caffeine. The inner energy, I was already going with the natural energy last 15 years, but now as I reclaim my energy from all these people. Excuse me. And all these outcomes and circumstances, and I don't engage, I don't let it continue. I don't, once these faces are exposed to me, these people's faces, or that situation's energy, I don't let my energy engage with that energy. Am I a fucking them? No. I now pass those lessons. I now realize what they are trying to tell me with these readings. It says, no, don't. And eventually when you do, again, you're more kind and you don't allow anything back, but you still provide that life rack. So yeah, that's what I was trying to do in my community posts for the last 7-8 months. Trying to be a life rack to the community, Matrix Conscious Soul Trap community that I was deeply involved in. My tribe who was lost in the sea, in the jungle, in that sauce. Rightfully so. It all made logical sense. But now, not only will this make logical sense, but magical sense too. Because you will then see the magic in every single millisecond, in every single situation, eventually. And then, then you're aware. Then you're kind of alone, but not really, because now you're awake in the best time where everyone's awakening at the same time, basically. So many millions of people, so many, every week, every month. They are waking up to one deeper aspect, but eventually once they get to that, once the whole 1% gets to this exact thing I'm talking here, this type of an understanding, dude, that 1% is going to right away create that 2%, 4%, 8%. That's going to be exponential growth. It's going to be easy work. Easy work. So yeah, people like me will rise up more and more. So thus, I'm creating this community too. Because we need more people, more passionate people, more people who can make it make sense to others, who can, see all the dots and connect them and help it connect for others as well. So yeah, that's what I want to do with my communication skills, with my writing skills, with the pattern recognition skills, with everything I've learned in the last 20 years, fed my mind. That stuff is priceless, my friends. Priceless. Because then, in the future world, when the authenticity, even though that's overused, but that's where it's at. Most people don't understand it what that means. What that means is this: whatever, authentic. You speak your mind, you flow. You swim in the ocean and then become the ocean. You listen the birds, now you become the birds. So, are you ready to become one? Because you are the wizard, Harry. Because you are Neo as well. And what is the anagram of Neo? One. You are the one. You are the chosen one in the first wave. Very early to this type of an awakening. Very early. Very early to this understanding right now. So, another thing to feel super lucky about, super happy about, right? So celebrate, my friends. Congratulations, happy birthday. Yeah, we're gonna raise each other up until we get to the top of the mountain. And once we get there, we will realize we are still only halfway up, like Dr. Disrespect would say. You just gotta see that now you are in that eternal bliss where you now realize there is no time, there is no space, it's just now. These are all fake characters, but now you can choose to play consciously. Conscious character, conscious role player. And then, you, my friend, you will be amazed, absolutely amazed as to the things that you see, the things that you hear, the things that you listen, and just observe and feel. Everything will be magical. Yay. In that magic, you shall see who you were always, who you were meant to become. Then we live happily ever after, my friends. No more bullshit contracts, mind wipes, whatever, as long as we don't want it, and especially these type of timelines, never again, because this is the most modern last version of it, where it's done. And you, by doing what you need to do and understand, which is the most important thing, and understand, you then see, and then you be. So be the one, be Neo, get your training, learn, overcome, come back, help. Let's create this new world. Let's create the best world. Let's just create, period. Because once we create, others will get inspired, especially when you, again, use that heart. Use that, all these people who do what they're passionate doing, and then they, more and more people want to do it. Like that amazing Bashar story comes to mind, where this mother that really loved telling these bad night stories to her kids, but she did it so passionately, like I can imagine myself doing, basically, like so passionately, like it was like all fantastic, made it such super fantastic, that story, that in those kids' minds, like they are watching all kinds of movies, it's amazing. Then all of a sudden those kids are like, whoa, this is amazing. And whatever those kids create, by the way, that's all magic. That's all, again, created from the system there, because of your, again, the energy that you give to there, that puts certain things in front of you. So you change your whole world. By you changing yourself, you're gonna change everything. All of a sudden your kids will give you, basically, gifts that's kind of like very deep, where there's some deeper meaning behind them. But anyway, as I was saying, my friend, what was I saying, my friend? What was I saying, my friend? Help me out here, my friends. But yeah, you know, they live in different frequencies, like those kids, some of them, like they remember their past lives. Basically, they are older, actually, in a way, some of them, when they remember their past lives, and then they eventually subconscious forms, and they forget. But whatever they do, it's part of the magic world. Especially they are more closer to it, right? Come out of it recently. Spirit realm. Let's even put this after 3.5 hours. Let's get better light here. All right. Let's get you here. And yeah, so let me see here. All right, nice. All right, let's do that. Let's see. All right. So what was I saying, huh? Basically, let's see, where did I get to that subject to? It'll come to mind. I'll just go on. But yeah, once you see, you can unsee, and everything else will change. Like I was saying, like these, your whole world will change, other people's reaction will change. But I just remembered what I was saying. So yeah, that mother that passionately tells her kids the story, eventually her kids, because they were so amazed, they wanted to call their classmates to that story party. All of a sudden, those classmates, their families and parents start to join in to those stories. All of a sudden, she started to go, basically become a big club. People came to hear her stories. That's how it happens. Whatever is that unique spark, that highest desire that you have, that you haven't realized yet, or will, or you were already doing on the side as a hobby, can you turn that while having fun? Can you somehow turn that into a thing that will help others out, that they will spread positivity, because you're working with God right now. God is paying you. Your high self is paying you. This is the new job. This is the new job where you get confirmations every single millisecond that yes, you are in this type of video game where yes, it's basically like, again, for me, it's something like a social media clown show simulation. You gotta be a social media fucking influencer to advance, but at the same time, that's what I was doing last 20 years. I can't complain. Putting myself out here, like, why not? Why not help out like that too? Show the blessings. Show what God gave me. Show what my highest self organized for me, picked for me, planned for me, for the rest of the world as well. So yeah, that's when I had to do it. That's when I realized, in order to be the change I want to see, I need to be the change. I need to show that change to others so that they change, so that they see what's possible, as I mentioned. So yeah, and that's when big magic happens, when more and more and more it spreads. Again, you don't see what's happening on the background, but now 30 more people are talking about that, then 300 all of a sudden, then 3,000. And then eventually you again wrestle with your minds, like some people probably like, oh look, he said 3 and then 3 and 33, he's in on it, like, again, all kinds of fucking weird paranoid shit you can get into in this realm. But once you wake up from those paranoid, dark night of the soul, dark night of the ego moments, that's when, my friends, that's when you can see the world how you want to see it as, or what it really looks like on the end, on the background. Then you see that Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. Yeah. So let's see. Oh, I just saw 3:33 right away. My eye, like, does it happen to you? Your eye automatically goes to like that clock that looks 11:11, and then some people assume like, oh, see, demons are controlling my body, and that's why it's, oh my god, it's bad. I saw that thing, and that's very bad, actually. Nah, that's very fucking good, actually, that you saw that synchronicity that's trying to tell you something that makes the life a little bit more magical, right? But yeah, people love to put themselves in these prisons, man, and because that's what we are taught anyway, So yeah, I can't blame. That's what I did. So then, that's what I did. Thus, that's what the other versions of myself are doing as well. And then eventually we will meet in this moment of the now. Eventually we will meet, and then we shall see what we need to overcome. My friends! And then, my friends, we're gonna create such a world that's gonna be undeniable. Nobody will be able to deny it. It's in the millisecond of every single millisecond. It's like everywhere. These psychics, my friend, these people that, again, able to wake people up in like basically very fast, right? Very fast. And again, I can criticize, I can say so many different layers of that, the skeptic versions, all kinds of like 100 different, again, perspective I can give, or I can just finally admit and say that no, like, not millions of billions of the things that they say, not all of them is that, and or not the other thing. It's not a coincidence that this is happening not only from one person, it's a lot of different people, and once it's happening in a lot of people, and once I observe it, and once I tap into the moment of the now, and I'm speaking with the moment of the now for, basically with the person without really having agreed before that we were going to have a conversation. It's just happening. It was always happening in the now. It's that mysterious, that weird, that paradoxical. But it's happening. It is happening, my friend. So what you gonna do about it, yeah? Hey. We're gonna do what we want to do. That's what it's all about. You're gonna do what you wanna do when you wanna do it. And then you will feel more and more aligned. And then you will do what you really want to do when your spirit wants to do it, which will guide you to your highest path anyway, in the fastest way possible. Because once you do that thing, you will also realize, just like today, all these things that tried to prevent me to make this video. But somehow I did it. Somehow, even though I wasn't planning on making videos for a few days, actually, like until like I fix my microphone situation maybe, or just fix my situation to, change my location basically, to start to properly do these things. But again, I don't know, so many unknowns, so many things. And now I'm doing this. All of a sudden I chose to turn that type of a negative type of energy that was raising into, alchemize that lead into gold. That's what being full metal alchemist is about. Any circumstance, any situation that's negative, that you can turn that into such a positive thing. You can say such a line there that everyone can laugh at that moment, and you will see those opportunities to have those type of outcomes. Let me close this a little bit. It's now colder, my friends. It's now a bit colder, my friends. All right, nice. All right. Now, so let's see. Let's keep on going, huh? Why not? Why not? Let's just come closer like this. Keep going, why not? All right. Now, my friends. And you come closer to me, right? All right. Nice. It's like my book light. May as well give more light a little bit. I don't know if it makes it better or something. Ooh, cheers me. All right. So yeah, let's see what else we shall talk about, because there's so much more we can cover, my friends. We will cover, my friends. Let me go back a little bit. Oh, all right. My back, I was crouching. Nice, now I feel better. All right. So, let's see. Let's see. I was gonna tell you this also. For example, when you're in outside in a event, and all of a sudden, like, let's say you are listening a speech, and let's say you did this, right? You bend like this, like just like I did. Use that fresh example, and then I bend it, and and all of a sudden the person uses the word bend, right? 1 millisecond afterward, or again. Those type of things, my friend, are not coincidences. Not at all. That's what living in now is about, because then once you pick up on those clues, it's like Sherlock Holmes basically, you see that, what? It's that magical? It's everywhere I go, it's everything I do, it's everything I see. It can actually speak to me. God is basically speaking to me from everything I see. That high itself is trying to come out live. Right? Break through that ribcage, those prison cells, to come out. That heart, that anagram of that earth, trying to come out to the earth, to experience, but still choosing to be stuck in those prison cells, loops, soul trap loops. You don't want to be there, especially now. You don't want to go back to that now. It's gonna make you live in the past and repeat the past. Nah. We say no to that now. Nah. Nah, thank you, my friend. I'll do me, thank you, my friends. What did you say? Yeah. That's what I thought, my friend. Yeah. So. This is what it's about, my friends. Let's put this here. Let's take this cake off to it. Alright, let's make it a little bit more show, some stuff. Some more synchronicities, some more things to see. Alright. Now, my friends. What else now? What more now? What can we do now? Because we can do a lot now. We can literally like have fun. Now we can, whatever video you want to watch, that's going to speak to you and, to your soul, to your spirit. Because it was sent to you from your future. The future self, your highest self sent you that. For you to observe, see, understand, change. Be the change you want to see. Show it to others. And once you show that to others, my friends, you will be, if you are so blessed, so you have the pleasure to help out those people you will have, where they believe it's all real, they believe in their character, again, past, future, they believe in all these things that's happening out there, and they don't choose to see that those are reflections of their inner war, inside, what's going on inside. And all these higher energies that's coming to this planet that we can't really, a lot of these higher frequencies can't tolerate. So they have to start conflict, war. At the same time, there are deeper reasons behind everything, every single millisecond. That'll all change. This bad shit. Then we shall see what's up and what's down. The as above, so below. The both worlds, we shall see the as within, the as without. We shall see the both worlds, my friend. Yeah. See. Let's see what else we got. What else we can cover in this show. Because we may as well. We started early, it's like 12:28 a.m. right now, nothing. So, let's see, which I'm definitely soon gonna fix my sleeping schedule, so that I sleep at 11 or something, and wake up early and keep repeating that, so that it's even better lucid dreaming astral projection once you are organized like that. We shall cover all those topics, my friends, eventually, but let's see what else is going on here. So, Let's see. Yes, yes. Yes, we covered that. Like, it's all about embodying the person that would say yes and no to the things you want to say yes and no to. Like when you see how others carry themselves, right? With the aura around them, you can feel like you don't even want to ask that question. You already know they will say no. Like you already know the future. Your inner self, your soul, spirit will know what that frequency is, already recognized, and only react and act certainly, you know. So hey, I was just working with this thing, but yeah, get this thing. What is inside? 1 second. Oh, the thing fell inside anyway. It's just air thing. Clean the dust in that laptop. You gotta clean that, my friends. Because if you don't clean those dusts, eventually they become harder and harder. More dust, more dust, more dust. Mind gets more cloudy, right? Then, eventually, the laptop starts to overheat. Angry. Can't handle it anymore. Pressure point, breaking point, the rock bottom. But you could have chose to clean the dust one at a time. One at a time. One step at a time. Instead of, let's say, that one day you are looking at like this, and then there's like, oh, there's this is garbage. Okay, let's put this to the garbage. And then, not this, of course, not you. But, you know, that's an improvement. You made an improvement that day. Just like that. It starts with that first step. Once you initiate that first step, you will want to do this next other thing. And then eventually, especially you are living in the moment of the now, nothing is, all that routine is now speaking with you. Every inner thought that you are having in that moment, it's like talking to you about that next level, basically, guiding you. Like when you freestyle, let's say, in that moment, you will already see the next level in a way, next mission you need to hear in a way. If you really think about it in that perspective and try to see as Sherlock Holmes to understand what's really going on. Hey, my friends! So, that's what it's all about. Right? Let's get some sip, 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 not too much, so the show doesn't end so too quick. Alright. Now, because we just hit start and hit end, that's it, my friends. Chill, calm down, it's easy, my friends. Don't make it hard. One step at a time. Eventually, it goes bigger and bigger. If you build it, they will come. Right? That's what it's all about. You just gotta make that step. Build it. And then you will see how they come, my friends. You will see how they come. So yeah, let's see what else we got here. So yeah, make sure to help each other, support each other in the comments, because you are now part of this wave. And then, you know, spread the love. Others are drowning right now in this, especially in this soul trip hellhole. They are really desperately seeking the truth. What is it? Is it this? Is it that? Is it this negative thing or is it that negative thing? Is it this horrible thing or is it that horrible thing? What about, is it that best thing or that other best outcome? Pick your best, because there's now not just one best, there's multiple best options. So are you gonna pick it, my friend? Are you gonna see that there's always deeper stuff going on? You just gotta see it, right? You just gotta see it. See it to believe it, you say, right? I gotta see it to believe it, my friend. I gotta see it to believe it. No. You gotta believe it to see it. You gotta believe it to see it. That's a book title. Go read that book. You know, there's books about everything. So yeah. So, but in this tribe, the original gangsters, this, you know, high frequency club, this club is gonna get huge, my friends. We're gonna spread it all around, and you will see it's not just this club. There's already tens of thousands of people who started what I started here. Even me doing this sent out frequencies around the world that encourage others to do it. I know others even got inspired from my video who planning to start doing it. So again, this was done also from other YouTubers that I watched that I got inspired from. I was already putting myself out there with writings, but why not speaking? Why not, you know, my best basically skill, communication, to use that to spread it when needed. And now that I, you know, sprinkle that love in that food, that's gonna taste much better, and then that's gonna spread. Just like that woman who told those stories passionately, all of a sudden that thing grew because that's how much she loved it. You got something that you love in this life, you're lucky. Do that. Turn that into something else. Or, you know, whatever. Because everyone is at a different stage, different understanding, different experiences that they need to face according to their different pathway that they're on. Not everyone has to go through the same type of hero's journey. But the overall, you know, overall phases are gonna have to be passed by everyone. You gotta have to save yourself, my friend. But luckily now you got someone like me who's also gonna, you know, be out here helping out. At the same time, I'm getting helped from other people. At the same time, they are getting help with other people. And it all goes from down to bottom, bottom to top. That's how change happens. That's how we will change the world. And change is the only thing that doesn't change, isn't it? So why not embrace the change? Why not be part of the change? Why not change yourself to your highest self? You know, before helping out, trying to help, why not like stop overgiving? You know, give it to the person who needs it, which is you. First, you gotta raise your vibrations, and then you can be the best example to others, and then you are ready. You know, now, in that now, you can go to the next now. Finally, your spirit is saying, right? So, let's see. But yeah, basically, just like it happened to me, you know, all these experiences eventually led me here in this moment of now, which led you here in this moment of now, right? Only once you do taking those bold actions, especially before someone else says it, right? Like you just do it. You don't need to get 1,000 more confirmations, rather. Then you level up even more. And I saw it as well. As soon as I do these changes, I upload the video, boom, everything changes. Everything I hear and see changes. It's beautiful. beautiful to experience all that, to see the love and support from others. Basically always speaking to your situation, even though they meant to help out everyone, they just made a video about that specific subject. All of a sudden that specific subject was about the thing I was dealing with at that time, and that video is recommended to me at that perfect time for me to see. And when I channeled to that video with that same frequency, energy, vibration, from that same perspective, or from the perspective I had, that kind of made me see that video on that understanding that I needed at that time. Because in deeper lens, there's so much more going on with that video, the things they are saying. Every single thing can be explained with different meanings, you know, metaphorical shit, you know, figurative stuff. You can look at it from different ways, different angles. But yeah, once you realize that yes, it's work like that, that reel, that Facebook reel, that short that randomly came to you, that you had a back pain going on, and then boom, you have a lower back pain, and you have suggestions of lower back pain videos. That's your spirit trying to help you out, you know, kind of like that. So yeah, let's see. Let's now go to the other notepad. So yeah, you gotta be, you know, if you have family, if you have people who don't understand you right now, they are not meant to understand this. Again, they are meant to understand it at the perfect time. They need to understand it. The next step, after they been through their lessons. Some people, it may take lifetimes. Again, it is what it is. Unfortunately, this is the amazing place we live in, right? But as we see the beauty, more positivity, more everything, and you'll see it in action in every single millisecond. Again, thousands of confirmations. You're like, okay, you know, you will have to say basically kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya, you know, you just, it's almost like too much positivity, but not really. It's the real positivity that's finally speaking to you, that finally you are listening. That's, you know, that Holy Trinity that was separate, you know, mind, body, and soul, you know, the Father, the Holy Spirit, the Son, the Mother, the Matter, the, you know, Krishna, Vishnu, Brahma, all kinds of like these 3 archetypes. I have community posts about that too. But all those, basically this crippled man, this mind, and the soul that's trying to connect the crippled man with the blind man, that's mind. And this, you know, us. Once you are silent, because if you are not silent, those 3 different archetypes are just running around destroying the whole house. But then you're silent. Then, right? Then you start to hear the desires, the needs of those children. Why do they do that? What is the reason behind that action? Let's fix. Let's overcome. That's how it happens. So, you will have family, you will have friends, you will have many people who won't understand this yet. You will have to be good examples for them, or again, take your energy away from them for a while, or again, in the moment of the silence, sometimes people learn the most, right? The silence treatment is the best treatment for a lot of people sometimes. Especially if you let your energy be siphoned by them and helped out their life in an immense way, but while your life was going down, but theirs going up, or, you know, doesn't matter which way. It's just that you gotta do, it gotta be, you know, there has to be some sort of a exchange there, because if you just give away your energy without getting any energy back, in spiritual sense, you're just willingly, you know, doing some bad shit, like giving away your energy and choosing to kind of help out those people, take the karma of those other people to you and feel their, you know, tiredness, all this other stuff, and now you're basically dealing with their karma while they're having fun. You know, their karma is now being kind of taken and used by these other people, right? So yeah, that's also part of the reason why I'm creating these things, so that don't have to deal with so many months worth of karma exchanges. This is more like for those people, but it doesn't matter, because again, you will go through what you need to go through, exactly when you need to go through it. Everything happening perfectly. Right when you feel that, right when you have that frequency, exact frequency, vibration and energy, exact emotions and everything, that's when you will get attracted to those circumstances, and with you wanting that, your body is moving to that circumstance because you're hungry, because you're this and that, whatever. But the train will get all of a sudden cancelled, stopped, all of a sudden boom, 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 you meet with someone that you were meant to meet, to either say goodbyes or to start something new, or to be that example for that in that situation, example of God, example of higher self, to see what's possible, to give them a clue. Now you have that type of a chance, now you have that type of a power in a way, because with responsibility, with power, that's when it comes the responsibility, because you have that knowledge, that power, that wisdom, that spirit is trying to channel through you to spread out there, because those people need it desperately, seeking it. They are drowning in it, but they need activation. Thus, I'm trying to create as powerful as I can a magic. That's why I'm making these long videos, because I know that some of us in these especially communities, we love these longer videos, and we can get a lot more out of them, right? And now me being myself, channeling straight through my higher selves, I know from my past experiences, again, with speaking to thousands of people online and on virtual reality, I just know how much power we carry in us to change others, even without speaking, just the frequency. Everything changes it. But once you combine and do the right magic spell with the right words combined together at the same, like I'm kind of doing, right? And if I'm speaking too fast, let me know. I can slow down. But yeah, once you see those things, you realize that that's very deep. Not everybody will see that. Not everybody is going to see that. Family, friends, whatever. So they will think you're crazy. They will think you are insane. You try to tell them whatever, nah, doesn't matter. It's like the Matrix movie, after a certain age, they don't wake those people up, right? It's kind of similar. Like some of those people, they are meant to, they just wanted to be a mother in this lifetime, and then get out, go back to Goloka, go back to all the highest lambs. They just wanted to play that part in hierarchy. Or some people, who knows? Or eventually, again, they all gotta go through what we gotta go through, unless if they don't want to or whatever. Because you usually at the end, you judge yourself. You do what you want to do. You think it's, it's external. It's usually internal. Just like as within, so without. You see, you change the inner world. You change that inner thoughts, all of a sudden you say to yourself, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. And then you open the video on YouTube, random music, random tarot, it's saying to you, fuck yes. Finally you did it. That's what we were waiting on. To not go there again. To not waste your time again. To not, undeservedly, that person give that person that your time, your energy, your vibration, your frequency that's worth billions of dollars. If that frequency was at a certain spot, that would help out so many things, so yeah, that's the currency of the future. Authenticity, alignment, embodiment, people being fully themselves, fully realizing the moment of now, seeing the moment of now, and then seeing all the opportunities that exist in every single millisecond, plenty. Then you choose, you live whatever you need to get to wherever you need to. Those things that you need. you will get them. Sometimes free, sometimes in super magical ways, sometimes super discounts, sometimes again, so many different ways. All of a sudden you look at the second hand, Facebook marketplace, and then, you tell the person, would you accept this much? And they say, yeah, I would. Come. Kind of like that. Or they say, you know what, come take freely. Months ago, I shout out to that person. I've spoken to someone about this type of stuff. I told them. Next day, that person, like, I'm trying to remember the story, but that person, like, needed, let's say, 10 different items, right? On Facebook Marketplace. And they were gonna go buy like a desk on Facebook Marketplace, and they went to the garage of that person desk. All of a sudden, that same day that person was going to buy 10 different items, every single all those items are in that garage sitting. And then he asked that person, do you need, like, do you sell these things? And that person says, no, I don't even need them, take it. Boom. So much money saved, and magic has been seen. All those things, these alignments, there was these rewards, that was these gifts when you unlock these levels, that was waiting for you to put yourself out there in a fully aligned way, to live the now, to truly live the now. And then that person came back to me and like, oh my god, vegan, oh my god, Neo. I'm like, I can't believe it's just been one day. The fuck? All of a sudden it's a dream. All of a sudden it's all those synchronicities, all those things that I was seeing, it was about this. It's that those manifestation kunsts were right. There's law of assumption and law of all kinds of shite that I thought it was shite. I mean, again, there's the basic layers of it where people, again, give these littlest clues and they don't tell you the whole thing ever. And then you never do the right, or you can't see it from that deeper perspective. Someone needs to kind of explain it, or you got to live through it to kind of see those deeper layers. But yeah, that's when you find the gems, the gold, So yeah, you will have a lot of people who won't agree with this. Who won't. I mean, why would they? It's crazy. Right? You gotta be crazy. That's why Jim Carrey said, you gotta go crazy. This is crazy. First, you gotta go crazy. And then you realize that the world was crazy anyway. That you had to be crazy in order to see the crazy, the real crazy. The real crazy that was speaking to you this whole time. That wasn't crazy. That was actually normal. But it didn't feel normal to you, my friend. So yeah, even though you won't have family members, this members, that members, relatives, friends, co-workers, loved ones, understanding you for a while, let God, let go and let God, my friends. Let go and let God. Your highest self, the highest self of everyone, that amazing field we play at night when we sleep in, and come back here to live it here. So yeah, like, they do what they do. They know what they know because of their experiences, right? Nature versus nurture, determinism versus free will. But yeah, if they decide to get stuck on the focus on the moment of the now, in wherever level they're at, you can only help so much. They gotta get out of there themselves. But how you can help the best is to be the best example, and then see how you rise, and eventually the whole world rises anyway. Then they will see. But God already got it handled. Like, this higher self, higher selves got it already handled. They see what you can't see. All these things that going on around you right now that you don't know. All these people that talking, all these other things that going on, all these other jobs or other things. Thousands of things. Billions of things. Literally. How it relates to each other. It's known from the other perspective, not from your perspective right now. So then, that's when you learn what trust means, what faith means, what fair means, what perfect means. And that's a path, that's a long path to kind of really align with, especially coming from our perspective of soul trap, matrix, all these conspiracies, negative layers of this thing. You know, it's harder. It was harder for someone like me. But thanks to the patterns, recognizing those patterns and applying them and being open-minded, discerning, skeptical, but in a healthy way. You gotta be a healthy skeptic, healthy discernment, you know? Have healthy discernment. But yeah, you did the job, you did the work. That's why you're here. You listen this, you understand this. You're starting to, in a deeper way, just like I am. All of us right now going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Higher and higher. But yeah, what you need to realize though, you gotta empathize with those others who don't get it yet. Not only that, you need to understand something else, my friends. You gotta be basically understand that if those people, those parents, those loved ones, siblings, relatives, friends, co-workers, if they knew what you knew, my friend, do you think they would act like how they act like right now? No. They know not what they do, my friend. Thus, what does that tell you? So you gotta understand that their higher self, highest self, is proud of you right now. They are, even though their vessel right now is communicating and saying some bad shit from your perspective, even though again in every single thing you can alchemize that moment in a huge way. But right now they have the certain perspective. It's okay. They got that. That will change. Trust. Eventually change. Doesn't matter when. Which moment of the now it changes. But they gotta get through their own moment of nows to realize the real moment of the now. And then that's when synchronicities take place, the full authenticity take place, you know, embodiment and alignment takes place. Because then you know that, yeah, you ask, what do you really want to do? Because this is the now, there's always now. So should I go back to the past timelines, engage with the bad stuff, drugs, alcohol, all these things, you know? Again, it doesn't matter though. When you need it, you need it. I'm telling you, all those things that you think is bad, even the food I'm talking about. That's why I said bless your food. Say nothing in this thing is gonna affect me in a negative way, and only positive things will come out of it. Like bless your food. Bless these circumstances, these situations. Like put more magic out there. These are permission slips. Again, my friends, what are these? Permission slips, my friends, right? All these crystals. All these crystals, my friends. Let's not harm them. But yeah, and then once these stones and these crystals, that one was it? But yeah, let me put it here. Oh yeah, these crystals, my friends, these crystals, especially this one of my favorites. Lapus tapulus tapalafaritus. So yeah, you gotta be proud of yourself, my friend, your own self, from your family's perspective, because they won't give you that what you need right now. That's them telling you, oh, I'm proud of you. Wow, you discovered the biggest mystery of life. Wow, this whole thing was a puzzle game And you fucking solved it. Damn. You are the best son, best daughter I've ever had. I couldn't have asked for a better son, better daughter. That's what they are saying in their spirit. You got to realize that, understand that. Whatever their vessel is saying, be understanding of it. Because they don't see it like how you see it now. But they will. They will also, the God will help them, send them those music, those videos that will also speak about this. Eventually, you know, in the perfect time, whenever they need to see that thing, they will see it. They will guide them to these higher paths. And then they will remember what you said. They will remember. God will keep reminding them. Your highest self will keep reminding them of what they need to do next. Just like it's doing it to you right now, right? Doing it to me right now. Doing it to everyone right now, right? So yeah. And once you do that, my friends, once you understand that perspective, you then really honor the spirit, the soul, everything that your family, your loved ones, your relatives, your friends, your co-workers represent, you know, their souls and spirits. You really then, my friend, you then really honor them the way they need to be honored, because they helped you come here. Different circumstances, different situations, but at the end of the day, there's a reason why you find yourself in this video, in this moment of now. It's done now, my friends. Relax, chill. It's done. We do whatever. We do whatever, my friends. We all of a sudden, whatever, right? Whatever, whenever, wherever we want, whatever, whenever, whatever we say, we do. So, you gonna do what you wanna do? Yeah. Let's see. What else we shall cover? What else we shall cover, my friends? Yeah, we mentioned the other thing. Yeah, like pay attention to the smallest of the smallest details, because if you wanna make the routine fun, like when you're cleaning something, when you're doing in the coffee fortune telling, right, in Turkish, you look at those videos online right now, you will see, like, you will look at inside the coffee, you literally see faces, you literally see like images, like 3D print images. You're like, what? And the coffee fortune tellers know this. Like, this is again magic. These are random tarot cards that you pull. It's not random. It's again your spirit, your crippled man. The spirit controls this body. It's random. You think it's randomly selected? No, it was perfectly, precisely selected by that higher understanding, the crippled man that doesn't control can't, you know, communicate yet with the blind man, us, because we are not silent, we are not meditating, we are not seeing, trying to hear them, those kids that ruining the whole room. My friends. So yeah. Check them out. So yeah. Indeed, it is my friends. So let's see, the smallest things you gotta look, those small details. That coffee fortune telling, you all of a sudden see faces. Same thing. When I look, for example, up to my roof, sometimes I'm like, what? It says, like, I can see patterns, you know, I can see words, I can pick up phrases like that, my friends. Everything, everywhere. Everything is trying to speak with us, my friends. You can get meanings, information from anything you want. You just come out of the shower, you're like brushing, you're like, you know, drying yourself with the towel. All of a sudden you dry your face with the towel, you're like doing this towel, and all of a sudden while doing that motion, remember as a kid, then you do this, then do this little bit, or, you know, don't press too much, then you see like those white like images, right? All of a sudden you do that with the towel, right? Just a random example. And then boom, you see the white. And you know what? Let me actually wait. Let's stay there. Whoa, whoa, what the? Whoa, whoa. You know? Yeah, everywhere. It's everywhere, all at once. That movie, right? So many possibilities. So many parallel timelines. Mandela effects. What are they about, my friends? What are you doing? Are you jumping through some interesting timelines? Are you jumping to a different place where the environment speaks to you from a different perspective, helps you from a different lens, from different people, different understandings, different frequency alignment? The alignments are going on. Are you able to see them, my friend? Are you seeing them? Or are you still choosing to take the blue pill? Do you want to take the blue pill and go back and think that it's all real and it has to be negative, it has to be nefarious, it has to be demons controlling us, it has to be all these demons trying to send us back here to be trapped forever? The fuck? Imagine that. Oh, that's existence. Whoa, deep, guys. Fucking deep. Of course, that would be the existence. What a fucking existence. Damn. Now it makes sense. It was also that we get tortured forever. Yes, it makes sense. Of course. So smarty. Right? So, let's see what else. Yeah, we talked about that, like those smallest things that guided you to the different, circumstances. Well, those circumstances had to happen. That's why those smallest things happened, because you were at that frequency to do those small actions in order to get there. And then in this harmony, that's chaos, but harmonic chaos, you find yourself in that situation, my friend, because you got to face that situation, my friend, in order to level up, in order to say no to that situation in the new timeline. And then you see what's next. Repetition. You learn, practice, you learn. Thus, I say again and again, because I had to be told again and again to understand this is tough, my friends. This is not easy. You gotta apply it, understand it. Inner, over, corner, whatever the stand it. And then see. And then, when we become, in a way, all one, when we, spread our own version of unique love. Because now we understand that it's all happening in the now. It's all connected. It's all, in a way, scripted. But at the same time, you're able to write your own movie, your own script, your own chapters, while the overall chapters are going on that you already agreed on, depending on which timeline, which version of yourself you pick. Higher self, okay, higher self contracts, higher self timeline. You want to pick the other version of the other higher self, you live through that. But all roads lead to Rome, my friends. Everyone will eventually see this, my friends. Some will take many timelines, incarnations, some not. For us, we are Audi. Peace. Sayonara. Paga paga. Whatever the fuka fuka, We then liberate to the higher realms, my friends. But in the ascension period, that's when souls like me, spirits like me, I'm like, right before, I look back, but there are so many versions of me there, suffering. They think it's real. I can't just go have all kinds of fun there. my attachments, my family, my all these past characters and all. But not only that, it's beyond that. It's part of me. They are all, sparks that still sleeping. What should I do? Should I go live my life? Should I just take the comfort road, chill, listen, learn, and forever, do what I'm being told? Or should I start creating, be my own boss, start creating the circumstances, frequencies, energies, vibrations to align with, that will guide me to my higher path, eventually my highest path, that will be the highest path for everyone. This is true for everyone, my friends. Because everything you do changes the world, littlest things. These things that you are affected by, the full moon, it affects everyone. If it doesn't affect you, it's not going to affect even more people. Be the change you want to see, my friend. Let's see. So yeah, this is boy. You got to do those things so that your intuition is higher. Your intuition is higher. You see, you pick up on those little clues, signs, light. You follow the light, in a way. The one that we were deathly afraid of. No, don't go to the light. No. It made us afraid. This thing made us afraid of a fucking light. White light. You are afraid of a white light as an eternal, powerful being? Really? Come on now. Let's be smarter than this, my friends. We are smarter than this now, my friends. Right? Not gonna get lost in it. For those who want to get lost in it, hey, I did my part. I tried to help out. You just couldn't reach to the moment of the now yet because you weren't meant to. Everything needs to happen at the perfect time for you to get there. You gotta level up. You can't get to that level. You can't pass. You can't get to the C before passing the A. You can't just start from the B. No. So yeah, do the work, and work will speak. Once you do the work will speak through you. It's already, proof is in the pudding. People who came to these same levels, they'll be able to be like, yep, those were the levels I had to pass, those were the understanding I had to understand, those were the wisdoms I had to earn, and then I get to those levels in order to get to those higher levels, in order to whatever the fool, That's what it's all about. So yeah, are you happy? Because you should be, my friend. You should be happy. Come on now. See, now it's starting to get some goosey Lucy. But that's what you need, my friend. Awaken that monster within you, my friend. Awaken the spirit within you, my friend. Awaken it. And you shall see how powerful you are. You shall see that you thought that you were this little thing, but no. You were the biggest thing. You were that biggest thing, my friends. And now you know. And then now you will get to experience it, my friend. Over and over again. Every single millisecond. Billions of times, jumping through timelines. Now you know what that means. Not just a concept. Oh yes, and then you will jump through, you will sleep, and then you do this, and then you do jump through timeline. How? It happens. Not that I have the full understanding of the how, but the why, the when, and the where, the whys, they are getting more clear. You will see how they get clear. Then you will understand, and you will test, and you will see, whoa, it is that way. What? It is that way, my friend. I tested it. It happens. I followed the formula. Bashar's formula, or again, every single philosophy's formula. The moment of now, basically. Then, once you do that right, do unto others as you want to be done unto you, once you do that right, in that you do what you really love doing as well with it, and then, you take that as far as you can take. You do the next thing you love, you always do what you really need to do, what you really love doing. Then you see how magic will be all around. Everything will start speaking with you, my friend. In that moment, you will see. You will understand that it's very interesting, my friend. Just like this supposed meteor, they tell me. This one. That's so old. Apparently very old. But anyway, once you, my friends, pass through what you need to pass through, you see those tiniest details, you don't miss those tiniest details. You just pass those tiniest details. Where will that get you, my friend, you ask? Right here. Love. You will activate that. My friend. Yeah. Hoppa. Alright. Let's get that back. Yeah, love. So, you gotta activate that love. That will guide you. That what you really love doing, that thing will guide you, my friend, to magic. All kinds of interesting magic. My friend. Oh no, you did 666. I see it. You did 666 there. I got you. Really? That's the whole theory now. Like some people, man. People have gone crazy, but can you blame them, my friend? Can you blame them? Isn't the world crazy? What can you do? We are trying to make meaning out of all of this. Right? But it's tough. What's going on? I don't get it. So let me label, let me assume. Let me protect myself. Let me protect that inner child. I've already seen what that does before. I can't do that again. No, I can't. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, and yes, you will. Yeah. Yes, you can, and yes, you will. Yeah. Yes, you can, and yes, you will. Look at that. But anyway, so once you, my friend, once you understand how important those little things are, you understand the power of intuition and how everything is guiding you, improving your intuition. You pick up more, you understand more, you see more, thus you get more, you share more with others. Yeah. Powerful magic you will be able to create in the way you want to. And then once that full alignment happens, my friend, you will be like, whoa. You will say things. Maybe it's not funny to you, my friend, but it's gonna be hilarious to somebody. And you're gonna do something, and that something is gonna change the whole world, my friend. That's gonna change that person. That's gonna remind them to be laugh like this. Stay in the, now that positive thing all of a sudden is rent free instead of that negative thing. Right? Now they have that example of, why not me do that? Why not me do that? He do that, me do that then. Why not? It'll have to, like, it's a universal law basically. It'll have to come out, that positivity. It will. And guess where that positivity will go? To the next person. That next person will separate to the next person. Butterfly effect in full effect. The world changes then to the higher timeline, my friends. The higher timeline where we shine. Where we are now shining, my friends. You see the shine? You see the shine? Do you see the grind and the shine? Yeah. Then you will be like, what are these? Now I know that these, like cubes, inside these cubes, right? The hypercube, this maze that we were in, that we are finally seeing the outer layer, the outer cubes, right? But then there are, within the cube, there's like mini cubes, right? Like mini cubes. There's always those mini cubes trying to get you back, put you back to that same cube, that old version of yourself that's trying to prevent you, to say, no, don't go there, don't go, don't listen to him. No, we are happy here. No, he lost his mind. No, we got the truth. It's all negative. It's all this shit, that shit, that, whatever the fuck. Whatever we want to assume and live in, whatever we want to create, whatever the life to happen for me, I'm gonna be like that, but not realize that it wasn't happening to you. It was happening for you, my friend. Right? So then, once you see that life is happening for you, my friend, then what will you do? Right? What will you do, my friends? Will you still spread negativity, spread anger, jealousy, toxic envy, toxic emotions? Any of them, doesn't matter. Which one? Which one you gonna do, my friends? Because you see, there's a lot you can do, my friends. There's a lot. And you will have that energy. You recall that energy, like right now, I can literally create 12-hour stream, I feel, every day. Just pump it out there. But, of course, it has to come from within. Like I have to, in that moment, feel. That's what I want to do. Right? Or whatever else I need. But it's always happening in the now anyway. It's all happening in the now. It's not going to happen until you do that thing. You want to live in that other now? Do that thing so you live in that other now. But overall, it's all interconnected. You know what I mean? It's all interconnected. So, are you connecting with it yet? Do you feel? Do you see? Do you know now what's possible? Do you see the unlimited potential that exists, my friend? Exist. The unlimited potential. That eternal bliss that awaits us. Do you see it? Yeah. Now you do. Now, not just your soul, spirit. sees it and says, yes, 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 that. But now you see that, oh, maybe those puzzles, pieces, those dots, maybe they connect in this way. Just maybe. Why not test it? Why not see what's really going on, my friends? Why not unlock that, that heart? That heart you gotta unlock, my friends. Once you do, then you see. And once you see, you cannot unsee. And from then on, you become, you unlock that purple chakra, that you go to that soul chakra. Now you're working with the soul, my friends. Now you know why you're here for. What is happening here? There was some part of the New Age was true, some part of the soul trap was true, some part of this religion was true, some part of that esoteric teaching, that magical school, everything was true. Well, all of it is actually true. But when looked through a metaphorical, a figurative speech-like lens, at that point, right? At that point, then you realize what's really going on. So then you realize, my friend, you don't need to compare yourself to others. You know that you are unique. You know what's in there that's powerful. You know that every part of you is lovable. That littlest thing that you do, that's the best thing about you. That tick that you have, that maybe when you drink water, you're like, when you do this other thing, you do it differently. You have that ick, you have that thing that's different about you. My friend, can you find that? Do you see that? Do you know how much that affects others? Will you share that? Because, as I mentioned, imagine, what if 8 of us jumped into the simulation, only 8 of us exist, let's say, which I don't believe, obviously, not at all. But again, everyone's at a different thing. NPCs could be real in some layers, but so that Vulcans are able to jump in. But if you know the Vulcan topic, where these people who have pre-birth memories especially, right, they remember coming to the earth, they remember which planets they picked, they were like flying around. There's been a YouTuber I was watching, Consciousness Awake, I believe. He had that story of like being a Vulcan, choosing his family. As soon as he occupied the body, he was like asking questions. Why does the moon look like that? Why does the star look like that? It didn't look like that before. What's going on, mama, papa? So yeah. But now you gotta walk in to this new timeline version of yourself. You gotta embody that. Now you gotta choose which character you wanna play. But you already chose it, my friend. You're just here to understand what you chose and why. That's exactly what, that lady said, Neo, right? That, prophet of some sort. She gives prophecies. She, predicts the future. Nostradamus stuff. What did she tell Neo, and what did he do, right? She said, you already made the choice, Neo. You're just here to understand why you made it. That's what we are doing right now, understanding, evolving, as the age of acquirers we are entering into, right? This awakening time. This 5D shift, as they said, right? That you gotta actually shift it yourself. This when we see the unseen, and the unseen starts to Wink at us, my friends. They are winking. So, what will you do now, right? Because now you're free to do whatever you want to do. You have that little thing you want to do. You can now do it while listening to these random tarot videos that's speaking to you to help you out. At the same time, you can, do whatever you need to do at the same time. Make that boring task now is much easier because now you're listening the most fascinating shit you ever heard in your life that's speaking to you right now. Whatever you need to learn next. All of a sudden, you don't even need to hear that because you now every single millisecond anyway, from every single thing, try to speak to you, crack noises, that little details, that coffee fortune telling. You see the faces. You try to wash dishes. You look into the details of that dishes. You see the faces. You see the story. That's also trying to tell you from there. Everywhere you look, trying to speak to you, my friend. So, will you see? Will you know? Will you hear what I'm saying? Or will you go back to that miserable existence, to that kind of, when it comes to, that, because that mindset, man, it's just so fucking, 20 years of it, being in that dark night of the soul, that night of the ego. It's just, I was miserable, man. Like always assuming the worst. Always trying to find a logical path, like saying that, no, all these, like, you guys, 99% of the whole soul tap community, you guys still think that, you turn back from the white light, that's it, or you go to the void, or you get past through the greed system, or you, all kinds of 20 things I debunked in my plus, things I tried to debunk in my ebook to say that, guys, it's not logical still. With that mindset, you're still not getting out of here. What the fuck? Did you look into this, or are you just fucking saying some bullshit out here? Because I'm coming at it from a nerd perspective of 724 researching this, of course. I did see those arguments not being airtight. So I had to make them airtight. Then I saw these things and I see the whole community is still getting lost in the sauce. Now I have to do this, my friends. But that's what I'm all about. Liberate, create, innovate. That's what I love doing the last 20 years. So that's my job. That's why I signed up. That's my purpose and mission. I realize this now. And I'm doing it. And hopefully, it will reach to the people it needs to reach, which I know. There is no hopefully. It will reach exactly to the right person at the exact time it needed to reach them. You know this already, my friend. You're realizing this now, for some of you. Right? So, then what, right? Then a lot. Because then, everything is new. Every single music you ever listened to, every single movie you ever watched, every single TV show you ever seen, every single anime, let's say, if you watch it. Every single thing is gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every single thing is gonna be alright, right? That's it. That's the truth right there. Every single thing is gonna be alright. Our movies will end. We'll have a happy ending too, my friend. Especially in this frequency, in this understanding. There is no going back now. We only see it now. And once you see it, you will apply it. Once you apply it, the rewards will come. You will find yourself in the loot lounge, my friend. You will realize the video game that we are playing. You will see the universal laws. You will understand the laws. You will apply them right. You will see the examples. You will see thousands of times in a row. Shown to you over and over again until you see it, until you get it. Once you get it, you then know, my friends. Once you know, you know. That's it. You can't unknow. So. Do you see it now, my friend? Do you see the deeper layers of it now? Because we're gonna get so much deeper, my friends. This is only the beginning, my friends. I'm trying to cover a year worth of information in this thing. But wait. Wait until you see and hear and eventually know and experience and observe and feel deep down, all around. Then you know. Once you know, you can't know. You can't, I know it all, can't now. Let's see what else we gonna talk about here, out here with you right now. Let's see. We covered that. Yeah, and yeah, like you don't have to compare yourself to these other things, you know, oh, why did they have this thing, I don't have it, I don't. That's an example for you to see. What you want is being shown as example. Don't be jealous and negative envy, feed into that so that you feed negative emotions towards that type of a timeline for you, my friend. So, be that panther, be that lion. Jump, get it. You now know. So earn it. Do the right thing. Don't say no when you want to say yes. Don't say yes when you want to say no. No. Be yourself. What was that? Not like that. Calm down. Calm down, guys. Calm down. What are you doing? Again, they don't know what they do. Unless they deserve it again. Up to the person, individual. It's over and over again. They're, you know, if you set, you know, boundaries, and those boundaries are not respected, that person is not respecting you. What the fuck? There's an issue there. They're gonna either respect it or they're gonna get the fuck out of there. Right? That's it. You're that fucking powerful. Be that. Claim it. Take it. You don't need to fucking listen to nobody, my friend. Who the fuck do you think they are, my friends? There, again, there's level to this. You earned your levels, and you pass the next levels. You see those levels. You get to the higher understanding. You earn that. Congratulations, my friend. Happy birthday, my friend. Use it wisely, my friend. With knowledge, with power comes responsibility, my friend. But not only that, your response ability, that ability to respond, my friend, is a quite important, my friend. So, what you need to do is do what you want to do, my friend. What you really want to do, what your inner child, if it was out right now, jumped out of you, that 4-year-old, 5-year-old, like to talk to you, then says, what are you doing? Like, we want to go have fun, do all these things. We want to go to the vacation already. Come on. We were trying to go to this vacation like all these years. When are we going to have fun again? Please. I want to have fun. I'm done with this adult shit. I'm done with these unnecessary worries. I'm done with these negativity loops I put myself in to always consume that bullshit. To think that it's real. And it becomes you. It becomes your body. Now you have to speak about that shit because now that's you. That's your business in a way. It's harder to now get out of that prison. It is what it is. I had to do a lot to get out of that fucking prison. All kinds of prisons. This plane has, again, puts people through, right? All kinds of mental prisons, man. You're born into a religion. Think that that's religion, is it? You're already like kind of mind wiped into it. Already like wake up and then already a religion. And before that, there's all these family fights and all these bad things, that lower frequency things that the family has. These things that they put on you. Then you go to school with that. School all of a sudden is, again, 1,000 similarities with prison and schools if you look online, right? Then, in that school, the inner child is now dead, gone, destroyed. Now, we had to go through then the rest. But this rest, the rest of this thing will bring eternal rest. It's what's coming. In your mind, it can be that way right now. Right? Once you see and know it's all now, it's going to happen in the now anyway. Whatever I do, one step at a time, I'll always get there. Doesn't matter. Now it's all eternal bliss. Now it's all clown show. I get it. There's a reason. There's a all these karmic fields are being created so that people do these exchanges, and then But eventually, thanks to those exchanges, and the right people, the right circumstances, right frequency, energies, and vibrations that are going on around those circumstances, that's going to keep raising those circumstances up until that frequency gets so high that those lower frequencies has fucking no power. All of a sudden, you don't watch the news. Don't care. Not necessarily care, but understand. Solitude. Feeding your mind with the right information that you try to remember. Your spirit is trying to make you remember. First, you got to understand that. And then you can go back to the matrix to see what you need to really pay attention to be involved in, to make changes with. That's what it's all about, my friend. Yeah. So, the magic awaits, my friends. The magic. That magic is. That magic. Let me show you like this a little bit. That magic, my friends, as you can see, it's skies. Sky's the limit, my friends. Right? That's magic. That magic is real, my friends. It's everywhere. It's all around you at all times. Just because you are not seeing from this human perspective, not from that astral plane where you are in this sphere again, basically in a sphere where Maya illusions, right? You're picking your illusions, thinking you are moving from place to place, when in reality you're just watching a movie. Writing your own book in this big book we take part in, the book of life. So, how do you want your next chapter to be, my friend? Because you are the one who's going to write it. Are you ready to write it the way your highest self wants you to write? Needs you to. Because that's what you want and need deep down. That's what your highest self, highest desires are. Your highest desires is your highest self. That's the puzzle, my friends. That's the maze. There's so much more to it, but we're going to cover all of it, my friends, because now we have access. Now we are initiated. Now, finally, we are in it. And because we are in it, now we can decide. We can choose. Finally. Now we see the test going on. In every single millisecond, there's all kinds of things you can learn, actually. 10 different test levels you can learn. Levels you can jump in every single millisecond. If you knew, my friend. So, what will you choose? That's the most important thing. What will you choose to feed your mind with? The same shit? Really? When there's all kinds of tarot videos, channeling video, all kinds of... It doesn't have to be channeling. If you're afraid of fucking channelers, no. I understand those perspectives. I already written about them in my ebook. I debunked... Again, I try to supposedly debunk, right? Supposedly try to make people say... But now I understand, yes, there's that soul trap perspective of... All of that, it's true in the lower realms. Yes, archons are doing that. Yes, soul contracts, yes. But at the same time, you got to get yourself out of those by yourself, my friend. And then realize that once you get above those antakaranas, above middle chakra levels, then once you engage with, again, go back to those now tarot type of stuff, channeling type of stuff, psychic type of stuff, then you will now, your frequency will only align those tarot readers, those channelers, those psychics that are of the highest essence. Like they are like now in the first collective, this first wave, this biggest collective, bigger hierarchy, where they are actually tapping into their, closer to their higher self, that future of themselves from the future. those future humans in a way. So that's it. It's been 5 hours, my friends. But guess what? I'm not done. Why? I want to help out more, my friend. Because I love you. Because I don't want you. I don't want you to suffer the way I suffered. I don't want you. I don't want anyone. I don't want anyone to go through that shit. I mean, if you need to, you will have to, but you probably already have, so that you are watching this. I mean, in this community, we know how much shit we've been through. Only to consider the worst possibility and kind of believe in the worst case scenario. But all this shit, it's the demons controlling us. It's the Satan controlling the whole shit. It's the, even our bodies, they are controlling, even our, in this and that, they are, whoa, nah. That's fucking powerless, childish bullshit. Stop being a fucking child, my friend. Wake up and smell this salt, my friend. Make it make sense to me, my friend. Do you see the mirror effect or not? If you don't, start there first. If you don't, until you see it, you will not know what I'm talking about. Only then you can be like, whoa. This is actually happening at all times. Even when I'm not watching because I'm just going out there, it's still happening. What? Maybe he was right. Maybe there's something to this, my friend. So, why not? Why not test it? Why not see? Why not go read my community posts? See the things I shared. Very slowly. Slow and steady wins the race, my friends. I'm not saying do fucking thing every day. Don't sleep. But guess what? Some days I didn't sleep. I'm like 2 days in a row. Even though the messages are saying, okay, now you gotta sleep, by the way, vegan, but we'll tell you this, but okay, how about you gotta sleep? Come on. It's like basically that, you know? Because if you don't treat your body, your temple right, it's not gonna treat you right. Your inner world, your temple, how you treat it, is all about how the outside world treats you, my friend. Directly aligned. Interconnected, everything. As I've also always been without my friend. Speedy Gonzalez, my friend. So yeah. Are you ready to be that Speedy Gonzalez? That all of a sudden, again, solve the issues, these cases, right away that people couldn't solve for hours, decades. All of a sudden, you have that higher knowledge, higher thing that's guiding you, that already knows everything, already knows all the solutions, already knows where you're gonna go next, what that change do in you that's gonna create the next changes, next levels, exactly where you're gonna be end up in that train station, in that person, that specific change that you did. Now, those other circumstances can be manipulated out there, external ones, so that whatever you need to see and get, eventually you face with that. And then you truly wake up, my friends. You then know what waking up means, what awakening means, what enlightenment means. You gotta activate that light that's in you, that enlightenment, you know. You gotta let that heart out there, you know, out there to the earth, that anagram of heart, escaping the rib cage, these cages of Plato, these prison cells. We are no longer in those cells anymore, my friends. Now we can wake up and see that we have been repeating some bullshit, believing in some bullshit, absolute bullshit, my friend. And why would we continue to do the same? Are we idiots? Are we imbecile dummy stupid idiot thoughts? No. We are not. Opposite, in fact. In this tribe, especially, as you know already, my friend, you know who you are. Only the right frequency people is going to align and watch this, my friends. That's the rules. That's how universal laws work somehow. I don't know how is exactly, right? There's so many unknowns, so many questions, so many amazing mysteries waiting us to solve them. Raise our consciousness in order to get to those levels. That's why I was saying, if you were to imagine, we entered this thing, simulation, as 8 people only. And then now I'm trying to wake up the rest of the 7, let's say. But until you do that unique thing, until you express that unique thing in your life, so that you are a better example in your life to your loved ones, eventually to the strangers, to everyone around, eventually you create what you want to create. You love what you create, you know? You spread that out. Eventually you see. You are now telling those stories to a lot of people, those bad stories to kids that you said, right? That example I gave. All of a sudden you change the whole world, my friend. So yeah. Then why not do that, right? Why not do that? Change the world. Because change starts within. Change starts at the dinner table, my friends. So, will you change? Because change is good, as long as you change in the right direction. And once you really change, you see the effects of that change. Action, reaction. Give and take. If you give, you give. No take. Then they will take until you got nothing left. You will feel sorry for you. You will feel sorry for the whole world. You will blame it all. You will say, I hope the alien abduction comes. I hope the zombie apocalypse comes. I hope the nuclear bombs come. I hope the World War III comes. You will end up saying that type of bullshit, my friend. That's how this shit is gonna get you down, my friends. You're gonna say, no, I'm gonna wipe my whole existence out of that outer layer, that whatever thing that's eternal. I'm even wiping myself out of that shit. You're gonna say that type of a bullshit while being human and not knowing fucking nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing. This is just the first layer of the onion. Are you ready to see the next layer of the onion, my friends? Because that's where the magic happens, my friend. That's where magic is visible at all times. That's where you start seeing the whole world, but in its all beauty. That you see even the chaos, even those things, that bad stuff. They had a place, they had a reason, there was something there. Relating to past lives, relating to all kinds of shit, right? What's going on that you can't see right now. But the background is known, it's seen, it's observed. Billions of perspective, actions, reactions. What they do, what that action is going to do for all these other actions. What that one action is going to affect that 1,000 action, that 1,000 action is going to affect the 10,000 action. Well, there's millions of actions going on like that all around the world that's changing the whole world right now. So, will you be part of the change? Will you be part of that positive change for this new world? Be the leaders of this new world? Or will you waste away again? Just live that miserable life, miserable existence when it comes to the mindset of, oh my God, this is hell, dark night of the soul ego, all day long, all night long, all week long, all month long, all years long, all decades long. Is that what you want, really? I didn't think so. Yeah. Of course you don't want that. Who would want that? Once you know, obviously. Once you know, you can't unknow. Once you see, you cannot see. Once you follow, you cannot follow, my friend. So then, what do you need? Your soul knows. Your spirit knows. But will you listen? Will you hear? It's all up to you. You can choose to hate. You can choose to hate me. You can choose to say, fuck, it's not this. I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna leave this. Okay, that's your choice, my friend. I understand from the higher perspective that your spirit, your soul needed that for some reason, because that thing was going to affect that other person, that was going to make you see it at the perfect time. Then you are like, oh, wow, now I see it. Now I see it. Pew! Now I see it. Dang. You know? You wanna have that type of a reaction? You know, eventually when you're too late, when you're like waiting on that first level and never expanding beyond it, and just choose to live through your assumptions about your life, that all the things that you think and believe, that's within this illusion, that you don't realize it's an illusion, or you realize it's an illusion, but still you have those fears. Justified, logical, makes sense. I get it. That's why I preached it. That's why I created that first deep dive ebook about it. And then other people start to follow, right? David Hikes and Howdy McCoskey, Eric Dubay, amazing people. Other OG, you know, smart, first wave, basically, chosen ones. Other light warriors, doing what they need to do exactly at that perfect time to wake up their tribe in the best way possible. And then we are all part of the collective consciousness that's gonna keep learning deeper and deeper layers of these things, as with everyone else. Even those zombies waking up to those one more little thing, a little bit more, all of a sudden, tiny bit red pill. Even though they are still far away from this type of an understanding, that's okay. They are now, instead of being a level 11 level, you know, mage, level 12 warrior, 13 rogue, 14 priest, now they are 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And then eventually they will get to that 1000th level, the 100th level, whatever. There's no seal. That's the part of the fun. Because there's no seal, my friend. Eternal bliss, it always goes up. Who knows? But from where I stand and where I can get to in astral projection, I know there's a big path, fun path, huge. Basically, like, you can fit eternal bliss in that millisecond where you sleep. You're in that realm, you don't remember it, but eternal bliss, amazing shot going down, my friend. Amazing shot is going down around there. So, in that amazing shot, my friends, in that amazing shot, will you see that not everything has been horrible. Not everything was happening to you. No, it was always happening for you to see what you see right now, to hear what you're hearing right now, to understand what you understand right now. And now, eternal bliss, my friends. And now we have fun. Now we go back to the world. All those old issues, we start to say no to them. Or we come from a different perspective that's going to change that whole circumstance into some other circumstance that's going to be amazing, my friends. All of a sudden, the magic you will see in real time, in this dream, this awakening dream, that will prove it to you that it is a dream. That now you're advancing, you're achieving the things you need to achieve. The next mission, the next task in that game, in your movie, in your book you're writing right now, your book of life. You shall see, know, and learn exactly the things you need in order to get to that exact spot where you will shine your light, you know, the way you meant to shine. That will create that best life for you. You know, that little light of mine, that inner light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. That's what you gotta say, my friend. Like that kid song. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Right? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Right? That's what it is, my friends. Just a dream. Another dream. When I was waking up in these lucid dreams, astral projections, and in these so many experiences, thousands of them, especially once you learn how to turn into one lucid dream into 10 different lucid dreams, because you know that once you go back to your body, your bed, basically, you feel your bed, you're going to act like sleeping. Once you act like sleeping, you don't itch yourself when you itch, you don't open your eyes, you don't swallow, you don't move around when you get the turnaround signals from your brain, because your brain is testing you. Is this guy sleeping or not? Are we going to send this guy to the hypnagogic state which will form the dream out of that whiteness, or are we going to see that this guy is awake? Let's test. Send roll around signal, swallow your saliva, itch, turn around signal, everything. I mean, roll over would say that, but open your eyes signal. Once you don't do those things, or as soon as you did and you realize you did it, a few seconds you stop doing it and you act like sleeping. You are now an Oscar-winning actor and acting like sleeping, and then boom, all of a sudden vibrations, and then boom, you find yourself in that dream, or without vibrations, boom, all of a sudden you are in that body. You're controlling the body. So once you know that a dream is crashing, you know that you have a lot of things to do. Like you can turn around yourself to reactivate the dream, or you know that, okay, I'm gonna touch stuff. Okay, this feels like plastic. This feels like a curtain. Like you touch your hair, you touch your body parts in the dream. You reawaken the dream. You reawaken your sensations in the dream, and then you reawaken the dream, right? Same thing. Like you lost your sense of hearing, smell, anything in that dream. You need to reawaken those up so that the dream is stable. Once the dream is shaky, that means you're close to waking up. Then it's gonna be darkness eventually. Then it's like 5 seconds away from waking up. But within that 5 seconds, you know that even if everything goes dark, my friends, these objects that within the dream, if it goes like this is a dream as well, and it goes dark all of a sudden because it was a sleeping dream, the deeper kind, inception, and then you all of a sudden see, and then you all of a sudden once you do those things, right, you touch, you reawaken the dream, but in that darkness you now try to touch again. Oh, it's still there. There's still 5 seconds, because in the dreams first the objects form basically, then the light of the kind of dream. But sometimes you gotta you don't see anything, you're in darkness, like you are like, I'm like doing this in the dream sometimes. Open the eyes. I'm trying to open my dream eyes in that way. Or you're just saying like, unlock the vision, open the eyes, commands, all kinds of different things you can do. And the reality check is the most important. Like you plug your nose. Can I breathe? No? Okay, that's real life. But in the dreams, you can. That's the best reality check there is. There's hundreds of them, but this is the best one because it works 99.9% of the time, right? Always, like usually you breathe through. And sometimes in real life, it's plugged in your nose, it can affect a little bit. But anyway, so once the dream shaky, once it goes black, you can still reactivate those dreams. You're also touching these things, you're trying to feel it in that darkness, it's still there, and boom, lights come in, or you reactivate that dream. But sometimes that dreams really crashes, nothing saves you. And at those times, I'm throw myself backwards basically, like I just sleep on the ground, try to feel myself until I go back to my bed body, my other vessel, not dream vessel, this vessel in this dream, then the earth dream. Then in this metaverse universe, I just realized that, okay, in that dream, I did that on purpose. I slept so that once I feel my, soul in my body in this bed, then, the consciousness It's not like soul is like literally in there and then it's gone. It's perspective, my friend. Pick your favorite illusions, my friend. But once you really, don't move, you act like sleeping, especially as soon as you feel yourself back in the bed, boom, you can go right back to the same dream or different dreams. So yeah, that's what I mean. Just wanted to give a little mini course there when it comes to the best technique to learn, because you can throughout the day keep meditating to kind of understand that when you fall asleep and when you wake up, if you moved, you're gonna remind yourself, okay, next time I'm not gonna move, and actually even if I moved for a minute, I can still go now back to sleep by acting like sleeping for 5 minutes, as long as I don't roll around, as long as I don't do those things. Swallow, open the eyes, eat yourself, you just act like sleeping, all the brain signals ignored, boom. Depending on how long you moved after waking up, it's going to take that much harder for you to get back to it, but it's better than those random suggestions of most of the suggestions where they do meditations, day meditations, trying to meditate 2 hours, 3 hours, not move, that's a torture method. Not each, not do, and then try to get to that stage, that's torture method. If you do that while going to sleep, at each time, when you're trying to go to sleep, and each time you awaken from sleep, in the middle of the night, in the first time you're trying to go to sleep, doesn't matter. You go to that sleep with meditation, with attention and intention, and then that you will want to, you will want to do these things. You have a plan. Some people have journals, dream journals. Some people have these other type of dream journals where they write what type of dream they want to have. They create their lives right there and then experience it in the dreamland. There's so many things they can do. Some people, they learn skills in their dreams. They heal themselves, right? I remember there's a YouTuber like Mystic something, I forgot. But yeah, she had this internal like very bad issues that all the doctors said no, it's unhealable. Eventually she's like, okay, I'm gonna try to heal it in my dreams. Eventually, like the dream character talking with it, like, please teach me how I can heal myself, and then the dream character showing it, her doing it in there, also on the waking up. Then the tests are like, doctors are amazed. What? It's healed. How? It's impossible. It is possible, my friend. The other dream can affect this dream. As above, so below, as within, so without. It's all dreams. Inception. And we shall live through that eternal bliss now consciously. Are you excited? I am. Now I can consciously live my life, create a community like this, make it bigger, as big as I want. The more I put into it, more energy. If you build it, they will come. It's up to me to, instead of like 5.5 hour video, I can make 10-minute videos every day. 10 of them create 50 shorts out of them. You know what I mean? Like, but I like this better. And everything like that will come eventually, like more help, more information, more versions of me. As I mentioned, I will create 10,000 different versions of me that will help change the world as fast as possible, as in the best way possible, via connecting way more dots together in that same video. That same video is going to be like a huge portal, magic point, where as soon as that person finishes that video, watches that video, that's it. Now they know, they see, they can heal, and they can not only heal, but in their soul and spirit, but they can understand, understand from their spirit's perspective to really see, really feel. Oh, maybe that's what's it. Maybe that's what's possible. Not only that, that was the whole thing about, What if everything I saw, heard, listened, learned was about that, was about realizing the moment of the now and seeing what that now is trying to tell you, so that you get to where you need to get, to what you want to get, to your highest desires, highest self wants. Because your highest self is your highest desires, my friend, as mentioned. So yeah, in order to get there, sometimes you need permission slips. In order to get there, sometimes you need whatever you need, whatever illusion. Pick your favorite illusion, my friend, and follow through. Listen that, whatever motivates you, whatever celebrity motivates you. AI versions of them already has 1,000 videos online speaking to you this deep wisdom from their voice. You know what I mean? motivational speeches, my friend. Not only that, deep spiritual speeches. So, will you, see and apply? Yes, you will. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Because it's one step at a time. It's always now. I do it tomorrow, I do it 2 days later. Your spirit will want you to do it now and crave it, and until you do that, circumstances may, change in not a favorable way. But as soon as you do it, the whole world changes. Magic. Every video now telling you that yes, that was it. Next. Now, out of these tens of thousands of tarot videos, tarot, creators, the exact ones that were meant for you, the exact thing, the message that they did with hundreds of videos that they do, out of those hundreds of thousands of videos, the exact thing that's needed to speak to you at that frequency, at that perspective, knowing your perspective, will show you that lesson, the test. Will you see it, or will you react when it says, when the message tells you? It's going to take a while. It's going to take some work. What is your reaction? Are you like, yeah, fuck this? What's your reaction? Right? If you feel like, it's already been too much, man, I'm done with all of this. But again, it's just like one step at a time. It's very tiny steps. Tiny. One dust at a time. You can clean your laptops. You know what I mean? Like your room, just one thing at a time. Your house, your inner temple, one good idea at a time. One laugh at a time. One, kindness at a time. You will reawaken that soul, that spirit within you. Then you will see what's really motivates you, what's really your highest purpose, highest path, highest mission. There's so many, like, meaning of life is a life full of meaning, and you can pick and choose, and so many different paths, so many higher selves that will lead you to highest self. So in that path, in that forever bliss, my friend, are you gonna have fun when the tests happen, when you are tested, when those negative seeming shit is presented to you? Is your reaction negative? Or do you have that full trust, full faith, having seen these synchronicities, having seen thousands of these things, moment of now, mirror, 3D mirror speaking to you? Are you going to now react differently by not reacting at all? Because you are not your character, my friend. I am not this character. This is not me. This is my innie. My Audi is now happy because now I'm being more of my Audi. I am merging with my Audi. And now I'm being more of my highest self by doing what I really want to do, by doing what I love. Putting that love in it, that you can see, that you can feel, with the aura, with that, frequencies, vibration, the passion. You cannot fake it, my friend. So, because you cannot fake it, there's that real thing that you need to find. But sometimes you fake it until you make it. It's that deep. You become who you want to become. All of a sudden you see the examples of other people becoming that. What do you do then? Are you going to get inspired? Or are you going to be like, that person is doing it anyway? It's not like I can. It's not like this and that. It's not like this negative thing or that negative thing. What about this other negative thing that's going to prevent that other negative thing going to be other negative thing, but then the other negative thing, that's the fucking mindset people think like. They are getting lost in the sauce of negativity, my friend. They think that nefarious shit will keep happening, my friend, because that's what they saw, because that's what they believed in, because that's what they fed into. And if you feed into that beliefs, what can the system, the universal laws, this neutral karma can do but to let it happen. If you choose it to happen, if you choose to go there, choose to go to your work, go to your whatever, again, this hierarchy needs to work the way it needs to work, so that when everyone does what they need to do, that's how this whole thing functions. But then eventually your time comes, videos like this comes, then you keep listening, other perspectives. What are they saying? But then what are you feeling inside? And then once you do that courageous thing, once you know that gods are watching, once you know that your highest self is watching at all times, everyone around you, like everything, you could just assume, even that new age stuff, like spirit guides, guardian angels, ancestors. At the same time, true, these things, again, pick your favorite illusion, make it true. As long as you are not, lost in the blind faith of new age, lost in the blind faith of soul trap, you're just kind of seeing it from a discerned, healthy, skeptic perspective. Not only that, apply it to your real life and see it in real life. See the mirror talking to you in real life. Your highest self has been speaking to you, the real life, in this illusion, unreality life. In this unreality, the real reality has been speaking to you, trying to speak to you, my friends. But you've been lost in this unreality, thinking that it is real. You woke up to this reality with the VR goggles on. You never took them off to see what's really going on. There's two worlds going on at the same time. The 3D world and the 4D plus 5D stuff. There's always like deeper meanings when people are saying stuff. When they are having a conversation, I'm like, only if they knew right now, like how deep that is, or how much that applies to my life, or you know what I mean, just random things you may hear while walking on, or you're in the subway, you're in the elevator, doesn't matter, you're in the line waiting, or you're just opening, again, random videos that you think it's random, but it's never random. Especially if you take one real step towards real awareness and you actually, seek these type of videos, awakening, enlightenment. You just go tarot readings. All of a sudden you realize that you now have been given unlimited free tarot readings. Everything that you will see on YouTube randomly, it will come to you. Love readings that may not apply to you, but it will apply to your divine feminine and divine masculine in you. You gotta always look from a different perspective. If it says king and you're, let's say, a woman, assume that it's not talking about queen. You know what I mean? Vice versa. That's what you gotta do. And then my friend, then you will see, my friends. You will see better. You will hear better. You will understand better. Then you will be seeing how and why the things happen the way they happen. Why and how you see and experience the things that you experience. Then, once you do that, then you can understand what I'm talking about. Because what I'm talking about is deep, it's hard to see, but it's also the easiest thing to see once you really try to see it. Once you take that one step towards real awareness. 10 steps will be taken towards you, my friend. And you will hear this phrase many more times, my friend, from different vessels. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. But even that, you shouldn't fear, my friends. Welcome to your eternal bliss. In this bliss, we now live the way we were meant to live. And we will show the best example, the best version of ourselves via learning the lessons we need to learn and shining that inner light the best way we can. Then others won't be able to help but be contained by the laughter. That laughter will be contagious. That smile will be contagious. That amazing love, that feeling, that sensations that's going to bring those, goosebumps. That's going to be genuine, authentic, embodied, aligned. Then then you truly live. Then you don't hide. You're not like billions of things that you're trying not to say to that, not to hurt that person, that all these thousands of people in your head rent-free, all these different circumstances that living in your hand rent-free, in the subconscious, knowing that, oh, I can't say these 1,000 things to that person because those 1,000 things is going to get that bad reaction, and I'm just going to let that person do whatever, and then there's 100 of those people, and still living in your head those 100 different people and the 1,000 different things that you can say to those each people, or in your head debating, if I say this, then they would say this, and man, fuck, yes, they would say that, huh? That's fucking, I'm pissed. And then I would say this, but then he would probably say that. Fucking annoying cunt. You know what I mean? Like you in the subconscious, you're just, in the outer realms, you're just giving like too much energy to these things. Not once, but once you let go and let God, let that high self perspective, that Christ consciousness, Buddha consciousness, Krishna consciousness awaken within you, then you see, you are like all of a sudden like Buddha. You are in that, you are back to that old friend situation. You are like, they are like, oh, how you doing, this and that, you want to do, come gossip with us, come smoke with us, drink with us. And then you are like, all of a sudden you have a different perspective. You're like, I won't do that because I don't do that. This is now a new me, different me. You do you, I do me. And once you really start doing you, then you see that you are gonna get help. You're gonna get, gifts, level up, whatever you need, whenever you needed it, eventually. But first, conquer those demons, those inner demons that are waiting for you to die, so that you can now stop being a 33 level mage, warrior, rogue, priest, whatever. Now you can be 99 level. So then they know not what they do. I was getting lost in the sauce for no reason. It's all characters, role players, not realizing they are playing a role. They are playing a character. Some, they know and they play it on purpose. They act angry on purpose, however they want to play their role in that situation that required for them to have that reaction. However karmic lesson they wanted to show, because at that point you are a walking karmic mirror. You are basically handing out karma via existing and walking around. However the people look at you, their reactions, that like they know that that's what they want, maybe, for example, but because they know they are not doing what they need to do, inside they get angry. Inside they know, and they need to project that, because they are mirrors. It's all mirrors, smoking mirrors, my friend. And then, some people can't handle it. They have to go back. They can't. They are older versions of themselves. Like they don't want to kill yet. They need that to survive. Still. Thus they go back. They become Cypher in the Matrix. Until life brings them back. Now they start asking the question, what is it? What was the thing that brought me back here? Why am I still here again? Maybe this is something I need to face and overcome. Once you realize that, and you truly face it, my friends, and then you overcome. You really overcome. You do what's required, because now you don't fear it. Gods are watching. That once you have that the thing that you really want to say, you say it. Nah, thank you. I'm gonna do me. I don't do that. I don't engage with that. Thanks, but no thanks. Once you do that, once you claim that power back, woo, you will feel that level unlocked in you already. Then you watch all the videos, you watch all the music that you listen to, they will basically singing you, you know? You have done it, my friend, yes you did, yes you did, oh finally, finally you have arrived here, now will you listen us, you know? Will you listen us now, will you listen us more, or are you going to keep feeding your bullshit? That unlimited bullshit. That machine that creates whatever you believe in, more of. You want to worry yourself about shapes? What shape? Shape of the earth? Shape of the situation? Or you want to see the deeper layers now finally? Ask why it's flat or sphere, why it's this and that, why, what's going on there, and what if I need to do something, I need to see something, realize something. What if all of these things have been trying to guide me somewhere, to understand, to see, to finally feel? And then, my friend, then you will, that spirit dying in you, trying to come through you, that those thoughts that trying to be expressed and put into the world, that situation will be created for you to do that. Whatever you need in your love, just like me doing this right now. You know how much of a relief this is? Like, this was in my head. I made that, okay, that first video didn't come out the way I wanted. I wasn't myself. The second one, I went late as well, and vacation. And then the second one, still late. But then I came online a little bit. But still, I have just too much more to say. I can't leave these people like that. But now I feel, because I know in this 5 hours and 42 minutes, I have put such information, such magic, such knowledge, such wisdom that once you go back and listen to it, and if it's too fast for you, lower the speed, get the extension, video speed controller on whichever browser you use, Chrome, Mozilla, Brave, whatever. Install that. At 0.1 at a time, you can increase and decrease my speed. Instead of 0.75, you can do right now on YouTube. Via that extension, you can even adjust 0.9. Maybe that's if I'm sounding too fast, because I know some people listen with hearing devices, and when people speak fast, it's even harder to understand, listen. But here's the thing, my friend. Here is the thing. Now, in this portal that we are in right now, in this powerful magic we are creating together right now, do we see that this is just the beginning? Do we see that that amazing eternal bliss, that bliss that awaits us? Right. That bliss that awaits us, my friends. Are you ready? Because in that bliss, in that magic, you will see magical stuff. All of a sudden, that laser that comes to my eyes, all of a sudden I'm saying something. Every time I say that specific thing, that laser is around at that specific area, at that light, at that. There's so much deep shit going on at the deeper layers of everywhere. This spin, like the way it spins. Also, your battery, your iPhone's battery is dying faster. But then the next day it doesn't. It's slow. Maybe you are sleepy, because the spirit can affect batteries, can affect many things in this place, drain them. Like it happens to tarot videos, like all of a sudden they have fully charged 4 batteries. They put one up, it's dead, what's going on? This is magic, and then they're amazed. Or so many insane type of crazy, fantastic magical shit happens in those videos. Because every time they select a card, random card, it's never random. Exactly what they're talking about. They're talking about like a red dragon, right? So they shift in. So yeah, this is why I'm thinking about red dragon right now. And then all of a sudden, anyway, so all of a sudden the card falls up. So that's the card they need to pick, right? The spirit, because of the spirit shuffling, the crippled man shuffling the hand. And then card they pick up, red dragon. And then they are like, you cannot make it. I mean, you cannot write this. What the fuck? They are like, oh, wow, this is amazing. But they know how to embrace that love. They know how to be curious, excited about that. Because they realize, they seen the magic. They know it's all magical. And some of these things are even way more magical, these cards. Somehow always the best card that comes out. And then they are like, I mean, another 1,000 times in a row. I'm talking about this thing, we're talking about this, and this related card comes in perfectly, falling from the deck, in a random way, obviously seen in camera. From all these tarot readers, they're all kind of doing similar stuff. And then what, my friend? Then once they show you that card, and then they are like, again, wow. Can you guys see it? Can you guys see the magic? Can you guys see the magic? They say, right? All of a sudden, you start seeing the magic, my friends. You start seeing the magic. And once you see the magic, you can't unsee it. Then you know that magic always there. That magic was always there, my friend. And that magic was always trying to speak to you, my friend. Trying to get your attention, right? Let's go even closer. Wait, look at that. Like all kinds of shit. But in that magic, now you know. Now you see. Now you're like, confirmation after confirmation. Confirmation after confirmation. What the fuck? Every single video, some sort of amazing magic happening, because every single card that's been pulled is magical. Every single thing I'm saying is magical, because every single millisecond is magical. Speaking to you, my friend. Once you tap in more and more, my friend, then you see more and more, my friend. You see more, you hear more, because you listen more, you now pay attention to the moment. Now you're silent, now you're observing. Now you're not like, no, I exist too, here are my opinions too. Guys, wait. I believe in this bullshit. You guys believe in those bullshit? Guess what I believe in? I believe in this bullshit too, like you. Accept me too, to the group. Nah, fuck it. Let them, you're now beyond that type of a level, like, that's what they need. You don't need that anymore. But then eventually you go back to that circumstance. Now you are like awake. Now you are not only seeing what they're, what they are not saying, but you're also seeing what they are saying as well. And then now you have that deeper perspective of seeing both of the worlds, the 3D world and the 5D world. And the things that they say that apply to the 3D perspective, all of a sudden, but you look at the figurative version, the metaphorical version, the deeper layers of what the words represent, what they say in the situation, then you realize that, actually, it was deep. It was very deep. Now I see it. Now I see the magic. Magic was all around. You're a wizard, Harry! So let's see. We've been flowing freely for a while. And now I see it says 5 hours and 49 minutes. What? Like 1 hour and 49 minutes, I would understand. But 5 hours and 49 minutes? Like insane. Time flies by when you live in the now. When you YOLO. You live only once. You understand? This is the timeline this type of understanding, it's happening once. In this understanding, in order to advance to that next stage, that loot lounge that awaiting you with the information and whatever you need physically. Because it's not just about peace. It's about joy, laughter, sharing that joy, that laughter, that meaning, that commonalities that we have, that common TV shows that we watch, common movies, common books, common anime, common video games, common anything that you want to consume entertainment-wise, hobbies, thousands of them. You know, like Kill Tony podcast, Bad Friends, whatever, you know, those type of, you know, comedy stuff. Like you're listening, you're laughing at it. Now you understand even deeper jokes, deeper meanings beyond those jokes, in a deeper spiritual sense and other sense. And you know why people react the way they reacted with their body language and because in their, you know, in their soul, you understand like what they need to hear at that time, where they are at level wise, what they need to advance, you know, exactly. So yeah, like some people, when they interact with others from that higher perspective, they already know, they can already, within this first seconds or minutes, they can understand what that other person is about, because the other person all of a sudden right away interrupts them. Right, if there's an interruption going on, that means the person still doesn't understand. In that moment of now, there was something was trying to express through that vessel to them, and that vessel sometimes not consciously saying those things, like, or saying those things but not really seeing what the deeper meanings behind them that you can now pick up because of your increased intuition, and see, learn, overcome, and teach. Then you stay teaching it and learning what you need to learn. And once you do that, my friends, then you will see the magic I'm talking about. You will understand, you will understand, you will overstand, corner stand, all kinds of stand. But you will be able to see that 3D desk that you were standing under and over, corner, everywhere. You will see it in every single perspective. You will be able to see it. And then pick your poison, pick your illusion, my friend. Because then those illusions won't be poisons. They will be alchemy, healing, but the perfect healer spells, you know? The Full Metal Alchemist, turning lead into gold. Any type of negative situation that is there that can be turned into gold in all those senses, in all those, each time. It's just that you have to take that moment of now to realize, oh wait, it's all happening now, let me calm down. You know? Let's reassess. Let's go out, walk. Let's take a shower. Let's chill in the bathtub. Let's actually, when we are washing ourselves, like massage, wash, treat your temple right. Don't just rush. If you keep rushing, then you're gonna be a Russian. You're gonna be drinking your vodka. You're gonna be pissed as fuck. Me, this Putin, everything sucks, me. But what if it doesn't have to suck? Change begins within, you know. So, let's see. You gotta realize that you have these superpowers. So many superpowers. Imagination is the biggest superpower you have that can make you never get bored again. You take that face mask, you slowly activate the imagination, you start focusing on these darkness, 3D darkness, eventually other things, and then eventually you learn to kind of, whatever you imagine, it starts to form, right? Depending on the kind of person you are, of course, obviously there's all kinds of different people with no internal monologue, imagination or whatever, different, you know, different tools for different folks, right? So, whatever is that saying? Different socks for different folks, whatever. Different socks for different folks. So then, Michelle, protect my friend, protection. But the thing is that once you understand that you, in that moment of the now, you can always activate magic. You can ask, demand, magic to happen. Imagination, daydreaming. Again, freestyle, whatever you're thinking, say out loud, say, because your loved ones, your ancestors, your gods are watching everything that ever existed, basically. Like, this is a huge movie we are writing together. The book for humanity, the movie for the humanity, where outer forces wants us to see this, wake up, so that finally aliens can visit in a way, so that finally your highest self can visit your body and see from that alien perspective, from that different perspective that we didn't see before, that always existed on the background at all times. Everything that you did, that you've been through, if you really think about it, there's that version of you from the past that was like that basically caused that attracted those type of people in your life, because you were at that frequency at that time. But then you killed that version of yourself. That timeline is done. Now you are you, and now that you led you to hit this video, right? You choose to watch this, you choose to listen it, you choose to continue the next day where you left off. Then you see, you keep seeing it, and then the evidence is everywhere. You can go check everywhere. So many people talking about this. Again, it's gonna hang. Good luck finding someone else like me. Gonna go deep for hours as a passionate way. But again, this is my passion. I'm a nerd about this. 724, so much research, but I now realize, again, this was all on purpose. Life was training me this whole time, so that I can also be of help to you, to everyone else, to the world, while the world also helps me, because I've been helped. I've seen all these things that motivated me, these videos. Now I pay it forward, right? Now I spread their message, basically, that I learned. Thousands of different people. Like, I would need to be basically, like, every time I say something, and then I heard this from this person, and then this other, like 15 different tarot readers I listened said that, 25 different ones said this, 10 of them, because I'm in that collective consciousness anyway, and I follow 100 different ones. I go deep. That's what I was like that before, when I became an agnostic atheist, like hundreds of like things I follow related to agnostic atheism. Then vegan, same thing, until I conquer the whole community, like basically understand everything I need to understand. Then I move on to this other layer of it, like hypnotism. I remember Darren Brown I was fascinated by. Like, I started to be fascinated by some unknown shit that was interesting. But then it was about like debunking. Also Darren Brown debunking these psychics that was saying like, oh, can I get I'm getting why I am getting okay, no, okay, what about the most common word, okay, A, what about A, any A, come on now. Like, it's easy to debunk those lower underground levels of psychics and those kind of like a fakers and lower rank ones. But then when we're talking about these higher, especially in these times now, the highest ones come, like the most famous psychic on America, or what was the other psychic, that drive people in taxis or Uber, while doing a psychic reading to them. So many. But again, you could always see from different layers. You could say like, oh, see, that person was exposed on here, this person see, like that one thing that the atheists got him by, while ignoring all the billions of the other things that they got it right. That can't be a coincidence at all, as millions of people kind of like, especially now the many more higher level ones doing it, Especially you can see it in every single tarot video, channeling video. Once you really focus on the moment of the now, then you cannot ignore it. Then you cannot say. Then if you say, it's all bullshit, dude, then I understand you are bullshit. You are at that level of bullshit. You still see the bullshit, hear bullshit, because you see from the perspective of bullshit. You got a bullshit perspective. You gotta update that perspective. You know. If you don't get surprised if you keep repeating the same bullshit. And then people like me, all of a sudden, they are living their life. They are now eventually, like creating the utopia, and you are still living in that bullshit. And eventually, once we are all awake, and then we are like talking about this, and then they tell you, what did you do when they were doing that, awakening those people? What did you do? Oh, I created hundreds of different amazing creations that I love, but I never shared. Or I did this and that, but I never wanted to put myself out there. I was satisfied with where I was at. It is what it is, whatever you want, whatever you choose, Whatever chooses you. It's going to happen for you. However, faith you want to feed to the negative outcome and positive outcome. But there can't be any distortion where you feed the negative outcome even 1%, then there's still some version of you that's still clinging to that old timeline. But once you get rid of that version, then you see the change, then you know. You feel it right away, you hear it outside world saying it, screaming to you via tarot videos, channeling every video you see, if you really pay attention. But especially those ones, yes, it's going to be easier to pick up with your intuition from those as well. It's going to be much harder to random short videos, funny videos. I even pick up those like random things that they laugh about, they say. I'm like, whoa, I just did, and then they said that, but those it's not randomly came, to your algorithm in that Ethernet. It's always about frequency, vibration, and alignment. Exactly where you are at will be met with you. It's up to you then to choose where you want to be at. Don't tell me, no, it's not up to me. Don't tell me there is no choice. It's all determinism. Don't tell me, no, it's hell. No, Neo. No, vegan, it's hell. Neoverse. Okay, then it's hell for you, not for me. Can you realize that? Because it was for me too. It was hell for me too. Hellish amnesia realm. Then I saw the mirror effect. I tried to understand it. Open-mindedness, skepticism, discernment. Not just dismiss. That's fucking 5D bullshit. Let's just fucking close our chakras and hope for the best. Just go give our whole fucking fortune to these people and hope for the best. But again, no judgment. Like, those people, they do what they do coming from the perspective of they are doing great, they are doing help, they are doing good for humanity, right? Again, they know not what they do. These are all lovely people. They are trying to help you out. If they are putting themselves out there, right? I mean, they are the hustlers, obviously. They are all of a sudden become all about money, but then it's not really that. They are trying to also like turn this into a living, right? They are trying to imagine like do what they love doing. And if they have that type of information, knowledge, that's energy. That now requires a money energy exchange, because now that thing's worth more. If you give it freely, then you get, you keep getting stuck in those loops. Those people naturally or unnaturally, they also understand that, or else, they go all the way to the homelessness if they try to turn that into a job without, ever really getting anything out of it. It's starving artists. You want all the artists to starve? And eventually those people, they raise their quota, right? And they realize also that their time is worth more, and there are other people who can pay more. All of a sudden they now can do those free videos in a better way, because now they are not struggling. They do those free videos in a happy way because now they are getting paid from what they are, they love doing. What's wrong with that, right? What's wrong with that you learned a lot from them, and now, You're judging. So yeah, I don't want to like judge on that way. I'm just saying that I would hate for you to not only waste that money in that way, but then do it for a purpose that's actually degrading you and putting you into further loops for a lot of US dollars. And willingly choosing to watch these free content that's actually not free. It's basically borrowing your soul, a piece at a time. That's putting you into deeper loops. That's going to be harder and harder to climb out of. Deeper holes. So, stop with those, right? Stop with those already, and then you will see. 6 hours and 5 minutes, damn. I don't know if there's more space on my phone. Probably now we are getting close to, because I can't go, again, I can't go on and on, my friend. 6 more hours. Doesn't matter. I love this. Especially now, as we awaken to the new world. To that world of unlimited opportunities that, that a life with full of meaning, where we understand that meaning of life. Everything is now meaningful. Every single music, movie, TV show, anime, video game is meaningful. Everything is deep. All those things that were channeled from love, they are the deepest. All those things that were like more popular, they spoke to more souls, more spirits in them. That moment gone viral because that was some magic going on there that we didn't see. It was trying to come true, express itself in real world, trying to use our vessels to come out, just like that Knight of the Seven Kingdom, that new Game of Thrones TV show, when that knight was saying, if it's violence that's demanded on us by using our vessels, that's what we do. That guy was saying to that little bold dragon fella, Aegon. But yeah, so you want to be Aegon, gone out of these loops, that infinite loops that you put yourself in, that you gotta break the cycle of, and until you break, you're just gonna keep repeating the same bullshit and put more people into the same bullshit, thinking that you are liberating people. But at the same time, again, I had to go through those stages to come to this. It can't be just toxic positivity, just full trust without really understanding the other side of it, or else again those lower antichronic levels, that things that you are connected to will trick you, will stab you, to teach you, no, my friend, you haven't done the work, the real work yet. This is not just like that. While you do that, there's all these other people who are seeing it from different perspectives, learning the deeper wisdom on the other aspect of it, the dark aspect, not afraid of seeing the dark, mastering it. Then one sees what it's all about. So let's see. There are a few more topics here that we can cover. So I mentioned how you can be your highest self, like mothers, they are trying to save their children, right? They lift the car. Those things happen, like all of a sudden your body is in a way taken over, like you're more like have to be yourself so that you save yourself from that situation, like you're being saved in a way. You're protected divinely, my friend. It's all safe, it's all good. You don't gotta worry. If you worry, that's when you see what you're worried about. Don't feed that worries. And when those type of outcomes come, don't just respond to them with more worry, more negativity. Respond to them with curiosity, excitement. Whoa, if this is seemingly bad, that means it can be turned into such a great opportunity. If I'm losing my job, what if that actually is my liberation? Because that's what happened to me. After like 16 years in this country, Canada, like working at University of Toronto, working at like all these big companies, like good companies, I mean, and still, all of a sudden, like we are not extending the work permit, we are not doing this and that. Okay. All of a sudden, I don't have the work for the last 1.5 years. And then I'm like thinking, what should I do? Eating away everything. Where is this leading me? Why did this happen? Why did I not do that and this and that other thing in that circumstance, that ADHD stuff, like that? Almost like your body is preventing you from doing it because it knows that that's not it. That's gonna waste you years. That's why you didn't do it. That's why you had that ADHD. That prevented you from doing that thing that was gonna waste all your time. So that liberated me in a big way. I'm like, because I came here as an 18 years old, right? And then after basically like 16 years, I'm like, I feel like a Canadian basically in Toronto here. And then like, what now? I'm gonna go back to the army, 6 months as a vegan. Well, I guess that's what I gotta do. But then, even though I hate it, I never wanted to do those things. Then all of a sudden, that situation changed into this really awakening, really seeing it. Just like pandemic. In that pandemic times, a lot of people, they say they lost their minds, right? Nah, they regained their minds. They now see what the fuck is going on. There's something going on. They see that there's something going on. That's where they need to start. That's it. That was the clue. Yes, there is something going on. Now, what is that thing is going on? What's you gonna do now? Are you gonna see it as an opportunity? Are you gonna see that dire situation that you're in potentially? But is that really happening to you? Or, is that really real? Do you really believe in your character, in this character, and, in its past and future, and that it all has to, happen the way it has to happen in the future? No. You change it now. The past and the future changes, because the future changes, my friend. Once the future changes, everything else changes, my friend. It's all interconnected. You just gotta have to change the now in order to change everything else. So change the now. Change the now. Be the now. See the now. Feel the now. Hear the now. Don't just skip over. Don't listen it in 2 times speed, 3 times speed. That's not focusing on the now again. So yeah. Then you learn to basically make the routine fun. Meditation becomes fun. You never get bored again at a certain stage and afterwards, my friend. Zen, my friend. Zen. Then you will go higher. You will go higher and higher. Understand? What you needed to understand, my friend. Now you gotta understand some other stuff. So, but now you're like super duper happy. You're like, this is what I wanted my whole life. Finally I discovered that thing that I was seeking, that truth that was universal. Every single religion, philosophy, Eastern, Western, esoteric teaching, mystery school has been trying to teach this. Now you see that this was happening. And now you will change your circumstance. Because now, one step at a time. One thing at a time. Sometimes 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, oh, 1 step back. Maybe 2, 3, 4, oh, and then catapult. The arrow has to go back before it goes forward, my friend. That's slingshot. The more you go back, sometimes it goes, you fly off. So yeah, you gotta do that, my friends. You gotta see that everything is trying to distract you from this truth, my friend. And then once you see the distractions, once you really see in the now, all of a sudden your frequency is not attracted to those things anymore. You don't care about the news. You don't care about the fucking bullshit. You're like, I don't care about any of this shit, my friend. I don't need to listen to news. I don't need to listen to fucking that. I don't need to listen. You're not in your head. You shoot them like they don't exist, right? That's what I'm talking about. Then, my friend, that you are something else. You're much bigger than this, my friend. Much bigger. And thus, go higher. So use your permission slips, whatever you need to get wherever you need to go. And then let's see what else we got in our notes. Let's see. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, everyone creating their own empire. Very important. Their own communities. Their own, spreading their own love the way they want to. And then we help each other grow. We all of a sudden do, collaborations. We're having fun. Look, this is another version of me. He has this knowledge, this experience, this perspective. Now, let's see from that perspective. And let's see what that both perspective combined, was that going to create a magic? What's that going to create? The vibes, the different auras, the combine. What's going to happen? Magic is going to happen, my friend. Magic is going to happen. So, pick your favorite illusion, my friend. Become water, my friends. Empty your cup, my friends. You know that parable? I'll tell you two. First one. Those Buddhist monks, let's say, that swore to never touch a woman, right? All of a sudden, they are doing a silent meditation walk. And then those 2 monks, or 20, doesn't matter, they are doing that meditation. But then there they see, when they were trying to cross that, the tiny river, for example, they are just jumping. But this guy, he sees that woman struggling. Can't jump, can't just walk across the river. Doesn't want to make her dress go bad and, all this other stuff. Fall into the river. Whatever. So then, nobody else helps her. But this one monk, all of a sudden carries her across the water. Even though, they were not supposed to touch women, right? Then, my friend, those Tibetan Buddhists, those Zen Buddhists, that what happens is that once he carries that person across the water, and then keeps walking. Now you gotta end that silent meditation, right? You're gonna have hours more to walk, maybe. At the end of that walk, it's done now. Now they can speak. All of a sudden, one of these other monks come to that monk that carried that woman and said, "My friend, we were not supposed to touch a woman, my friend. Are you crazy, my friend? Why did you carry that woman across that water, my friend?" And then the guy says, "I stopped carrying that woman hours ago. Why are you still carrying her So stop carrying that woman. Stop carrying those worries, my friend. Stop carrying your anxieties to this new life that you cannot come in with. You cannot come into this with all that bullshit. Unnecessary anger, unnecessary envy, jealousy, frustration, whatever the fool. Now comes the second parable. Second lesson. The guy goes to the monk, this very, very knowledgeable monk. The monk among the monks, the best among the best. You know. And he's so excited to learn, right? He wants to learn a lot. He already knows a lot. Now he thinks maybe this is it. Let's learn. And then he goes to this monk, and then they are meeting with each other, they are speaking, and this guy all of a sudden starts speaking without listening to the monk, what the monk has to say. He goes on and on. He's like, oh, I know this, and then I know this, and then I think about, when it comes to that topic, I think about this way, but when it comes to things, I think about this way, and I know that you said that, but in that, I think about this in that way, you know. And then monk starts to pour, you know, the tea on the other person's cup after his cup, you know. But then, as the guy keeps talking, and then I know about this, and then I know about that, the monk then only fills the cup, like fills it quarter way, halfway, full, and then he keeps going. He keeps pouring. He keeps pouring the tea. All of a sudden the guy is like, and then I know this, and then I know that, and then I know, what are you doing? It's full. The cup is full, sir. And then the monk goes and says, that's you, my friend, that represent you. Your cup is too full, my friend. You are not listening. You are not hearing it. It's not your time yet. You still need the bullshit. You gotta go get your bullshit. Only come to me when you are ready to listen, ready to learn. You can't just assume bullshit and you know everything I know, or you have all those lower egos that tells you, you know, oh no, I'm not gonna say I learned it from him, I'm not gonna do this and that, I'm not gonna, whatever, who cares anyway. But you know, all that lower ego shit that's trying to come higher like an oil, you know, that oil that comes at the top of that water, that no, I already knew that, no, I already said that, I already, from the previous period, I done all this shit, that's why I know. I had to pass through those lessons too. Be humble. Be humble, my friend. Be water, my friend. So yeah, monk says that yeah, your cup is full. There is no more space for your cup, for information to be in. Because your cup is full, my friend. And it's overflowing. You're still talking. I'm pouring more. You're still talking, my friend. Holy shit. God damn. Dark night of the soul. Dark night of the ego. Still living through the nightmare, trying to prove himself, herself.